All right, sorry for the delay. We'll go ahead and get started. Can someone on the WebEx confirm they can see the screen and hear my voice? Someone on the WebEx chime in? All right. Can someone on the WebEx confirm they can hear me and see the web page for today?
We got you.
Very good. All right. Yes. All right. Well, good morning. Welcome to workshop number 4. We got a lot to cover today. I guess just to kick it off, ERCOT did kind of the long haul on getting a very large planning guide revision out the door last week. I will accept responsibility for, as the late night postings last night got out, our focus is definitely on the revision requests rather than all the hows and what's behind it. And my intention was and is to usually post materials at least a day before. So, as we cycle through these workshops every 7 or 14 days, day before will be the mark that we're trying to hit, and I just wanted to apologize for that. So just wanted to, up front, that's not good form when we're in a large stakeholder community with all the other workshops going on. So definitely ERCOT is not blind to how much you're having to carry in partnership with us. So let me go ahead and get the antitrust admonition on the screen for a second. If you want to take a second to read that. And the way we're looking to unpack at the workshop, I emailed this out to TAC and the LLWG, was that we're going to go through a kind of a 10-minute recap of why we're here, what's the scope, what's out of scope. And then we're going to go through the stakeholder feedback and FAQ. In a dry run yesterday, this will take more like 40 minutes without questions. What we really want to do is to be able to say, we've heard the questions, here's what we think are some basic responses. Like, we have 70 slides to hit today. We just wanted to pause and kind of walk through 3 slides that are kind of fundamental principles in alignment with the direction we're headed. Not that that's the end game, but why we're headed where we are. So those FAQ slides will be something we hit. And then also the results of the survey. So we had thrown out the survey, and I think 80 plus of y'all responded back. A lot of what ERCOT proposed last time had fill in the blanks on dates. So what dates is the market thinking on cutoffs and timelines, or what kind of cogen arrangements do we want? So we'll start to walk through those as part of the FAQ. But my intent is to not have a queue and muscle through that, because if we stop for questions in the first 20 slides, we're not going to make it through the rest of the materials. And we're welcome to, at the end of the agenda, come back around to this and go top to bottom again. But my hope is to spend maybe 45 minutes setting the stage for today. And then we're going to have Jeff walk through the Batch Zero. The idea is there's presentation materials. You'll notice, if you happen to have had time to open the presentation, it's unique. What we've done is, from what we communicated the last workshop to what's changed for now, we've actually introduced some red lines, like what's been introduced conceptually. And then that has a footer on that slide that points over to the PIGR language that says this is section X.X.X. So it's the how and why we're doing it context that points you over to the language. And we'll just have to see how Jeff wants to navigate the idea of showing slides and then alternating in and out of the revision requests. I know this will take us to lunch and maybe a little after lunch. And then at that time, we've had 4 sets of market comments come in. So we'll give each market commenter, I've emailed them, we have an order. They'll each get 15 minutes to unpack their concerns or questions. So that's the formal feedback from them. And then we'll be hoping to, and I think we'll have time for discussion of the bring your own gen and initial controllable load resource concept. So I know that's a topic that people want ERCOT to start helping with and to get something out there. And the idea is we will have another time slot at LLWG on Friday. That's only an hour. So it's not that we're going to say have a whole nother workshop, but it will give people some time and space for questions there too. And I'm estimating we end at 4:30. I think is a reasonable time to cut off, and then be ready for our next workshop after that, Tuesday after next. So with that, let me go ahead and get us going on the slides. Oh, also, we don't have Corey here running. So Janice has kindly stepped in to run the queue. God bless her. She is going to help navigate the questions as they come in. We also recognize if you have a question to get in the queue, say, put me in the queue or a question. But if you're just making questions or comments, extenuate, whatever that word, extenuate, If you're just saying what is the word? Extemporaneously, we're not going to put you in the queue. I shouldn't even tried that word, especially on a day like, yeah, I've had enough issues getting the slides posted on time. Engineer in English. Okay. All right, here we go. By the way, my name's Matt Marinus, if you're keeping track of who this goofball is. All right. Okay. If I have nothing else, I have humor. Okie doke. All right, thank you for your patience. Okay, we just talked about all this. This is how we're going to roll. Okay, just a few slides. You've seen these before. This is the march to the finish line, which is the June board. We have these, we're on workshop number 4 of 7 workshops. After 7 workshops, the idea is to transition to as-needed PRS and ROS meetings. Sandeep Borkar is already reaching out to see whether or not to put 1 or 2 special ROS meetings in mid to late April. That is to then set the stage for getting to TAC, which has extra meetings, possibly in a 2-day meeting here on the calendar, to get to the board. So it is there's a lot more work coming. What we have added here is a target, which is for ERCOT to file the necessary revision request to support the controllable load resource and bring your own gen. So what that looks like, and we'll talk more about that in the meeting, is that today's meeting is that initial very high level. Here's the types of configurations we're thinking about. We'll have more details at the 24th workshop, and then hopefully by March 30th we have draft language or concepts that we'll release in an NPR and or operating guide revision and or a planning guide revision to then hit that next workshop, 7. And again, if we need an extra workshop, we can, or if we just roll right into the ROS piece. So again, there's more coming on this. So in terms of how do we get feedback, I'll just pause. What I think is going to help is to formally file comments, especially to the picker in this case, for the Batch Zero process. The formal filing is noticed to everyone at the same time, so irrespective of what the host does, everything is on the record with the company. Your presentation could be clipped to it, and I'll ensure that every meeting we have is that those are the first in line to walk through their comments. So you'll have a time and space to share your comments. Again, it's not just about saying that's wrong, it's about tell us what the right answer is. So as ERCOT, we'd really like to know what the counter proposal is to get us into a better spot for adoption. Again, the PIGR, that planning guide revision, goes from this large load workshop into ROS that we talked about. So that's the large revision request that goes to TAC and the board and the PUC. And if you want to fill out a form for the PIGR, it's clicking here, and that's how you can get a blank form. And for the NPR is there. And then this is the same slide as last time. Just a reminder that the 5840 load forecasting rule for large loads has been adopted and in effect, and that 58481 is not yet adopted and is in flight. And that is the framework that we've kind of lifted into the current proposal, assuming that those are how these marry together for Batch Zero. Whether that's appropriate or not, that's up for debate later today. And in terms of reminder of the scope, so everything about that June 1st meeting is Batch Zero. Everything else after that is a stretch goal that we all want to partner with and try to get to, which is the CLR and bring your own gen. Again, we use the survey, other tools to try and get this feedback loop tight and rapid. But the long-term batch process of what do we do after first batch, that's really, we're going to set that to the side as quickly as we can in the context of these meetings. So we can have a side notes of things to remember to come back to, but it's not to solve today. Okay, so in terms of the FAQs, this is a lot of words, but again, since we released it last night, I'm just going to kind of slow down and walk through them. And Jeff, if you want to chime in on any of them for context, you're welcome to. So we themed this into the Batch Zero process timeline and decision points is kind of the topic. These are the questions that we've heard kind of echoing through either in the survey or in the workshops. Is it possible to include a second post-refinement decision point for market participants to opt out? And the answer is no. ERCOT is designing Batch Zero as a one binding commitment. You know, we run the process and then there's that 30-day window for that commitment. The refinement does not change the committed ramp, and it's not intended to increase costs. You wouldn't have to securitize additional megawatts because there are no additional megawatts. It only finalizes a transmission solution. And then the second opt-out to do that reintroduces the loop study risk that we're already in. So just a reminder of that one. Next, when will the Batch Zero study allocations be finalized and communicated? Allocation timing is tied to the completion of the Batch Zero study phase. Under the draft PIGR 145 timeline, allocation results would be issued in the January 2027, and final dates will be confirmed in the finalization of PIGR 145. So as proposed is January 2027, but whatever is adopted will be that date. Can the 30-day commitment window be extended? ERCOT intends to maintain the 30-day commitment window consistent with the draft PC project 58481. The full Batch Zero schedule, including the commitment deadline, will be published in advance. And then what is the date for meeting commitment criteria? The date for meeting criteria is proposed as March 1st, 2027 in PIGR 145. And when it gets to the Batch Zero planning integration, how can Batch 1 proceed before Batch 0, Year 6, transmission solutions are fully identified? This is that idea we're only studying years 1 through 5. What about the year 6? So under a 6-month cadence, each batch process would be actionable results for year 1 through 5, while the year 6 transmission solutions may continue through the RTP-RPG process. That reflects the trade-off between speed and the full transmission vetting. If we want to get all the year 6, all the details of those long-term projects, we'd be out of that window. So that's the give and take of this design. Next slide, Batch Zero planning and integration. How are the in-flight RPG projects incorporated into Batch Zero? Projects that have progressed through RPG and received endorsement at the start of Batch Zero will be treated consistent with the established planning practices and be incorporated into the Batch Zero study. How does Batch Zero interact with the 2026 and 2027 RTP? Based on the current sequencing, Batch Zero will not affect the 2026 RTP because commitment occurs after the 2026 RTP modeling cycle is complete. Loads that meet commitment milestones in March 2027 may be incorporated into the 2027 RTP, and the final timing aligns depending on the finalization of PIGR 145 and publication of Batch Zero schedule. Okay, in terms of transmission upgrades, how are multi-year year 6 upgrades and base cases handled? ERCOT recognizes the year 6 solutions may involve complex multi-year transmission upgrades. Batch Zero establishes a committed load baseline and provides earlier clarity on required improvements. Long-duration upgrades will continue to proceed through established transmission planning processes, including RTP and RPG pathways. Next question, if no reliable transmission solution exists within the study horizon, how will the allocated megawatts be handled? Within years 1 through 5, ERCOT will allocate the megawatts that can be reliably served based on existing system capability. Projects may receive partial allocations during this period if constraints exist. By year 6, the assumption is that the RTP process will identify upgrades necessary to serve full committed load. Accordingly, year 6 reflects full 100% service of the committed megawatts. And the last one of these, allocation outcomes and ramp schedules. Can ERCOT change the megawatt allocations after commitment? No. For Batch Zero, after the commitment point, the megawatt allocation by year is locked. The refinement phase is intended only to finalize the transmission plan, not reduce megawatts or delay delivery years for committed megawatts. If a project drops out, are the megawatts reallocated within the same batch? We've probably had this question 20 times. No. ERCOT is not planning to reallocate the megawatts within the Batch Zero after commitment because it creates complexity and reopens restudy cases. Additional megawatts would generally be addressed in the subsequent batches, maintaining the process's stability and schedule certainty. So the idea is you keep rolling on this cadence as quickly as possible to get that excess capacity. Financial security and cost responsibility. Are financial obligations, including kayak and security, locked at commitment? Based on the draft PFP for the PC project 58481, ERCOT is proposing that the financial obligations are established and locked at the commitment point. The refinement phase may adjust transmission solutions, but it is not intended to reprice commitments or introduce post-commitment true-up costs. This has come up quite a bit too. The process is designed to provide cost certainty and avoid reopening financial obligations in subsequent planning steps. Okay, second to last, how will additional generation be modeled in Batch Zero? ERCOT will apply the methodology established in PIGR 127 when modeling additional generation in Batch Zero. The modeling approach and associated assumptions will be documented in the published case assumptions to ensure transparency and consistency. Does Batch Zero include a low solar scenario? The Batch Zero does include a no solar scenario intended to reflect stressed conditions. Okay, so again, you may not agree with everything we just said, but this is setting the trajectory for what is being proposed, and all of that is up for debate. But those are, we hope, are kind of cheat sheets to go back to, and why did they say that, and what's the approach. So now we're going to get back and play back to you what you heard. Let me flip down real quick here. Okay, so the survey, for those of you that completed, you'll notice it was 20 questions in terms of the things that we had the comeback feed on, where it was eligibility and screening, had 2 multiple choices, 3 free responses. The design of Batch Zero had multiple choices, commitment and reallocation, confidentiality and transparency. That was an interesting one, just one multiple choice question. And then CLR and BYOG. So, gosh, I'll try to read this quickly, but each one of these has a slide. So again, I don't want to get lost in this, but I thought it was fair for everyone to kind of see and soak in what we're saying and not just bore you to death. So question number one was related to development activity cutoff. Stakeholders showed a preference for December 27 as the latest in-service date to demonstrate development activity. So we'll show you numbers in a minute, but that was the sweet spot on stakeholder preference. How about the partially complete study date cutoff? Stakeholders show a clear preference for a June 2026 cutoff date, and that's to determine Batch Zero eligibility for partially complete studies. How about the intermediate agreement, interconnection agreement criteria cutoffs? Stakeholders showed strongest preference for a July 2026 deadline to meet agreement criteria for Batch Zero inclusion. Development activity, and that was different types of development activity. Stakeholders strongly favor site preparation and construction as proof of development activity, with additional emphasis on capital commitment, site control, and interconnection readiness. And then site prep and construction. Stakeholders strongly favor defining site prep and construction through site control and posted financial security, also supporting staged engineering, permitting, and equipment deposits. Now, in terms of the design of the Batch Zero, the fundamental principles, stakeholders show support of ERCOT's Batch Zero principles, though its relatively close split indicates meaningful stakeholder sensitivity as to how the framework is implemented. When I show you the data, you'll see what those words kind of mean. The refinement study approach, this is the idea of those months after the commitment. Stakeholders broadly support the proposed refinement study approach, though a minority signals sensitivity to the implementation details around that. Transmission upgrade and process design, stakeholders overwhelmingly favor a shorter 6-month batch study timeline, signaling a strong preference for speed and process efficiency over a long study duration. There is still a 12-month camp, and we'll talk about that in a minute. And then also a final commitment period. Stakeholders broadly favor preserving flexibility in load ramp and financial commitments as cost estimates evolve, with limited support for rigid or fully reopened allocation approaches. And then publicly disclosed information, that's come up a few times here, which is, why don't we just post all this stuff publicly? So this is trying to find, well, what do we want to publish publicly? So stakeholders strongly support protecting customer identity and commercially sensitive project data, signaling a preference for transparency at the system level rather than by company. So I'll just march through this B1 through E1 slides. So here is that. In terms of the development activity cutoff date, this is how the dates came out to December 2027. You can see some went all the way out much further into the future. Some went back into May 2026. I'll leave it at that. You can try to remember what you put in the blank. All right, and then this one's a little more tight. This eligibility and screening partially complete study cutoff dates. Again, most favored the June 2026. You can see some into the July and then May, but most of them are in this those 3-month periods. And we have a couple way out here. And then eligibility and screening, the idea of the intermediate or interconnection agreement criteria cutoff dates. The lion's share is honing in on the May, June, July, with July 2026 being the most favored view. And before I go too far, my apologies. We did tweak the key on here from the previous one, which is we tease out the generators separately. They are mixed in with the others before. So it's wires companies, large loads, others, and then generators. Eligibility and screening in terms of development activity. What information should be required for projects to demonstrate development activity? Site preparation is the middle one here, in construction. The next most was this other, and we'll talk over here to the right. Also, whether or not having purchased all the necessarily customer-owned high-voltage transformers and circuit breakers with delivery by project in-service date. That's the long lead time on critical equipment that we've talked about here before, and inclusion in a quarterly stability assessment. So in terms of the other criteria suggested, evidence of financial commitment is other. Again, what's in this 49%? Because other is just a word. Financial commitment was a leading piece of it. Equipment orders placed, security provided versus full equipment purchase. Demonstrating site control, zoning approvals, permits, engineering and interconnection, readiness milestones, execute agreements, modeling data submitted, and I'm not sure what EPC contracts are, but EPC contracts, and commercial firmness indicators such as power purchase agreement. Can anyone tell me what an EPC is? Engineering, procurement, construction contract. Thank you. All right. The next one was site prep and construction. Again, the majority were favoring the site control, either owned or long-term leased land, and then financial security, and then they executed interconnection agreement, breaker, major electrical equipment deposits, engineering the design, high voltage transformer. So there's the distribution. To summarize, this one's hard because there's a lot going on, but strong majority of respondents were in favor of defining site prep and construction to include posted financial security deposits and demonstrated site control with support for some of these other areas, including breaker, major electrical equipment, interconnection agreements, and high voltage transformers. All right, and then the next one, C1, fundamental principles. Do you agree with ERCOT's fundamental principles for Batch Zero? It's kind of a 50-50 split, yes and no. So it's majority respondents agree with ERCOT's, I would say a narrow majority, agree with the principles of Batch Zero. Mixed stakeholder alignment, TSPs, and generators. Stakeholders show clear majority support for proposed fundamental principles. Large load customers are ambivalent while others are opposed. Reasons for opposition, concern over retroactive application of proposed 58481 rules and potential invalidation of previously approved studies or allocated megawatts. Objection to reallocation of non-utilized capacity and the $100,000 per megawatt financial security requirement, viewed as economically harmful and premature. The risk of inequitable treatment due to TSP-driven delays, potentially disadvantaging projects through no fault of developers, and the need for clear alignment with Senate Bill 6 and final PUC gating rules before implementing Batch Zero criteria. So that's where we are. We'll see how the discussion goes today. Okay, refinement study approach. Strong majority of respondents are in agree with this refinement study. So if you remember at the last workshop, that's where ERCOT brought forward that new concept. That's being well received by the wires companies, large load customers across the board. There are concerns over the refinement study could delay projects or overlap with subsequent batches, creating inefficiencies, restudies, or uncertainty. Need for clearer criteria, sequencing, or operational transparency. Risk that the process could reopen or effectively restudy previously approved projects, penalizing investments made under earlier assumptions. And then requirements to ensure alignment with statutory timelines, the pure 120-day rule, and avoid conflicts with Senate Bill 6 net metering reviews. And then objections to certain implementation elements, including the 100,000 per megawatt security requirement and extended governance approval timelines. Transmission upgrade and design, process and design. Which transmission upgrade batch process would you prefer? So 6-month versus the 12-month. So here's the data, or the data within the data. Most of the large TSPs were in favor of the 12-month process. A lot of that is around the alignment with existing RPG, RTP processes, and how do you get this together into a single put together final study rather than one feeding into the other. So I won't say much more than that. Or I saw Jeff come off mute. Go ahead.
Yeah, Matt, just want to add to that. I thought that was interesting data. While there is a strong majority that favors the 6-month process, as Matt said, not all of the larger TSPs, but I would say most of the large TSPs favor the 12-month, and that represents a significant number of miles of transmission in the state, and so I think that has some weight to it, and so we're still thinking about that. And I'll say we're trying to thread this needle. I think Batch Zero, we feel we should stick with the process we've laid out in the PIGR, but ongoing batch, we're thinking about how to take that feedback and, again, trying to see if we can thread that needle. It's a tricky situation, trying to find that balance and the trade-offs. But we are taking this feedback very seriously and are continuing to churn internally on that, particularly with the ongoing, as we're thinking about the ongoing batch process.
All right, thank you, Jeff. And we're almost done here. Then we'll take a pause for opening the queue here in a second. Commitment allocation, final commitment period. So some participants were considering a final commitment period after the refinement study. In this case, how should cost and load ramp differences during the subsequent study refinements occur? So this is the idea of, we said it's a single commitment. This is in the event that there's a second commitment after the refinement process. So there was a majority of respondents were favored adjusting the load ramp and financial security upward or downward based on those changed in cost estimates on the theory of a second commitment. And mixed stakeholder alignment, TDSPs, large load customers, and other stakeholders are aligned, allowing flexibility to adjust commitments, while generators are comparatively stronger for locking the original load ramp and financial commitment. So here's the confidentiality and transparency. And I will say this is something we don't have to solve today, but I think this is a good step forward in understanding where people believe. So there's a strong preference. What should remain confidential? First and foremost is the customer identity. And then when it comes to everything else, is kind of a distant second of whether or not we should be able to publish a table of stuff, whether it's, by the LL, the large load ID, or whether it's system-wide. But there's the idea of what does it mean to start publishing and sharing some of this information when it comes to, where is it? The point of interconnection, requested megawatts, awarded megawatts, transmission upgrades, cost estimates, financial commitments, ramp schedule, study results. So we don't have language for this today, but this is what does it mean to start having transparency on results or the large loads in general. All right, so with that, we'll open up the queue. And what I want to stay with is maybe some clarifying questions, and we'll just give this 20 minutes to see where it goes. There may be a point at which I rudely intervene and just cut off the question and say we've got to get Jeff up here to start running through the meat of the meeting. So, Janice, if you want, I can start to figure out when things started. Here's what I don't want to do is to go back 20 minutes ago. I wanted to get all this information out. So, Janice, do you have a natural cut point to choose from, or do you want me to pick it for you? Okay.
Yeah, I can, if you can't see the queue, I think Prashant is first.
Yeah, Prashant, go ahead.
Hey, this is Prashant from Black Mountain. I have a quick question on slide 10.
Slide 10?
Yes, on the RTP versus Batch Zero. My question is, if a load gets included in this 2026 RTP, would that be automatically included in the Batch Zero?
So the answer to that, Prashant, is we will look at Batch Zero. We're going to follow what is in PIGR 145, which I think right now does not, as drafted, does not include a 2026 RTP consideration.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, next up in the queue, Bill Barnes.
Hey, Matt, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Slide 23, please. This is related to the survey question on a 6-month versus an annual cadence. And I'll kind of speak to our response, which is really conditioned on the expectation that a 6-month process would be faster overall in terms of completing the studies and then getting the determination through the transmission planning process, RTP, and having line of sight to new transmission projects. I would say that if the 12-month process, which could potentially incorporate the batch study and what would be included in RTP, if that overall gets you to a faster outcome, then I think a lot of respondents for the 6-month process would change their answer to 12 months. I know we would. So I think that's kind of worth digging in or clarifying, because a 6-month batch process, which then has to wait on an RTP, is probably not faster overall than a 12-month batch study that incorporates both. But I would love to hear ERCOT's response to that, if that is a possibility. Thanks.
Yeah, so I think it was a little hard to hear in the room, but I think the maybe comment or question was we voted for a 6-month process, but we'd be maybe would prefer a 12-month if that results in not having to wait for the RTP to identify what the full set of solutions are. And I'll also, I appreciate the comment. We're still thinking about that long term.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. That was exactly the comment. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Bill. Thank you, Jeff. Shannon Caraway.
Slide 10, please.
Yep.
The second question there, how does Batch Zero interact with 2026, 2027 RTP? Your first sentence says, based on the current sequencing, Batch Zero will not affect the 2026 RTP because commitment occurs after the 2026 modeling cycle is complete. My question is why is the reverse not true, where you are taking the 2026 RTP? You know, if we look at your February 3rd presentation where y'all were taking the RTP into account, given that these cycles are aligned differently and that we have the RTP, they'll have the April 1st deadline, and we have the 58-480 rule that makes it where the commitment criteria is essentially aligned, why are you not including the 2026 RTP? Because otherwise, you're just missing a whole year again of RTP. So that's my first question. I'll pause.
I think the challenge with that is that the commitment criteria for 2026 RTP is potentially different from what the commitment criteria will be coming out of 58-481. And so the transmission plan that comes out of batch study, we want that to be consistent with what we think the commitment criteria will be coming out of 58-481, which may not align with 2026 RTP.
Doesn't the 58-480 rule actually say the whole purpose of it is to align it with what was going to come out of as best as they knew at the time, 58-481? I thought I read that in there.
I don't want to speak. I don't want to speak for commission on this, but the 58-480 has it points to 58-481, but yep. Has this because 58-481 is not complete, has this sort of special rule for 2026.
Yep.
But I think our reading of that is that may not align. That the special 2026 rule may not align with the forever rule that will be in 58-481. And therefore, if the transmission plan that we will be endorsing out of Batch Zero, if that timing is 2027 is when we think that'll occur, we want to not look at the special 2026 rule. We want to look forward to what we think the rule will be in 2027. Because that is what that transmission plan will be endorsed upon, based upon.
I think for batch one, that makes complete sense. But let me take what you just said and ask the question in reverse. For your 2026 RTP, if you have the concerns you just stated that the batch zero could be a different set of criteria, what's the purpose of doing the 2026 RTP at all if you think that you could wind up with a more, it's only if you would wind up with a more restrictive batch zero criteria that your concern would be valid. And so if that's your real concern, then why even go through the effort of doing a 2026 RTP? Because when you're finished, how are you going to be able to take any board action on anything if you've taken the position that, well, the criteria is different, so, it was a good exercise. Let's pat ourselves on the back and come back next year. It seems like the intent of the 58-480 was to commission to do the very best they could, the commissioners, with what was known then to get that reflected in the 2026 RTP. And 2026 RTP needs to be useful. When it's finished, action needs to be taken on it, or otherwise we've wasted another year.
Yeah, and I'll say, so I understand the tie-in, not trying to make this an RPG meeting, but so I don't want to go too far into 2026 RTP, but I think Prabhu may want to give an answer on that.
Good morning. This is Prabhu Niravaruk. So there are a number of reasons why we have to do the RTP. One is, of course, the fundamental driver is the NERC TPL criteria, which requires you to do the planning assessment, looking at both near-term and long-term. And number two, the way this batch study is scoped is it focuses on all large loads. That's not the only load that connects to the system. There's a lot of other load growth and projects. And the way the batch study is laid out is like when you go to year 5 and 6, there are going to be larger projects that's going to come out of the RTP. And, the current planning cycle is, we need to do the RTP, just both for NERC and the planning criteria. There are parts of studies which, specific to planning, specific to ERCOT region that's laid out in the planning guides. Those are not covered in the batch study either. So I think there are a number of drivers for doing the RTP, and the RTP is the transmission planning assessment for the ERCOT region.
To be clear, I was being sarcastic with why are we doing it. I'm actually pointing out we absolutely need to do the 2026 RTP. Just want to be clear that that's what I believe. But to then worry that batch zero can't have used it as you previously proposed back on your February 3rd presentation that you would, seems illogical. It seems like you're more worried that 58-481 turns out different. Okay, great. That should apply to things that are coming along new. After that applies. And that's the new law of the land. But it isn't that commissioner intent of 58-480 should just be ignored. Otherwise, what was the purpose of that rule? So I would just ask you to reconsider that and move to using it as you were previously proposing to use it back on the February 3rd one. All right, so that's RTP. RPG on this same
Shannon,
slide.
you had the floor for a bit. You want to take one more, and then we have a queue behind you.
Sure.
All right.
RPG.
Yes.
In your figure you put out, I think y'all tied that to December 15th filing. Question for you there is, what's the logic in making that retroactive back to the 15th? It seems like, to me, that ought to be, the most logical one is when the rule is passed, then that becomes the new effect. Otherwise, you're once again taking the existing planning process that does work and you're impairing it by making it one to where, thank you TSPs for your work, but we're going to toss it in the trash. Why would that not be up through the date of the rule adoption be your cutoff?
Yeah, I think maybe better to address that when we get to that point in the presentation, Shannon. Thanks.
All right, and I see Sandeep Borkar, we'll let you be the last one in the queue. We're going to cut the queue off at that point and see how far we can get in the next 20 minutes on the 8 people here. So Eric Goff, you're next.
Very briefly, I think Bill Barnes made some excellent points about the 6 month versus 12-month trade-offs. And I think that the reason you got the answers that you got is because the question wasn't, well worded. Of course people want a shorter process, right? But to the extent that the 12-month process gets you what you want and the 6 month process doesn't, it's not a good question. And so I think we need to re-ask these questions to get at the points that Bill and I are raising. Thanks.
If you want to email me the question, that would be great. No, seriously, I could use some help. Like, how do we run that decision tree through the right questions?
That sounds good. I'll be happy to do that. But specifically, I think it's worth a discussion about whether or not you're getting more from the 12-month process that you're not getting from the 6 month process. And I think we haven't really talked about the trade-offs enough.
Gotcha.
And I wonder if what people want is a transmission plan and you're not getting it from the 6 month plan, why we're doing it.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is you may need to see those trade-offs to then kind of ask the right question.
That's right.
Cool. Thanks, Eric. All right, next, Kevin Hansen.
Yeah, Kevin Hansen and Veregy. My question is, will we know by the start of Batch Zero how RPG projects identified by the batch process will be paid for? Will be TCOS or allocated to large loads? Will we know that answer before it kicks off?
I think that is ultimately I think that's 5841 question.
Yep. This is Stoe with the Commission. And Kevin, you and I talked about this pretty extensively before the meeting. So just to reiterate what I said, the rulemaking for the interconnection standards in project number 58481 directly addresses direct cost to interconnect, and that those are paid for by the large load. There is, in the draft rule that is up for the Commissioner's consideration on Thursday, provisions dealing with system upgrades, so the but-for costs to improve the system in order to handle a large load in a particular geographic area. There are provisions in there that would also cover for the large load paying for those as well. I will be quite candid and say that there's a lot of debate around that, and how the commissioners choose to handle that on Thursday, we will see. And we will look forward to receiving formal stakeholder comments in the comment period on that rulemaking. So I think that should answer your question about who is paying for the cost to interconnect.
So the amount of the cost, though, you will not know until the RPG projects are completed. So therefore, theoretically, if it's a $1 billion transmission project for a large load, theoretically, you can have if it's $100,000 twice, so it's for a gigawatt load, you're writing a check for $100 million. Then on top of that, you may have an additional bill of $1 billion for an RPG project that we don't know yet the rules of the game.
I think the rules of the game are quite clear. The actual nominal dollar amount is something that you would never know until the actual project has been developed. So I think the rules are quite clear, though.
But the loads could not. So we need to make sure we understand the rules of the game, what you're walking away from if you have a number you don't like from the RPG project in the future.
I think you and your interconnecting utility have to have conversations about the type of projects that might be needed in order to connect the load, and you might have a better indication through those private one-on-one conversations about the scale of those necessary upgrades in order to accommodate the load.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're down to the last 6 questions here. Bob Whitmire.
Slide 25, please. So the first bullet over there is the LLIS number confidential. It would help ERCOT tremendously if you could publish the list just of LLI numbers and what they have completed in ERCOT's mind, because there's a lot of miscommunication. Obviously, there's no direct communication between ERCOT and large loads. I would prefer to have a LEO, a large load interconnect, and ongoing operation, but short of that, if you could just tell these loads, because they all know their numbers, if they could just see where they are in the process, I think that would be extremely helpful. Thank you.
So more or less a checklist status report? Yep. Got it.
So, hey, Bob, a couple of thoughts, quick thoughts on that. So we have given that information to the TSPs. I think we are hesitant to publicly post that, and that's because we've gotten feedback that for some large loads projects, those projects have been sold to other developers, and so you may know you may know a LLI number that is not your project anymore, and by knowing the status of that, then that gives you some competitive information that you shouldn't have. And so I think that's the difficulty with where we're at today. But I think what we're trying to tease out in this is, should we write different rules around that going forward?
And Jeff, I completely agree. You need to be very careful with that. But I would also like you to recognize that I think it would take a lot off ERCOT's plate if such a system existed. But you're right to be concerned about exposing that information. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
All right, next question. Oops, just moved on me. Godfred Arthur.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me good?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, quick one. So for Batch Zero, what does the intermediate criteria look like for load with interconnection studies partially complete? Like, are they also subject to the $100,000 per megawatt financial security?
Yeah, I think we'll get to that later in the presentation.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. Next, Chris Mattis.
Well, okay, it still works wirelessly. So on to echo, I think, Eric and Bill's point, and just transparently on slide 23, I actually voted for a 12-month period or passed for a 12-month period, but that would also be in line with Google and Lancium's comments of clear deliverables coming out of it. So, and we've kind of reiterated this a few times throughout the process, that if you're going to pose questions like this, what are the clear deliverables that come out of a 6-month process, a 9-month process, or a 12-month process, and give stakeholders, well, honestly, just commitments from both sides. If the expectation out of this is financial commitments to justify the load, then those loads should know what they are getting out of a process in it. And it is not firm transmission upgrades, and I've expressed this in the current way securities are proposed, that can leave large loads on the hook for hundreds of millions of dollars that are non-refundable for timelines that are unclear on the delivery, which is a really unfair risk to the load. So I don't want to revisit this question as simply as this. I want to revisit this question, and I think ERCOT's perspective is actually really what's important here. What can you do in 6 months? What can you do in 9 months? And what can you do in 12 months? Set the stage for us to decide on that. Like, I'm interested to know, and that would be really helpful for this question. And then on the LLI point that Bob brought up, I'm wondering, why can't we just reassign those when they are transacted upon or given a new number?
Yeah, so I think we're open to that going forward. The question is right now that I think we don't have a system to do that today. So what do we do in first and second quarter of 2026 is I think we have the systems that we have and the rules that we have. But going forward, I think we're definitely open to changing that.
Okay, and this is going to get to my other point from last time, which is what are the administrative gaps we can already start addressing so that way when we have the batch process starting in a proposed August, September timeline, we're kind of ready for that. And I really think a central management system of just like information submitted is really, really core to the success of this. And we need to have that conversation now, even if we haven't fully finished this process, at the very least, we're getting to a centralized understanding of how information is going to be submitted from TSP to TSP to ERCOT. And then we can, I think, within that, figure out how the loads will or will not be involved still in this process I don't think that can't start without this being done, or that can start without this being done. I guess that's really what I'm saying. But thank you.
Thank you. All right, next, Jenny.
Thank you. This is Jenny Xu from Saluna. Just a quick question that if one interconnection request that was submitted to the interconnecting utility last year for 100 megawatt, but we have since then reduced the capacity to 74 megawatt this year, and this reduction has just been approved by the interconnecting utility. Based on this change, will this project be included as base load or studied load in the batch zero process?
Might need to phone a friend on that. I don't know if any of the large load interconnection team is online and can answer that. Yeah, if not, maybe send us an email on that, and we'll try to answer questions on any specific projects.
Got it. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Down to the last two here, Chris and then Sandeep. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Chris
sure.
Hendricks.
Chris Hendricks for Switch. My question, or really a suggestion on the confidentiality on page 25, is for the next workshop, if we could get a comparison between what the generators are allowed, or what you produce for the generators, we could kind of compare that to the large load and see what we can agree with and what we can't agree with, and I think that would be helpful.
I agree. Yep, good feedback. So a comparison of disclosures. Yep. All right. Thanks. All right, and last one, Sandeep.
Sandeep, Borkar, LCRA. On the question on the in-flight RPG projects, I take that's more for definitely for the upgrades, the standard practices, RPG-approved projects you include in the base cases. So one question is, when we say they've received endorsement, is that ERCOT board approved? Because that pushes some of the projects further down the road, versus that at the RPG presentation, ERCOT has concluded the work and has presented that this is the recommended option. Which date? Because that will matter depending on, because there are some of big projects going through right now in the process, and I'm curious which one is used.
I might need help from my transmission planning friends, but I think the current practice is it's whenever the project is endorsed by ERCOT, which would for Tier 1 projects would be Board of Director endorsement. Tier 2 it would be ERCOT's independent review, and Tier 3 it would be when it's received RPG approval.
Got it. Yeah, I think given the fact that we'll need a lot of transmission upgrades for this work, I would encourage we have that exception as part of this process. Use the earlier endorsement as a slice in time. And the second question on that one was about the upgrades. Is that also true about the loads then? If the large loads that were included in the study also fall into the same category, they are included as well along with it?
Yeah, so we would... I think it's complex. It's laid out in 145. I think if you'll bear with us, then we'll walk through that here in a little bit.
good deal. And the last comment was about the 6-month versus 12-month. I think we were also one of those who supported the 12. The logic there was, especially for the batch zero, is going to be a lot of work. I know everyone is asking about 6 months. It's just a lot of cases, and a lot of projects will be cleared as part of this. So more time is spent and get it right on the first attempt would be nice. To batch one and onwards, maybe a 6 or 9 month maybe something we can look at. But first one, I think it's important that we get it right and have the upgrades lined up to follow.
Thank you so much.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Okay, so at this point, I think we're in transition to Jeff. Thank you for the queue management here, Janice. And at this point, we're going to kind of stop the queue again and let Jeff get through. He's going to do a walkthrough. And Jeff, if you want to kind of be thinking about how to go through this. So we have the presentation is up. You have different sections to walk through, and the picture's on in the background. So I'll let you go.
Thanks, sir. Okay, yeah, and just to be honest, I am not sure how I'm going to do this. I think I'm going to walk through the presentation, but as we need to go over to the language, then we will do that. Also, to start with, had a lot of kudos on getting the language out. I know there's that's often accompanied with, but we disagree with this section or we disagree with this language, but you know, we've heard a lot of appreciation for getting that out, and I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that there was a whole team of folks that worked on this at ERCOT, and 3 individuals in particular, A.G. Springer, Christina Switzer, and Evan Rowe, who had spent a lot of hours over weekends, some really late nights. There were times where I would go to bed, and they'd be asked questions, and I'd go to bed, and I'd wake up, and they'd sent the latest version that they'd worked on until midnight. So just wanted to, the kudos that we've gotten, I wanted to extend that and make sure that the team was recognized for their hard work. Okay, so with that, and one other kind of upfront comment I want to make is that I think Matt kind of alluded to this, but this is a process. So what we have posted, that is likely not the final version. That your comments, not just hey, you got it wrong, ERCOT, but here's alternative language that we think works better. I think that is helpful. We've tried to take that feedback that we've gotten along the way. So I've already heard comments today of, hey, you said something different at a previous workshop, and why did you change? And that change has been because of the feedback that we've gotten. And so this is still a process where we are asking for that feedback. Okay, so with that, I wanted to start here again. That this was a slide that AG put together for the last workshop that I think got a lot of good comments and feedback and was helpful for the discussion. So I wanted to start here. So we're going to start with the study process. So Matt, I think we'll try to go through slide 42 if we can achieve that before lunch, and then we'll stop and take comments and questions at that time. But I'm going to start here with kind of overall high level, what is the process that we are proposing? And that is that we would have in batch zero, again, this is, I think we've heard the feedback on should we have a longer process. I think we can discuss that for, the subsequent figure for the ongoing batch. But for batch zero, as laid out in figure 145, is that we would have a 6-month process where we would do, ERCOT would perform steady state and dynamic stability studies. We would identify where we have planning criteria violations due to the addition of the new large loads that are under study in batch zero, and that we would work iteratively with the TSPs to identify some upgrades that could be put in place in time to get the loads served at a higher level. At the end of that study, there will be a commitment period that is currently laid out as a 30-day commitment period, and that 30-day is a copy-paste from 58481 PFP draft, a 30-day commitment period. This came up in FAQs, already heard it again today. That commitment, in any financial security that it would be required based on upgrades, would be at that snapshot in time of what we know at the end of that batch study process. So, obviously, Commission can, they can change the rules, but as we are reading 58481, that commitment is a snapshot in time commitment. And so that is what you know at that point in time. So if the refinement study or a later RPG project identifies a different set of transmission upgrades, that does not impact what is committed to at this point in time. This ILLE commitment period is based on what we know at that snapshot in time. Based on the loads that then commit, then we would go through a 3-month batch zero refinement. This 3-month would be, say, next spring, so approximately a year from now. We would be working on this refinement to determine, based on which of those loads have committed, which transmission projects were identified, are needed to move forward. We would also look at alternative transmission upgrade options, and we would develop a transmission plan that would go to the RPG, and if needed, would receive board endorsement. So that high level, that's the process. So let's get into details. So Matt kind of noted this earlier, but I'll point out again. So we have, a lot of these slides are carryover from the February 26th workshop, but where we have made changes or made clarifications, some of these aren't actually changes. We've tried to mark that with red text. So some of this is just clarifications, but where we've made changes and or clarifications then from the February 26th slides, then we've tried to note that in red. So the study scope is essentially what we had laid out at the February 26th workshop, where we would be studying 2028 to 2032, which is years 1 to 5. Those you're trying to identify what are the criteria violations for summer peak, summer no solar condition, as well as fall peak, and we'll do that. Try to identify those criteria violations, and then try to come up with transmission upgrades. Really, no change on the study methodology. And the study elements that we had laid out at the February 26th workshop is we'll prepare those study cases. If you look at the timeline, we actually start. We'll talk later about the July 15th as being sort of our snapshot for when we are going to kind of identify the criteria for the loads.
I'm not under PG&E, so no worries. Bye.
We'll identify the study cases will actually start before that July 15th to put together those study cases. Then we'll run our reliability assessment. Then that's primarily a steady state analysis. Then we will also run a stability screening assessment, as we talked about at previous workshops. We'll identify what those transmission improvement projects are, and then we'll also be looking for the other study elements. It's not just steady state and stability studies that go into large load interconnection study. There are other elements, so we'll be looking for those elements as well. Okay, at the 26th workshop, we did not have these dates laid out, but have those now as are included in Figure 145. Our cutoff date for getting information to go into the study will be July 15th. That would allow us to post or to finalize the Batch Zero study report at the end of January of 2027, which leads to a March 1st commitment deadline for the large load. So TSPs would need to notify us by March 1st that commitment deadline or that commitment has requirements have been met. And that then leads to a June 1st completion of the Batch Zero refinement study, which would, at that point, we would submit that set of projects to RPG. The outputs really, at a high level, haven't changed since the February 26th workshop. So looking to have a study report, a load commissioning plan, estimated security requirements for the loads to meet for the that March 1st deadline, and there would be maybe some additional information that we would send just to TSP, some information that may be considered confidential. And again, refinement and RPG handoff, that really hasn't changed. We added clarification that the megawatt allocation for the large loads that meet that commitment criteria, that is not expected to be adjusted during the refinement period. So if we tell a load that in 2029 that they have 250 megawatts allocated, we would not, if the transmission plan changes, that 250 megawatt doesn't change. They still have that 250 megawatts in that year. Tried to put together just a little chart to illustrate what we're thinking on how this works. And I'll walk through it real quick, and hopefully this will be helpful. But the developers essentially would need to meet the intermediate agreement requirements to qualify, and we'll walk through what does that mean. We'll walk through that later on in the presentation. But the TSPs would then send the information to ERCOT. ERCOT will then build the study cases. We'll post those cases on MIS certified. ERCOT will be performing the steady state study then. TSPs, they can also perform their own study. And that, I think that performing their own study is optional, but working with us, we would expect that we would have, trying to illustrate here with the arrows, back and forth with the TSPs on the study results. We'll also similarly be performing the stability screening study and would expect to have back and forth conversations with TSPs as we are identifying the planning criteria violations. At the conclusion of the stability screening study, then we would have all the results. We would communicate those results. And at that point, that's that commitment where the developer and the TSP would enter into the interconnection agreement and need to meet the interconnection agreement requirements as what will be laid out in 58481. ERCOT would then post or would perform the refinement transmission planning study based on which loads the TSPs have communicated to us have met the interconnection agreement requirements. We would, of course, need cost estimates and a final review of those. Cost estimates are important because that information would be needed as we're submitting that refinement transmission plan for RPG review. ERCOT would then, this is sort of a change from the current process, is ERCOT would then submit that set of projects for RPG review. We'll resolve any RPG comments and, if necessary, take those projects to the Board of Directors for endorsement. So that high level, hopefully that helps. I know it's a little bit of a busy slide, but hopefully that kind of helps illustrate the process a little bit better. And this is also a carryover from the last workshop, but the dates have been slightly modified to align with what was submitted in Figure 145. So again, we're starting that case build early so that we can capture, if there are, for example, RPG projects that are endorsed at the June Board of Directors, then we would try to incorporate those projects into the study cases. We'll build those study cases, and then roughly late September is when we would start the steady state analysis with the stability screening starting shortly thereafter. Final report at the end of January, And then that gives that 30-day commitment window is roughly the month of February. That then leads to the the FACT2 stability study. So we didn't talk about that. That's not really in the PIGR, but it's a compliance obligation that ERCOT would have, where we would be doing a full stability study. But then the batch refinement study would start roughly March 1st and go through June, have a RPG comment period, resolve any comments, and then that leads us to a August TAC and September board endorsement in 2027 for whatever transmission projects come out of the refinement study. Okay, so I'm going to walk through each of those steps that are laid out. If you see, we've got these steps here, 1 through 9 on the left on this Gantt chart view. I want to walk through each of those and what do those mean. So for the case build for Batch Zero, there's certain information that we will need from the TDSPs. And so we need the TSPs to send us that information. We would then build the cases, and we would make our determination regarding which loads are meeting the criteria to be included in Batch Zero based on the information that the TDSPs are giving us. And then we would, of course, build the cases. Steady state analysis, I think we've talked about this previously. Nothing has really changed since the last workshop, so I'll just skim over that real fast. The stability screening, I think this is more a clarification. This hasn't really changed, but it's we're looking at any stability screening criteria violations. This is primarily a voltage stability type analysis that we're running. And so we're going to look at that. We're going to do that screening and see how much of the peak demand can we reliably serve each year, and we'll identify those constraints. And then we'll produce a final report summarizing the results. We've said this before, so this is just a clarification that as designed right now on PIGR 145, the 2033 load, we will set at the requested amount. So this is a year 6 assumption that we would be able to construct the transmission that would be necessary to serve the full load by 2033, even if we don't identify what all those transmission upgrades are in that batch study timeframe. And the idea here is if you look at that time window, let me go back because I didn't talk about this, but that window of commitment lines up with the beginning of 2027 RTP. So the idea here is that that year 6 analysis, that we weren't able to identify all those upgrades as part of the batch study, we would be able to identify all those as part of the 2027 RTP. And then, of course, the information, the final report would be used by the TSPs. They would know what the financial security obligations, and this is, again, dependent on final rule for 58481, but whatever would be necessary, the idea is that from an ERCOT perspective, that the information would be included in the final report. Of course, there's going to be information that ERCOT doesn't have that the TSPs or TDSPs would have themselves, but any information that they would need from ERCOT would be included in the final report. Okay, so the developer commitment deadline, the idea here is that the developers will get a megawatt by year allocation, and they would then need to enter into that binding interconnection agreement by March 1st. The details of what is needed to satisfy that interconnection agreement is essentially whatever comes out of 58481. So we have included what we think is the requirements right now based on the draft PFP. But ultimately, this will be, and again, this is February of 27, March 1st of 2027. We're expecting that we would have the final 58481 rule in place by that time, so it'll be clear what the requirements are at that time for meeting the interconnection agreement requirements. And then ERCOT, we need the TDSP to formally tell us that the loads have met that interconnection agreement criteria. So we need that formal notification that the loads have met that. If a load does not meet that, then we would assume that that large load has withdrawn their application. So it is not like today where loads, I guess there is a deadline today, but I would say it's not like it was previously where you could kind of indefinitely hang out. There would be a definite decision point that the load needs to make in order to move forward. We are contemplating having a, some sort of ramp in this is not in the batch zero, this is not in Figure 145, but in the ongoing process, having some sort of kind of bridge where if you didn't like the results, you don't have to start completely over again. You would be able to go into the next batch, but we'll lay that out when we get to that batch study process. But there is a clear decision point, though, at the end of between the end of January and March 1st, where the loads would have to make that decision on if they want to commit or withdraw. If they don't commit, then we will assume that they are going to withdraw. And then just to reiterate, if that load makes that commitment, no matter what happens down the road, we're not going to reallocate those megawatts. So if you commit to 250 megawatts, then we would not go back and reallocate that. I didn't use this language in the PIGR, but colloquially, you're locked in on those megawatts at March 1st. And we've talked about this refinement study quite a bit, but the idea is that we would then take whichever loads have committed, then we would go through this refinement process where we're looking at the loads that have committed and the transmission upgrades and assessing whether those are the right transmission upgrades still. We may also, this gives us some additional time to look at alternatives. So even if all the loads committed, there's still some time period in there where we could modify the transmission upgrades. But again, that does not affect the financial commitment or does not affect the megawatts from the loads. And then that refinement study would result in a final report and recommended transmission facility improvements that would be submitted for RPG project review. We would then take that through an RPG comment process. That RPG project classification, the way that we're thinking about this is that you would group all of the transmission projects that are included in that refinement study, and that would be submitted as a single package. And so that single package would be based on, the tier classification would be based on that entirety of that package. So if it's, 5 $50 million projects, that would be, some total that would be a $250 million project. It'd be a tier 1 project, so we would take that to the board for board endorsement. But the refinement study would act as ERCOT's independent review, so we would not then go and do a separate independent review of that. The refinement study is ERCOT's. It's both the submittal and the independent review for that set of projects. And then we'll go through an RPG study mode. If we have comments, the comments are not really would not be, don't serve this load, don't reallocate the megawatts. It's really more refinement of the transmission alternatives. And then we would, as noted, we would take that to TAC and the board for endorsement. And then this is not really part of Figure 145, but we wanted to reiterate this idea that, as laid out in Figure 145, and heard the comments from the survey and the comments this morning on potentially, is this 6 months steady cadence, is that the right thing? But as we have at least contemplated it, it is a 6-month process. A 6-month cadence that is a longer process if you consider the refinement and that, but the cadence at least is that this would happen every 6 months. Okay, so with that, that's a lot of getting into details, but let's pause and take any questions that folks have.
Great. Now, I don't know if it's clear in the IM I sent a minute ago. We were going to wait until we got to the end and then open the queue. So we just opened the queue. So if you're already in the queue, get in again, because that was the idea. And the reason I'm doing this, and if I didn't articulate it well, sometimes the slides will answer the question, and we just want to keep this as efficient as possible. So now we'll start working through. And again, also, nothing that Jeff really did went into eligibility. This is the mechanics of how the process is run and how fit together. We have a whole other section on eligibility in the next piece. So, all right, with that, we'll start the queue. Do you know who's number one? All right, Ned, you're number one.
I feel like I guessed the right number of jelly beans in the jar.
That's right. That's right.
All right, so I've got a couple. I think some of them will be pretty quick. The first one is on slide 30 with the July 15th deadline, or the required project info submitted for inclusion. I think in some of the prior materials, you all had communicated an expected effective date of August 1st. Does this imply that that is changing and moving up?
No, it's really, I think the effective date of the PIGR would be technically if I think if the commission approves it, and so the way I'm thinking about it is the board endorses it on June 1 or June 2. I think the next 30 days that the commission would have to approve it would be, or their next meeting 30 days after would be July 9th open meeting, which would make it effective on August 1st if we follow kind of the normal process. Right. So that is the effective date, but that can look back and say that July 15th is our cutoff for when we are looking at. It can look back for that July 15th date and say that's our cutoff date for when we would accept the project information.
Okay, so y'all are looking at that as kind of it's been approved, it's not in effect, but it's in the gray area in between.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Want to think a little bit about that.
And that's important because we need to start. We need to get those cases built. We need to. I think what we've heard a lot of comments is, you need to hurry and start this as soon as possible so you can get results as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And so that's our thinking there.
Yeah, and it's important trade-offs to think through as trying to be tight with the procedural, not having things be retroactive in application, but also be able to move fast. So but I appreciate that there's a tension you're trying to balance and resolve there. So
and not to belabor that, but the tie-in with the 2027 RTP I think is important. So we want to have that commitment window be such that the loads that are committed in a time frame where we would be able to get them into the 2027 RTP.
Yeah, and can appreciate that from the prior discussion.
So that's how we kind of back up and get to July 15th.
Okay, makes sense. So next one is clarification on slide 31. You've got the green box in the middle, bottom says provide cost estimates. And we were just talking about having a point-in-time cost estimate at the end of the batch that would feed into the bottom left box on signing the interconnection agreement. So would there be a true-up within the 3 months of the refinement, or it would be locked in at the interconnection agreement point?
Yeah. So again, and 5841 is subject to change, but I think the way that we are reading that is a point-in-time commitment.
Okay.
So it is at the end of that time, the load needs to make that financial commitment.
Okay, and allocation within, if you've got a bunch of projects that are all contributing to different upgrades, will you be doing that on just a even split, or is there a percentage allocation on how contributions to a particular upgrade would need to be considered there?
I think that is. I think right now that we're thinking we should wait on 5841. That will likely provide clarity on what we should do there.
Okay, and then last one.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll just jump in and just remind folks that the primary commitment that's being contemplated in 58481 is about the security, right?
Yeah.
And not necessarily about the construction in native, or the contribution in native construction related to the direct cost to interconnect. And so I know this is a point of contention, and I know that the rule that's before the commissioners for Thursday, I think lots of people are weighing in on kind of the timing and dollar amounts of those security commitments as they tie into the interconnection agreement, and then how that plays into what your kayak contributions are and other types of financial security. I think those are kind of a waterfall effect after that.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. Last question I had was on slide 39, and the plan to have all of the refinement projects go through a single regional project in combination. Is there a reason why ERCOT wouldn't want to maybe consider doing some maybe sub-regional allocation? So instead of like one big one for the entire state of Texas, you might have one that's applicable for West Texas, one for South Texas, one for North, one for East.
Yeah, I think efficiency. Our thinking here is we just want to be as efficient as possible. So submit a single package of projects. We thought that would be most efficient rather than preparing, having to make a judgment call. Okay, is this line upgrade? Does that go with this, or this region or that region? It's just put it all in one package.
Okay. The one thing that stood out to us in reviewing that was you could get into a lot of comments around a single package, and then there may be one region where it's pretty clear and there isn't a whole lot of debate about it, but then the comments on another region could hold up the other. So there may be some need to consider whether you can move faster if you don't do it all as a single shot, but a couple large aggregated shots.
Okay.
All right, next question, Martha.
Thanks, Matt. Martha Hinson with Oncor. On slide 30, where it spoke to the July 15th, 2026 date, where you need all the information from the TSPs, are you expecting that to look like an RFI from ERCOT to TSPs, maybe like something similar to the RTP RFI, or have you thought yet about what the format of that is going to look like?
I have not thought a lot about that. I think just to be frank, I think that what we had envisioned was more that this is a requirement in the planning guide for the TSPs to provide this information to us, and so it would not need an RFI. The TSPs would just provide the information. That said, if it would be helpful if we provided a template or something like that, then I think we're open to that.
Yeah, I think that might be helpful. There's a lot of information that you're going to need from us and different dates attached to different things. I guess the other thing along that lines, it'd be helpful if ERCOT could consider would be whether there's some way you could standardize all the various attestations that are needed, like for our equipment, the customer's equipment, and the site development and stuff. I think it'll be easier both on you and on us to have a standard form for that could be used, so we're not seeing like 20 different
right.
types of attestations.
Yeah, that's good feedback. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, next, Kevin Hansen.
Yeah, Jeff, my question was just make sure I'm trying to understand this. Is that right now, year 5, would it be limited by the amount of load? But year 6 could theoretically be infinite loads added, and the cases would still solve because we have infinite generation from Figure 127.
Yeah, I think Theoretically, that's correct. Practically,
Okay.
I think that's
I'm just
not likely.
making sure there's no limitation on year 6.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
All right, next question, Shannon Caraway.
Same slides, or what his was, 28. So here on the study horizon, you're saying 28 through 32. I was previously sort of expecting it to be 27 through 31. So for a load that's energizing in 27, how are you treating that here?
So I think the loads that are energizing in 27, I think that the earliest, if you look at the, I think it's fourth quarter, if I remember right, there is the earliest you could energize in 27 if you are in this in this study.
That's where you had to provide proof that you had met certain criteria. You could, but it wasn't, you couldn't energize before then. It's anywhere then and earlier you had to provide proof that you were ready.
Yeah, so
Hey, Jeff, AG
Yeah.
was willing to pipe in on this one if you want.
Yeah, okay, yeah, AG, go ahead.
Hey, this is AG Springer, ERCOT. Shannon, the way that this is structured is very similar to the flow chart that was shown at the February 26th workshop, that there is a path for loads energizing in 2027 to demonstrate that they have sufficient development progress for that to be realistic. And as a result, if they meet all the criteria, then they are included as base load. In the event that the load is not able to demonstrate that, it is included as studied load, but with a 2028, January 1, 2028 energization date or later. So that's based on the stakeholder feedback that loads that were not already under construction really had no realistic path to energizing in 2027.
All right, I think that's really helpful. So let me restate and see if this is what you're saying. If you're a 27 project and you meet the criteria, you come in as base load. The 2028 through 32 is really the years you're studying for allocation. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I'd say that's accurate.
Okay, that's super helpful, very clear. Next question or comments on 31. Over at the right, second box, you've got bill cases and post on MAIS certified area. Thank you for that. I think that's helpful. I think we should have also a post on MAIS certified area after the communicate results piece. So in other words, what's coming out of it, there should be a whole set of transmission upgrades that were assumed. So let's add a box to get that published as well, would be really helpful.
Okay, yeah, I think we could do that.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next up is Lee Bratcher.
Hey, good morning. Based upon the flow chart that AG and Shannon were just discussing, when you go to slide 30, there seems to be a way for a load that has an energization date in 2028 to make it into batch zero as load that is not considered for reallocation. But that load would have to have met the full interconnection agreement criteria before the July 15th deadline. And then it's also saying here that that load needs to meet the full interconnection criteria by March 1st of 2027. Wouldn't it have already had to meet that criteria? Is that just a unique case, or am I understanding this incorrectly?
Yeah, we might get into this a little bit more later on in the presentation, but I think it is there are loads that will be considered not subject to restudy in firm, if you will, in batch zero, and there are other loads that in batch zero will be studied and allocated megawatts. That firmness, I think that those loads that are not restudied, I think that date is July 15th to meet that. But the loads that are studied, their interconnection agreement date is March 1st, or deadline, I should say.
Okay, that's very helpful, and that makes a lot of sense. Last question is unrelated. It's on the a previous slide. I'm not sure, remember which one, but it's the no solar scenario. But my question is, since solar is so commonly matched with batteries, and the chances of a no wind night to charge batteries and then a no solar day the day following is pretty low, and also ERCOT has the ability to curtail large loads if emergencies arise, because of the Senate Bill 6. Are we sure that it's necessary to include a no solar scenario? It seems like it's self-limiting in a sense because of those protections.
So a couple clarifications. So the way that we are thinking, if I understand the section you're referring to out of SB 6 correctly, the way that we were thinking about that is that's really for system-wide emergencies. So that curtailment piece would not be applicable for transmission to manage transmission constraints. That's really a system-wide energy emergency. So we would not want to rely on the loads for every day the sun sets managing transmission constraint. And so we do see that this shows up quite a bit in real time now. This is a critical operating condition that we need to study, is that no solar case. Now, you mentioned batteries. I think there will be an assumption on some output from the batteries. I don't know what that is off the top of my head. I'd have to go back and talk to the engineering team. But there is some assumption there that you would get something from the batteries at that no solar time.
Understood. Thanks.
All right. Next question. Oops, got covered up there. Joel, go ahead.
Yeah. Slide 38, please. So in this sort of refinement and the idea that megawatts that have been committed to aren't subject to reallocation, does that include the ramp schedule? Is that
correct? Yes.
As well? So even if the refinement results in transmission projects that are going to take longer, you're not going to change the ramp schedules of the loads.
Yeah, I would maybe say that the other way around is that the transmission plan the alternative transmission projects would not be considered valid if they can't meet the ramp schedule that has been committed to.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next, Clayton Greer. Clayton, if you're talking, we don't hear you yet.
Sorry,
Oh,
I was muted. Yeah, slide 31, please. I think you correctly show in there the back and forth that would, under this current style process, you're going to have a massive back and forth between the performing the steady states and then allowing the TSPs to review those. With what we saw with the Grid Astra tool, are you not thinking of using Grid Astra, I guess, on this?
You're putting me in an awkward spot, Clayton, because I'll say we are currently evaluating different software tools that could help with this process. I think our expectation is that for Batch Zero, that we will be using the tools that we currently have. Not sure yet about the ongoing process, but I think we're using current tools, which are primarily going to be PowerWorld and PSSE for running the analysis. But I will acknowledge that we are looking at various software tools for speeding up the process going forward.
Okay, I guess I'm a little confused at how we think we're going to actually get this to solve. From your previous presentation, it looks like you're going to try to put 140 gigs through this first batch. If it all, depending on how the rule comes out and if people post their security and whatnot. But it's taken over a year for the RPG process to process a 4 gigawatt upgrade in the southern Dallas areas. so it's going on over 13 months for that. So, I'm not sure. There's a lot of ways that this could not be successful, and I think that if you don't adopt some of these tools, you're not going to be successful if you're trying to clear that much load and come up with that many projects that have to go through that complex of a strategy with the TSPs, not working, working independently, and you're throwing projects at them, and then they're providing feedback back. I just don't know how this works.
Yeah, I appreciate the comment, and I'll just say, we understand the modeling challenges and are actively looking for ways to resolve those challenges.
Yeah, okay, good. That's good to hear. And then on the, I forget the slide where you're asking for affidavits from the TSPs on what loads. That process probably needs to be automated to where you're clicking boxes. Who posted and who didn't, so that you're not going through like paperwork through an executive's desk signing off on each individual project, because for like Oncor, for instance, that's probably going to be quite a few projects that they're having to process. So I would suggest maybe on the back end, I know that you're looking at all these improvements, but that seems like low-hanging fruit to try to make that a more automated process. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
All right, then Clayton, Chris Mattis.
Chris Mattis, Google. This is on slide 42. And so here's where I think maybe we're just having communication issues about what's 6 months, what's 9 months, and what's a year. Because to me, this looks like a 9-month process, and I think y'all would call it a 6-month process, but the deliverable is at the end of, a little more than 9 months. I think maybe, and I'm open to feedback on this, I think I would just call this all, the 9-month batch process, because it's going to include the refinement, it's going to include the transmission plan finalization, and stakeholders would probably feel a lot more comfortable because then they, again, know the outcomes of this entire thing. It's not just like, we run the first steady state, and that's the batch process. No, it's we run the steady state, we do the refinement, we get to the transmission plan finalization, and that's the batch process. So if this is like closer to the 6 months that you're referring to, and you can commit to the refinement and transmission plan finalization at the end of January, like loosely, I guess that's like a 12-month process, right, on there?
Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, the semantics I think we haven't been clear on.
Yeah.
I think it is. If you look at really that July 15th as the start date, say, for that's when we need the information.
Yeah.
And even really, we're probably starting in June to build those cases.
Uh-huh.
The final board endorsement of those projects isn't until September of 2027.
Okay.
So that process is actually maybe a 15-month process.
Yeah.
But I think what is proposed here is that you're running that, call it a 15-month process, on a 6-month cadence.
That's fine too. I like the cadence of going every 6 months with it, provided, in the next 6 months we have the baseline from the prior study to make it go forward. I think the question has been a semantics issue because I like this, but this is, closer to like a 12-month actual process plus the board time for approval. So maybe we are actually talking the same thing here.
Okay.
It's a 6-month cadence, which is fine.
Right.
But it is a 12-ish month process that comes with batch refinement and transmission plan finalization. So if we could just clarify that somehow.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll think about how to communicate that better. I think in like PUC chairman said this early at one of the open meetings that there are trade-offs here.
Yeah.
In how we do this. The particular trade-off that we're trying to make with a 6-month cadence is you have speed, but there are things that are running in parallel.
Right.
If you do that, and that parallel, I think we've heard feedback from various stakeholders in the previous workshops is that parallel effort means that there's, I think that's more from a transmission perspective is I'm starting this batch without knowing what the final transmission solution is from the previous batch. And there are challenges with doing that. If you're running a 6-month cadence, you have to make that trade-off. We could lengthen the cadence, and we could do it 9-month cadence or 12-month cadence, and maybe that we don't have that to make that trade-off then.
Yeah.
Where we have to have that uncertainty in the transmission plan.
Mm-hmm.
But in this long-winded way of setting up a question back to you is from a developer perspective, from a load perspective, that transmission certainty, is that important to you if it doesn't change your megawatts?
I think right now, because past projects are currently being treated as future indicators, it is, because the lack of certain transmission projects being completed has objectively affected my energization. So, and that's just a consequence, I think, of the size of the loads that are trying to interconnect, right? So I don't know how we can entirely separate those two issues. I think within this process, with your refinements, you don't have to have a perfect base model in the first 6 months and go on the cadence, and the refinement may be able to catch it. So there's certainly some questions from a process point, but I would have a very hard time accepting a process that doesn't offer at least firm transmission upgrades for RPG approval at the end of the refinement, because I currently have projects now that cannot energize without those transmission projects.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so that's...
Yeah, I understand.
I understand when y'all say, like, we'll be able to energize irrespective of this, like, transmission piece coming out of there. And sure, with your 6-year sort of backstop on it, that's probably possible. I'm not going to say that because... in theory, you can get maybe the transmission upgrades in 6 years. I'm very skeptical because the current process is delaying my energizations for projects that have been waiting for over a year in RPG. So I think as a 6-month study plus batch process refinement as a batch process, that's fine. And then taking the batch process and starting it on a 6-month cadence is also fine. But it will be hard to divorce like Batch Zero not coming out with firm transmission and batch plan finalization in May. And to me, that's not a 6-month study. It's a 11-month process, call it 15 with board approval kind of thing. And that it's not necessarily a semantics issue. It's understanding the difference between what is the batch process, what is the process I am taking a project through, and what is the cadence of me to submit different projects.
When do you have approval to energize your load?
Well, right now I have approval to energize my load contingent on transmission upgrades. So that's why I'm saying that's why I'm saying like the batch process to me is the 6-month study plus the refinement, but the cadence in which you're going through batches is a separate thing.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Next, Bill Barnes.
Thanks, Jeff. When are TSPs identified for the specific projects in the plan coming out of the batch study, refinement study? Is that part of what you're doing? You're assigning TSPs each particular project, or where does that happen?
Yeah, I lost my slide. Yeah, so that I think today that happens at actually I don't know when that happens. I think that happens at RPG. I think that's when that would occur is at the RPG phase. I think it's and I'm speaking a little bit out of turn because I'm going back to my old transmission planning days, and I think that's a little bit more spelled out in statute now. So actually, I might need a transmission planning friend to help answer that. But I think that that's occurring as part of that RPG process.
Okay. I was just thinking about what TAC and the board is approving, and usually that's the outcome of the RTP with a TSP filing a project to meet that need. And so I'm just kind of wondering, because it looks like in your timeline for what TAC approves, it's the refinement study plan. So it feels like that would have to have the TSPs already identified in that and the cost for TAC and the board to approve it. So I'm just curious when that happens, and also what happens if TSPs disagree on who gets what segment.
Yeah, I think Prabhu stepped up to the mic, so I might phone a friend there.
Yeah, Prabhu Niravaruk. So the way we, at least in Figure 145, the way we are thinking about batch is different from what RPG is in the current form. So we are trying to expedite the process for the batch process that's laid out in Figure. I think Jeff will probably talk about it later, but I know people are thinking about the current RPG context, and this batch this is different. This is not, it's different from what we do in the current RPG. So I think some of the things will be answered there, but if there are projects that we can process through the batch, that's something we need to think about, whether it has to go through a regular RPG. I think that's my initial thinking, but that's something we need to discuss.
Okay, so TAC and board will approve an overall transmission plan that will show cost and what transmission improvements need to happen. We may not know that in the TSPs for each segment until they kind of work that out amongst themselves and file CCNs at the commission.
Yes, and I think the way I'm imagining this is batch study is going to identify projects that can be built and that can be sorted out in the process. If there are projects that cannot be sorted out in the batch process, I'm thinking that it has to go through a separate process. So, yeah, I mean,
okay,
I'll leave it there.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. And I'm probably going to go ahead and cut the queue at this point. So Sam Jung is the last one in here, and see if we can clear out, it looks to be about 15 questions before noon lunch. So on we go. Angela, you're next.
Hey, Jeff. Just had a quick clarifying question on slide 37 on development commitment. So my question is, do all loads in Batch Zero need to meet the interconnection agreement requirements at this commitment stage, even loads that are not subject to allocation? I'm thinking specifically for loads that are operational and or loads that are late stage and can meet all of those requirements to be considered a firm load. Do they still have to sign this IA and post all the securities laid out in 58481?
So I think conceptually, and yeah, AG or Christina, feel free to chime in if I go straight here.
Jeff, I'm happy to take this one.
Yeah, okay, thanks, AG.
So Angela, with the exception of loads that are or become operational prior to July 15th in the current in the file draft of the PIGR, or loads that make the May 1st quarterly stability assessment this year, or one of the interim voltage ride-through assessments that have been performed. Those are the only loads that would not need to meet the interconnection agreements criteria defined in section 972. The thinking there is that those loads will be operational prior to July 15th, or in the case of the QSA, will be energized within the last quarter of the year. All other loads that have a path to treatment as firm in the study would need to meet the 972 interconnection agreements criteria.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is Godfrey Arthur.
Yeah, hello. I did ask this question earlier before this section. I was hoping to get an answer. And it's kind of similar to Angela's question, except that I asked about the intermediate criteria, where specifically asking if loads were partial studies complete, were obligated to meet the same financial, that's the 100,000 per megawatt commitments to be considered in the batch zero process. I saw on slide 36, but that's still, I don't know, it's not too clear for me. If we go to slide 36, the third bullet, I believe. Yes. So, I guess the question still stands because I still can't see the answer to the question from the discussion so far, unless the most recent answer still applies to it, which is to say that except for those who have been studied in the May 1st QSA and those energized on July 15th, except for those ones, everybody else is subject to it.
Yeah, and Gottfried, I hate to do this to you, but I'm going to tell you to hang on a little bit longer to that question because I think this afternoon, later slides in this deck, I think we're going to cover that. So I apologize for putting you off again, but I think that we'll get to that, and hopefully you'll be able to explain that better with later slides.
No problem. I'll keep hanging on.
Okay.
Yeah. You'll get the Patience Award, Gottfried.
All right. Haynes Schrader, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Haynes Schrader with Skybox. Just a quick question. So if you go to, this goes back to kind of where Chris was talking, but if you go back to slide, 32, just so I'm clear, you're saying, so the final report will go out, or you'll get the final report out in January, and then the loads will have February to make the financial commitment. And at that point, they're locked. What you were saying, Jeff, is at that point, you're locked in the amount of megawatts. But the transmission plan will then have to go through the RPG process, and you're just not going to know perhaps exact dates and allocations until, you're saying here September really for final approval. Is that?
No. So what the report that comes out at the end of January, it will have a megawatt allocation by year. After that report comes out, that does not change for any loads that meet the interconnection agreement criteria. So if it's 250 megawatts in 2029 and 350 megawatts in 2030, no matter what happens later in the process, those megawatt values will not change.
Okay,
that
I think
ramp schedule doesn't change.
Okay, two quick follow-ups, but Chris, was the point of contention there that just because the dates are on paper with ERCOT, there may be some doubt in the delivery date on if there are transmission upgrades required with those dates? Was that? I just want to make sure I'm following.
Yeah, I think the question is, one, it kind of relates back to the survey question and the huge difference, I think, between 6-month and 12-month and what's coming out of that. When we define the 6-month process, I think as ERCOT is actually describing it, it's really just the first steady state process and
right.
Not the refinement plus the RPG upgrades. But if you account for that second part, and this is where I think it's somewhat of a semantics issue, that process is not the 6-month process that developers, I think, believe it is on the check. It's actually just the first steady state. And that the whole batch, if you're going through batch zero with a load, it is actually closer to a 15-month process like it's defined in here. But then those batches are run on 6-month cadences. So the next batch starts, call it halfway through the entire batch one starts, call it halfway through the entire process of batch zero. And so I think basically what I was trying to do was try not to be as harsh in my criticism, realizing we might have been talking past each other on very similar issues. But I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding that like 6 months is what this process is, and you're going to be done with it with firm upgrades or not. 6 months is just the first stability screening. And then when we're done with that, you have the decision period before you have the refinement study and the RPG upgrades come out of it. So this entire batch zero process is and every subsequent batch process is on this timeline on a 6-month cadence. It is a 15-month batch on a 6-month cadence of batches.
Got it. Okay. And then sorry, last piece is just if how do you determine once a developer is committed to the final report, what risk is there that this doesn't get approved down the line?
That the transmission plan does not get approved. I can't stand here and say that there's no risk to that, but I think historically projects that have that ERCOT has endorsed, those projects historically get constructed.
Okay, that's consistent with my understanding as well. Thank you.
All right, Michael Jewell.
Yeah, thank you very much. Taking a look at slide 30, please. So on the primary outputs that are coming out of this process, third bullet, we've got estimated security requirements and kayak obligations. So one of the things that will come out of this is you'll know what your kayak is that you're going to have to pay when you're signing the interconnection agreement, correct?
Yes.
And
that's our expectation.
Okay. And then the next bullet, the detailed upgrade list and associated large loads, is this saying that, if there's remote transmission upgrades other than what's necessary to immediately interconnect you, that those will be identified and then the cost of those, and it's going to be determined as to what is applicable to which large load, and then they're going to have to provide the financial security for those costs?
The way that we're thinking about that right now is that we need to support whatever comes out of 58481. So if 5841 ends up requiring that financial security, then we need to have that information available in the final report. But I think I think that is a commission decision, or ERCOT's. We're just trying to meet whatever the commission decides is appropriate.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
All right, next, Sandeep Borkar.
Yeah, a question on the 2033 reference, just a clarification. Just going through the process, I think on slide 32, is it? The timeline. If, take an extreme example, a load is in the queue, gets studied, gets allocated 0 in the first 5 years, and in year 6 you get all of your amount. Is there anything stopping that load from going ahead and signing an agreement, IA, and firming up that 2033 capacity? And in parallel, the TSP is then filing an RPG project for 2033. And then does that get locked in the next batch cycle?
Yeah. So in that example, there's nothing that would prevent that from happening.
So it's totally on the developer if they want to take the risk of putting down the commitment, not knowing whether they'll have capacity in year 6 or not.
We're making an assumption that, again, based on history, we're making an assumption that we would be able to get the transmission built to serve that load.
Got it. Thanks. So that was it for the 2033 question. The second comment was more for awareness for the group. As we were thinking through it, realized that folks who will be working on agreements will be doing kind of overtime, right? They'll be working on IDAs for the interim agreements for the next batch and working on the IAs for the previous batch. And so we factor that into that 30-day that we are putting on TSPs to get those agreements signed, factor that both of them have to generally meet that small window.
All right. Abhijit, go ahead.
Hello. Hi.
So my question is basically on slide 31. The previous
Sorry,
one.
34, 31?
31, yeah. Yeah.
And Abhijit, if you can
next one.
speak up a little bit, that'll help. Thanks.
Is it clear now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, so I heard that there's an option for TSP to conduct studies in parallel with the batch study. Is that what will be the importance of the study? What developer will get out of it? Will there be any additional cost for the study? And does ERCOT plan to give any directions to TSP on those kind of studies?
Yeah, okay. That's a good clarification. So this is not to produce like a parallel, a different study result. Our thinking here is based on feedback that we've gotten from TSPs is that they may want to also be performing analysis so that they can better identify what are the appropriate transmission upgrades. So rather than wait for ERCOT to send them the results of the study, if they are in parallel studying, then they would be able to identify and work on solutions for the constraints that we will see in our analysis.
Okay, so it's at the discretion of it will be at the discretion of the TSP if they want to do that study, something like that for any of the developers, right?
Yeah, I think that's right. I don't think that we put a requirement in the picker that they need to perform a study. I think, there's not a requirement in the picker that they perform that study.
Maybe another way to say this is they're doing the study to support ERCOT, not to support the individual developer. So you say, okay. Does that help, Abhijit?
Got it. Okay. Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
All right, next question, Andres Marinus.
Guys hear me?
There you are. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is Andres with Cypress Creek. Can you please go to slide 28? Thank you. Can you please clarify the difference between Figure 145 language and the study horizon from this slide? It seems like ERCOT's only studying and doing megawatt allocations for loads 2028 through 2032, but that's not how I'm reading that figure. Like it seems like if loads do not meet that July 15 deadline and the Make USA and the validity of the studies, it looks like those loads will not qualify as base loads. So they would need to be included in the batch. So wouldn't that mean that the study horizon should also include loads that do not qualify for that base load criteria?
Jeff, I can take this one.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Hey, Andres, it's AG. So the criteria for loads to be assessed in the batch is defined in section 9.2.1.2. So 9.2.1.1 defines the base load, and then that next section would cover who is assessed. And then from there, the years assessed in the study, I believe, is covered in 9.3.2. So hopefully that helps.
Well, no, I mean, I got that section pulled up. Like that section that you mentioned, 9.2.1.1, has 4 criteria, right? Criteria number 1, loads that energize between March 2022 and July 15, 2026. Second one is the May 1st USA. Third is all the loads energizing by 2027, and then fourth is past 2028. So I guess the question where the confusion is like, if a load that does not meet, like just for example, a load for end of year 2026 or early 2027, well, that load doesn't meet criteria number 1, right? Because it doesn't meet the July 15, 2026. Let's say that load doesn't meet the May 1st USA, and it doesn't meet the and let's say it already has an IA, but if ERCOT determines that those load studies are no longer valid, what happens to that load? I mean, it's not going to be included as base load, but I mean, it's still at 2026, 2027. Like, is the batch going to capture 2026 and 2027 loads, I guess is the question.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, maybe I think this is a variation of Shannon's question, but let me maybe try showing it in the Gantt chart. So if you don't meet the criteria to be the firm, then you won't know the study results until January 2027, and your commitment window is roughly February to 1st of March. If you meet that commitment criteria, the next possible QSA for you to get into, because we need to study the stability impact, right? The next possible QSA would be the May 1st QSA, which would put your earliest initial energization as October 1 of 2027.
Oh, that's clear to me, Jeff. What I'm getting confused is earlier you guys said that the batch, it's only going to be doing megawatt allocations for 2028, 2023 through 2032. Is that no longer the case? Because like based on what you said, it looks like with my example for loads for 2026 and 2027 that don't meet the criteria for 9211, those loads will be part of the batch, right? Like,
yeah.
So then.
Sorry to interrupt, Andre. So yeah, I'd refer you to paragraph 1A of section 9212, which would catch those loads that don't meet 9211 but have those close-in energization dates. And I mean, I'm sorry we don't have the flow chart we showed at the last workshop in this deck, but effectively, if those loads cannot demonstrate that they have sufficient development progress to meet a 2027 or earlier energization, then those loads would be studied for a 2028 or later energization date in the batch, and that's paragraph 2 of section 9212. So effectively what's going to happen is the loads would be included as studied loads in the batch, but it would be for a 2028 or later energization date.
Oh, I see. So you guys are not going to study any loads for 2026, 2027 in the batch. If they don't meet that base load criteria, they get pushed to the next one.
Correct.
I guess they get 2028.
Correct.
Okay. Real quick, the next question I have was in regards to the financial security that we just covered, that ERCOT's going to be supporting 5841. I guess the question is, ERCOT expects on that commitment period, on those 30 days, I mean, here, like that red bar, for developers to post that financial security for network upgrades, the way the PFP is rated right now with the PUCT. What happens if ERCOT over-collects money? Let's say there's 10 loads, 10 gigawatts. Let's say 500 million are required in upgrades, and you guys collect that. But then you guys go to the refinement process, and you guys determine that, hey, have the loads dropped? We no longer 500 million in upgrades. We only need 250, but you guys collected 500 from developers. Are you guys going to give that money back?
I think that would be whatever 58481 tells us to. Christina, you want to add?
Yeah, Christina Switzer, ERCOT Senior Regulatory Counsel. Just to clarify, ERCOT will not collect any money. That will be between the TSP and the interconnecting entity, large load entity. So it will not be ERCOT. As far as we envision it right now, based on the draft PFP, the financial security will be based on the results of the batch study. Nothing would change after the batch refinement study, as we read the draft PFP right now. All the refund obligations and terms are built in based on either withdrawing or energization. So we do not see that there's a period for that after the refinement study, but that could change.
Okay, so just to confirm, ERCOT's not going to be collecting money. It'll be the TSP, but I mean, maybe this is a topic with the PUCT. I just worry that if we sign in that commitment period within 30 days and we post security to the TSPs, let's say all developers post for 500 million or 1 billion for upgrades, The problem is during the refinements, if some people drop out and there's not another decision point, I mean, we still posted the 500 or 1 billion, even though that's not going to be the money that's going to be needed for the final RPG project. That's the only comment I wanna raise. Thank you.
All right. Next is Joelle. Joelle Abbey in the head.
Yes. Hey, this is Joelle with EPE. Can you all hear me?
Yes, very well. Go ahead.
Okay, very good. Quick question. In this topic, so financial security, the 100K per megawatt, the intermediate, and then after the batch, we have the financial security and kayak. Did we define if these are refundable?
Christina Switzer again. The refundability is based on what is in the draft PFP and 58481, and those are reflected in section 972 of Figure 145, which is directly lifted from 5841.
Okay. What I was trying to get to, so the financial security that is required after the results, right? Within that commitment. This is going to include not just the TIF, not just the whatever they need to physically interconnect, but this will also cover upgrades, correct?
Correct. We took what is in draft 5841 and put it into Figure 145.
All right. And is this on the TSP to come up with an allocation methodology? How are they, like cost allocation?
We will, ERCOT as part of the plan will have the cost estimate that it's developed with the TSP and then would be split among those that contribute to the system upgrade, the need for the system upgrade. I don't have the details on that methodology right now.
Okay, thank you. I have quick other questions with the cases. I can see that in slide 31, we mentioned that they are going to be posted on MIS Secure. Are they also going to be posted on regular MIS, the ones that we can, for example, see the SSWG cases or no?
It would not be on MIS public. I think it's MIS certified right now, but but yeah, I'm not sure. I apologize. I don't know today if SSWG is MIS certified or MIS secure.
It's on public, the SSWG cases. So is there any reconsideration on ERCOT's part for this specific thing?
Yeah, actually, I don't think that they're on MIS public. I'm pretty sure they're not because they're ECEII.
Right, they're on MIS Secure.
And I think for the batch process, we're going to follow existing planning type postings similarly, not introduce new concepts.
All right, so SSWG cases are on MIS Secure, but I think there's a distinction between secure and certified. So will the cases be on MIS Secure the same way SSWG cases are?
Yeah, so I believe the draft right now is that it's on MIS certified. So that's the I think that's our plan right now is on MIS certified.
All right. So here for the transmission improvement analysis that we see on slide 31, this is where ERCOT and the TSP are coming up with the transmission upgrades needed.
Right.
All right. In batch one, let's say, or the batch, so this one is 6 months, we have a commitment, then we have refinement, then there's the other batch that starts. That batch for, let's say, year one to year 6, year one, will it assume all the upgrades identified in batch 0 as implemented, even though RPG is still in process?
No, we'd follow the existing transmission planning processes, which would be we would add those in to the cases once they are RPG approved, but that does not preclude an engineer, when they see a problem from in that subsequent batch, from using that same identified transmission solution as an option to resolve that. But we do need to identify we do need to identify that problem without that project, since that project's not RPG approved.
Okay. All right, and until, let's say somebody gave an example, let's say the results came back as 0 megawatt for, let's say, 5 years, and then on year 6 you have some allocation. will the load developer be able to be net zero on these 5 years? Or is this still being discussed as part of the bring your own generation? Or is there any portion where, for these 5 years you have zero, so you can be net zero on the grid?
Yeah, I think that's, you correctly identified that that's still under discussion, and I think we're going to try to hit that later this afternoon.
All right, thank you, everybody. That's it.
All right, thank you. Evan Neal.
Evan Neal with Lancium. I just have a few interrelated questions here. So the first is just, The first one is just about the cases in general. Is there going to be any process to kind of talk about the assumptions that go into those in greater detail? Is it going to be part of the SSWG published cases, and there's going to be a manual approved by Roth? And then specifically, if you guys know already, I'm curious how officer letter loads will be treated in the Batch Zero base case.
Yeah. So to the first point, these are not SSWG cases, so will not be posted with SSWG. They will be posted on MIS certified. Internally, we've talked about taking the study assumptions to RPG and taking comments at RPG. That did not put that in the picker, but I think conceptually we're open to that idea just to get stakeholder feedback. And then remind me the second part of your question, Evan.
Do you know right now if you're going to include officer letter loads at their full modeled, or are you going to turn them to zero?
Yeah. So officer letter is for loads less than 75 megawatts. Those would be included as the information is provided to us by the TSPs. 75 and greater would be based on the criteria as laid out in essentially 9.2.
Okay, thanks. And then for the net peak load cases specifically, let me back up, but keep the net peak load cases in mind. So for the refinement period, that study, do you anticipate there being outcomes of that change the endpoints of lines that were previously identified? Or, how big of a change can we expect?
Yeah, I think that could be. I think that we would want to. The idea in that refinement study is that you want to have a process that is similar, as Prabhu noted. It's not exactly the same as RPG, but I think it's similar to RPG today, where we're evaluating alternatives and wanting to get the best solution that we can.
Okay, great. And just to that point, I would iterate that since the developers have to put their commitment up before that refinement happens, just to the extent that any CCN risk could be introduced by changing endpoints and all of that stuff, I just would hope that the RPG and TAC would address that. And then I guess, so if you get to the decision point and say a quarter or half of the loads end up dropping out and they don't proceed. Mm-hmm. And so you have a pretty significant change to make in the refinement process. I'm thinking about the net peak load cases, and I'm thinking then you would have to considerably change the generation assumptions that would go in, assuming you're adding generation to the Pigger 127 process.
Yep.
But if you're taking that load out and you're taking generation out, then wouldn't you be changing when the net peak load is in the case?
So I'll say the way that we have been thinking about it up to this point is that we would not change the generation in the case unless there are new generators that have met Section 6.9 that were not already included. We would add those into the model, but otherwise we would not change the generation in the case.
Okay, so the refinement study could have generation included in it that was modeled based off load that is no longer included.
Yes.
Do we anticipate that could significantly drive the transmission outcomes that are identified?
Yeah, I'll say don't know until we get into it, but it's a fair point. We need to think about that.
Okay, great. And then just last one, I promise. In that same breath, I think Haynes was kind of asking this earlier, and I recognize that as far as I'm aware, there's not, TAC has never voted no on an RPG project. but we've also never proposed an RPG project for batches to approve this much load. We've never done it on a net peak load case, and we've never done it with the Figure 127 process. And so has ERCOT just considered the possibility that there could be a no vote somewhere or some type of delay in RPG and how that affects the overlapping timelines that you guys have for like subsequent batches?
Again, you never know until you get there. I think historically, TAC and the board have been supportive of projects that are based on criteria that is laid out in NERC standards and planning guide, the planning guide. I think for both of those, I feel like we're on solid ground with this. We followed the process, the criteria and the processes that have been laid out. So, I think again, based on history, I think we're pretty confident that we could get transmission projects approved.
Okay, and I'm hopeful that that's the case. I'm just thinking contingencies, which I know you can appreciate as a planner.
I appreciate that.
Thanks. Good pun. Okay. Shannon Caraway.
I want to come back to this slide, but could we go to 42 first? There was several comments made earlier about is this a 6-month process or 9-month or 12-month or whatever. Unless I'm missing something, I think what ERCOT's presenting to us is very clear, and I think it works. And here's why. The 6 months is what developer/loads, that's from the time you come in to the time you get published results, and you have 30 days to make a commitment. At that point, unless I'm misunderstanding something, as load, you're firm. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the refinement, maybe let's now go back to 31 because what you just described. Oh, let me ask a clarifying question on that piece. To the degree that the set of upgrades that was assumed during the 6-month process, because some loads drop out, inherently it will be a different set later, but it could only be a smaller set because loads can't add, they can only drop out, right?
Correct. Yep.
So again, I think this works great because the TSPs in the middle piece, they're involved in working alongside you all along the way on the set of upgrades that are going into the 6-month batch study. So for them, they have been involved all along. You communicate the results, and then the scope can only get smaller if not 100% of the loads commit. So I think this works just fine, and since the loads, the communicating results to the loads is no longer tied to which upgrades ultimately come out of the refinement process, I think you've kind of threaded the needle and achieved all the objectives, and I think you've done it real well. And there was a comment back in a prior section on 22 about the 12-month versus 6-month RTP, and maybe somehow it could be influenced here. I think there's no problem with moving to a 6-month RTP, and then it's all aligned. I mean, this is real well laid out. I think you're solving the developers' problems, and for those who think, well, some of the upgrades may not be there, I'll remind you that ERCOT in real time has a whole suite of tools that have been used for a long period of time, contingent mitigation plans and things of that nature. And I'll take you way back in time, the Culberson Loop, all that West Texas load that was added. It was added, and later there was a determination that it'd either take a little longer or you need a little more scope. And ERCOT had, and ERCOT in combination with the TSPs, contingency mitigation plans that were used until that time was finished. So ERCOT has those tools, and they've got a rich history of using those they and the TSPs. I don't see the problem, the concern that people have.
All right, thanks, Shannon. Down to 3 questions before lunch here. So it'll be Kevin, Baroth, and then Sam. So Kevin, go ahead.
Yes, slide 32, please. Does this timeline include the time for dynamic studies as well for large loads, or do we need to add that? Do we need to add that time as well to get to the actual go live date for the new load?
Yeah, we've got, so this FACT2 stability, this is our internal full stability analysis. So we'll do a screening study for stability is in part of this timeline, but we will do the full study subsequently.
Does ERCOT have enough staff that say, let's assume we got 50 large loads to look at it? Does ERCOT have enough staff to get this done in that time frame?
I think Fred would tell me that we don't have the staff today to do that, but we would plan to ramp up the staff to do that.
Okay, and one additional question. Right now we're assuming we're using the Figure 127 language to support the potential additional generation we need to solve the cases. What happens when we move to reality time, let's say 2030, 2031, and let's say we've added in the model, let's say we added 100 gigawatts of load, but we only have enough real generation on the grid to serve 50 gigawatts. Do we have a plan in place for curtailment of the large loads at that point?
So, I mean, the textbook answer on that is, I mean, absolutely. SB6 has rules on that curtailment. This is more Jeff speaking, but you know, we have a market in place that I think is going to take care of a lot of that. We're not going to have a situation where we're going to have, you know, curtailment for hundreds of hours a year, right? I think that the market is going to self-correct for that.
I'm just assuming the market is working like the market should work. I agree with you there. But our fallback is we'll use the kill switch hourly if we need to.
The legislature gave ERCOT tools in SB6, and if we need to use those tools in real time, then we will use those tools.
Okay, thank you.
All right, down to Bharat and then Sam.
Yeah, Bharat Rawalpati Crusoe. My question is with regards to the supply chain and physical realities of this. So if I'm understanding this right, until we sign the interconnection agreement and RPG approves it, the TSPs won't go and procure these or start construction on the transmission lines, right? So that would be somewhere near June 2027.
Well, ultimately, that batch refinement transmission plan,
yes.
Let's assume it needs board endorsement.
Yeah.
That board endorsement would happen in September of 27.
September of 27. So I think if I would assume majority of these loads may require transmission upgrades. So if we know those details in September 27, then the TSPs need to start procuring LLE, you know, work on transmission upgrades. I'm thinking at least 24 months, right? So it would be around September 2029 that we may be able to energize the initial load ramp. So there will not be any 28 power for loads that get in here, is my understanding. Unless, obviously, there are some lucky loads which don't require any upgrades.
Yeah. So I think I'll say it this way. A couple thoughts there. The transmission upgrade solutions need to respect the timeline needed, which that timeline includes getting that endorsement, which, you know, so we need to respect. We may not get endorsement for these projects until September of 2027.
Got it.
So that whatever timeline we come up with, it has to respect that. Also recognize that there are transmission upgrades that are already in flight.
Yeah.
That will be there, you know, over, you know, they'll be implemented over time. You know, we all know we've got the 765, and there, you know, I don't think any of those lines will be there in 28, but, you know, in years after that. So the study should respect all of that. It should respect the transmission projects already in flight, should respect the timelines for new transmission projects, understanding when the endorsement will happen, supply chain constraints, and all of that. So that should, my generic answer is that should fall out of the study.
Yeah, I think what would be great is to have a closed
Honestly,
loop.
we can just change that to
I think what would be great is to have a closed loop between the outcomes of batch zero plus the physical realities that you would get from TSPs, and present a more clear picture of the realities. Because if I sign, let's say for AEP, I'm just picking AEP because if I sign LOA, there may not be a power available until 29 if I sign today. Now if I do that in 27, because I need to sign interconnection agreements and everything in 27, there may not be anything available until 29. So I think batch zero outcomes would be 29 plus, in my opinion, unless I'm missing something here.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm not presuming that until the study tells me that.
What do you think?
Oops. So go ahead. Sam, last one for lunch.
Just nix that.
Hey, this is Sam Jung from EP. I guess I'm maybe piggybacking on Bharat's question and maybe some others. I think slide 28 is the best slide for this. And this may be more of a comment than a question, but just to confirm, year 6, so according to this, year 6 of batch 0 would align with year 5 of batch 1. And then consequently, year 4 of batch 2 or 3, I guess, whatever that align. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes. I don't have that laid out, but yeah, approximately, yes.
Right. So then based on, I guess, what has been presented so far, batch 1 will study year 1 through 4 with the limited allocation that's studied in batch 0. And then the year 5 of batch 1 will be like the full-blown load plus whatever the transmission upgrade's been identified. And then, I guess, consequentially, batch 2 or 3 will have years 1 through 3 with the limited allocation, and then years 4 through 5 studied with the full-blown load and transmission upgrades. I just want to make sure that's like the current expectation / plan.
Yeah, I think what you said is correct, but maybe one clarification is that this is meant to be an ongoing process. So, and again, we'll come out with a PIGR and other revision request to implement the ongoing batch. But I think as envisioned, you will, by the time you get to batch 1, then your years 1 through 5, you're still identifying whatever transmission upgrades that you can for that time period. But then year 6, you'll still, 2034 will be year 6, and you will get the full allocation in 2034 for batch 1. But you may not in 2029 through 2033 be able to get full allocation, depending on whatever transmission upgrades are feasible.
Gotcha. But I think what we meant, the year 6 of batch 0 will be implemented in year 5 of batch 1.
I think that's correct.
That's okay. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
All right. Well, that takes us to the end of the queue. So we're going to break for lunch. Here's the idea. It's 12:10 right now, so take an hour and 5-minute lunch. We'll come back at 1:15. We're going to run until 2:30 on the eligibility piece. And then we'll have an hour for the people that filed comments. They'll each get 15 minutes. And then we're going to save the last hour purposefully for the CLR BYOG discussion. And that'll take us to 4:30. So at this point, we'll stand adjourned until 1:15. All right, so we're going to start to launch into eligibility excitement. What I'm going to do is, again, start with the queue is going to remain clear. If you ask to get in the queue, you're not getting in the queue because there is no queue. Once he's done presenting, then we'll open the queue for questions to then hit this. You say, why do we do this? It's because half the time the questions are eventually answered. So, again, we'll just hold the queue until Jeff says otherwise. And Jeff, will turn it over to you to start to run through. Thank you so much. And again, we're hoping to time box this to an hour and 15 minutes on around 2:30 is when we want to pivot over to people that filed formal comments. So off you go, Jeff. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thanks, Matt. So just wanted to start real quick with what our principles were. Obviously, first off, we need to make sure that we are interconnecting loads in a reliable manner. So that reliability has to be at the center of everything that we do. We also are wanting to respect the SB6 and the PUC gating rules, and respect to the extent that it's possible and doesn't conflict with the first two principles. Respect the existing processes and approvals that have happened. Also, we talked about this at the last workshop, but I think feedback that we'd heard from stakeholders is that there should be a check for loads that have near-term energization, that they are feasible to be energized. And then the last bullet was something that we had in the previous workshop, but it's actually, as we have thought about it, have decided to change that reallocation of the non-utilized capacity. So if you'll notice, the PIGR actually does not have that concept. We removed that, and the reason for that is, I think there's a risk that if we were to reallocate non-utilized capacity from existing loads, and then later the 5841 rules changed on that, then capacity that we have clawed back could actually then be considered firm in the future, and that may present a reliability risk for us, a reliability conflict. So in other words, as an example, I think this is the example I used last time. If you had a load that had 500 megawatts, but they had gone through the previous process and were 500 megawatt load, but we'd only seen them consuming 300 megawatts, then we would claw back that 200 megawatts and reallocate that. But if maybe the rule changes and maybe they don't actually, would not qualify for that reallocation, then if we have reallocated that 200 megawatts and then they are also granted that 200 megawatts back, then now we've got a risk there. And so we've taken that out of the PIGR, and I think we're going to, at least for batch zero, I think we're going to hold on that, and then we'll wait to see what comes out of 5841 down the road. So that's the thinking on that. This is a kind of a revision to that flow chart that we had previously on, and I think it's for the most part hasn't changed from the flow chart that we showed earlier, but this is hopefully a slightly clearer way to look at this with the references. I think for the sake of time, I'm not going to walk through this. I'm just going to walk through the subsequent slides, but essentially there are these kind of three buckets on the right, which are load that would be included in batch zero as base load. Then there will be loads that will be studied in batch zero, so they're included in batch zero, but they are studied and subject to receiving and allocated megawatts. So the first bucket, the number one, the green, if you will, that one, it's base load. We're not reallocating or allocating megawatts. The second bucket is you're studied in batch zero and you receive a load allocation amount. And then the third bucket is you're just not included in batch zero. If you're looking at the PIGR, the specific sections to look at are 9.2.1.1 for that first bucket, 9.2.1.2 for the second bucket, and 9.2.1.3 for that third bucket. And then when we get into are the studies still considered valid, that is 9.2.1.4. So those are kind of that four sections under 9.2.1. Or one first section is included as base load, second is included as studied, third is not included, and then the fourth in that section is the study still valid. Okay, so let's deep dive into these. Okay, so for loads that have already received initial energization sometime before March 25th, 2022. Why is that date special? That is when we started the interim large load interconnection process. So any load that was energized before that, so the idea here is I'm steel mill that's been there for 30 years, you're included as base load. So that, or you achieved initial energization sometime between when we started the large load interconnection process and July 15th of this year. Any loads that are, have achieved that, then you're included as base load. And then you are not subject to being restudied. And for the sake of time, I'm not going to walk through the details on the right, but it is essentially we'll look at various ways to determine what is that load amount, what is that megawatt amount. So the left is kind of criteria, and then what megawatts are we including? If you're a steel mill that's been there for 30 years, then it's going to be the megawatts that we have and used in our study cases is kind of the short way of saying that. And then when we get into questions, if you want to go back and ask questions on that, I'm happy to dive into that. Okay. So other loads that are included as base load. So if your requested energization date is before end of 2027, and you have complete and valid interconnection studies, and that specifically is references 9.2.1.4, and you have executed an interconnection agreement by July 15th, then you will be included as baseload. Or if your interconnection or your initial energization date is after the end of 2027, January 1, 2028 or later, and you have your complete and valid interconnection studies and your executed interconnection agreement by July 15th, then again, you're included as baseload in this case. I think I've failed to mention in that first bucket on this slide, you also have to show that you have met the development criteria. So we're doing that check. Talked about this at the last workshop. Based on feedback for loads that are near-term energization, which we're defining as end of 27, then that is we're going to do that check. And then I see a typo. Somebody may have just, I think, asked this. Is this, and this may be an AG question if he's online or Christina. We say either, and then we have an and on 1 and 2 there. I don't remember which it is. Is it either or is it and? Yeah, sorry. On this second one here.
It's an and. It's
an and. So either, that word either should not be there, right? Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay. Okay, so those were the loads that will be included as base load. So slides 45 and 46, these are loads that will be included in base load in batch zero. And then the next slide is what are the loads that will be studied in batch zero. And so loads that will be studied are those that if your initial energization date is by the end of 2027, between now and end of 2027, and you don't meet the requirements to be considered baseload, but you do meet the intermediate agreement criteria, then you would be studied in batch zero, and you'll be allocated whatever megawatts the study show can reliably be accommodated. So then, if your initial energization date is on or after January 1, 2028, then we would look to see if your studies meet the 9.2.1.4 requirements, and you have your intermediate agreement by July 15th, 2026. Then that would be load that would be studied in batch zero. And then, so again, 9.2.1.1 for these two slides, 9.2.1.2 for this slide, and then now we're going to go to 9.2.1.3. And if we need to go over to the language, we can, but I'm going to still continue working through the slides here. So if you do not meet the criteria laid out in 9211 or 9212, so any of those, the previous slides I just presented, if you don't meet those criteria, you are not included in batch zero. Or if your studies are sufficient for meeting 9214, but you don't meet that criteria in 9212, the eligibility criteria, then you're not included. Or if you meet those, but the information is not submitted to ERCOT by July 15th, then also you would not be included in batch zero. So you can't come back 3 months later and say, well, I would have met this, but we just didn't turn the data in. Obviously then we couldn't include you in batch zero. Okay, so let's get into the interconnection studies. Again, the way that we're looking at your interconnection studies are, can we see that we can reliably serve this load? Do we have studies that we can point to and say, can we reliably serve this load? And that is based on ERCOT's understanding of having the study that can show that we can meet that criteria of being able to reliably serve the loads. I thought we had another slide on this, but yeah, maybe let me just let me pop over because this may be better just to get into the language here and how we're thinking about this. Okay, and actually, let me double check again, because I thought we had another slide on this, but maybe I'm mistaken. Okay, so the way that we are thinking about this is that if you look at paragraph 3, what we are going to do is on July 15th, we are going to make an assessment of all of the loads that are meeting the criteria for getting into batch zero as being under study. And that assessment is going to look at the previous studies that have been completed. And let me back up to, I think, the February 3rd workshop. We had proposed making the cutoff on January 28th, 2026. Sort of a retroactive cutoff. And so any loads that did not meet the studies didn't meet the criteria as of January 28th, if you'll remember, we said, okay, that would not be considered a good study after that. I think the feedback that we got is you need to make that date forward-looking date, and you need to give a chance for the loads to meet that criteria. And so I think the challenge that we expressed at the time with that concept is that if you make it forward-looking, that means loads that meet that at a future date, you have the same problem that you have today in that there may be other studies that are happening in parallel that invalidate, the studies invalidate each other. So as an example, if I have 2 loads that are under study, and neither of those loads include the other one, in the study results, then what happens if they both sign their interconnection agreement, that they both meet 9.5 on the same day? I now don't have a study that I can look at, that ERCOT can look at and say, we know that we can reliably serve both of these loads. So that is the same risk that exists in the current process. That risk does not go away. So by having a forward-looking July 15th date, we have to take that risk into account. And we have to then come up with some sort of ordering for which study do we determine override's not the right word, but supersedes, thank you, supersedes the other study. And so the way that we have thought about this is that it should be based on the studies that are completed sooner are the studies that will supersede the studies that come later. And the commitment that happens will the commitment that happens first will supersede later commitments. And so I think that is just a consequence of not having a retroactive date, is that having that forward-looking July 15th date, we're going to have some kind of ordering in how we think about these studies. And so that's what we are attempting to do with the way that we've crafted this, is come up with that ordering. I think we had a question earlier about RPG projects. And the reason we chose the December 15th is because under the prior process, so the interim process, is that loads to get kind of firmed up and reach that what we called must-study status previously, then they, before the unboxing of Figure 115, which happened on December 15th, then they could go through a regional planning group process. But after unboxing of 115, then that's no longer a path, and so you have to go through the Figure 115 process.
That's what we are attempting to do with the way that we've crafted this, is come up with that ordering. We mentioned earlier about RPG projects.
Not sure if that's the past or the future.
We chose a December 15th.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Oh, are we muted now? Okay. On the phone, can you confirm you can still hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's how we thought about what makes a complete and valid study. So complete and valid study is I was in the interim process, and I went through an RPG project approval. So again, the thinking there, just to put it in layman's terms, is ERCOT can look at that study and say, okay, an RPG project was identified. We know what that schedule is for the RPG project, and we know that we can reliably serve this load because I have that study. Or we can meet or have now moved to Section 9.9, 9.10. Previously, 9.4 and 9.5 is I have a study that it went through the large load interconnection study process, and the loads met what was previously 9.5, the commitment criteria as laid out in 9.5. Okay, so if it meets those criteria, then what we are going to do is we're going to make this list where we're going to create an order in which the loads that met these criteria, when they met that criteria, we're essentially going to lay that list out, and we will then work our way through that list, where we will look at the loads at the top of the list. Those loads at the top of the list, we can say those loads we know that we can reliably serve this load because that load was included in this study, and that study is still valid. And then we will work our way down the list, and we will look at all of the loads that are above that. So when we get to the 12th load in the list, we'll look at the 11 previous loads and see, okay, were all those loads included in that load number 12 in the study? And we'll continue doing that through, however many 100 projects we have that meet this criteria. We will look at that list in that way. And so that's the kind of the ordering. So as an example, if you meet the 9495 requirements, if you met that on January 28th, then another load comes in on July 14th and meets the requirements, we would give preference to the load that met the requirements on January 28th or July 13th, or whatever the case may be, as opposed to the ones that come in right at the end. And so again, the purpose there is we can't have a situation where we have a bunch of loads that meet the requirements exactly on July 15th, and then that invalidates each other's studies. We have to have a way to kind of work through that ordering. So that's the idea behind how we came up with this with this 9.2.1.4 and this ordering. So I think I'm going to switch back to the PowerPoint presentation now. And I'm going to continue to walk through, but I'm sure there are questions. We'll come back to that. Okay, so we I think heard some feedback on the demonstrated development activity, and again wanted to try to include this idea of loads that are saying that they have a 2026 or 2027 energization date. We need to make sure that that's actually feasible, and so we'll put these checks in. The first check is, is the load in the QSA? Has the large load entity begun site preparation and construction to meet such that it can meet the initial energization date? And has the TSP and DSP purchased all necessary, essentially long lead time equipment? And if not, then we know that that project is not likely to be energized in 2027. So there's that, or if you're not in the QSA, then then do you meet do you have valid studies, and can you show that you have this interconnection agreement that meets the requirements in 972? Do you have this development activity, and have you purchased those long lead time equipment? So those are kind of the two paths to proving demonstrated development activity, and that's based on, I think, what we think we're meeting the feedback that we got previously on that. And then last thing I just wanted to mention, I think we've said this a couple of times, is when we were thinking about the commitment criteria, there were kind of two paths that we contemplated with 58481, understanding that as it is today, it's a draft proposal for publication, and we will likely sometime in the fall, maybe late summer or fall, we'll likely have final rule. So we could either start, or we could either kind of copy 58481 into Figure 145. And this is the path that we chose, is to copy it as it was in the draft, understanding that if it changes between now and whenever we get to final stakeholder approval in May, if it changes, then we can update the language in the PIGR. But we wanted to have that so that allows us to, this summer, start the Batch Zero process so that we can have results in time to allow loads to commit in time to get to the 2027 RTP included in those base cases. So that is one path. The other path that we chose not to do, but again, this is still open for discussion, is we could wait until 58481 is complete, and Barksdale mentioned there's some contention with what's in the PFP. We could wait, but the consequence of waiting is that means that we need to wait to start Batch Zero, which means Batch Zero study results are likely not done in time to get into the 2027 RTP. So that's again, another situation where we have a trade-off. We've chosen to go option one, but open to feedback on that as well. With that, I will pause and see what questions there are.
All right, Jeff, thank you. Yeah, so we'll open the queue for business. Here we go. All right, the idea is I want to run about 30 to 45 minutes of questions, and then again, we'll let the commenters, the people that file comments, present here for an hour after that. Okay.
Hey, Matt, this is AG. I want to address Michael Jewell's question in the chat about on one of the earlier slides, there was a discussion about whether both requirements were needed and I'm sorry, I don't remember the slide number, but Michael pointed out correctly that in paragraph, section 9211, paragraph E Romanet 2, that it says or, and that is unintentional. It should say and between the first requirement and the second requirement. So I just wanted to clarify that the language in the PIGR will need to be corrected through comments as well.
All right, thanks for the clarification, AG. All right, so Lee Bradshaw, you're up first.
Thanks. So in the 9.2.1.4 process, as you are determining loads that are seeking to be firm in batch zero, are the PUC project 58481 interconnection commitment criteria used in the ordering of those? I think you said that it was based on the date that ERCOT received from the TSP that the 9.4 and 9.5 requirements were complete. Is that also going to be kind of checked up against the loads that are meeting the interconnection commitment criteria, or how do those two things interplay?
Yeah, so I think the answer to that is that the ordering is strictly based on the current requirements, which would be 9.5 today or 9.10 in PIGR 145, and not on the timing on when they meet the 5841 requirements. Now, 5841, that'll be not 5841 itself, but the language that we've copied. That will be a gating criteria that by July 15th they will need to meet that. But the ordering of when they met that doesn't factor into the ordering in the section 9.2.1.4.
Okay, so I just was wanting to make sure that if you do meet that criteria, you're not going to be stuck behind a load that has met the 9.4 or 9.5 before you, but failed to meet the PUC 58481 interconnection criteria.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Okay.
So if they fail to meet the 9214, or sorry, if they fail to meet the interconnection, I think 927, Christina's shaking her head. If they fail to meet 927, then they're out anyway. So
I think it's a 972.
972. Thank you.
Is the interconnection agreement standards.
All right, next, Shannon.
Slide 46, please. The left column, second bullet, the piece about complete and valid interconnection studies, is the way I'm understanding it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that's valid and complete interconnection studies are complete and valid up through July 15th or 14th, and then they're taken in order they come. Is that correct? Or that meet the Senate Bill 6, or that meet the PUC rule requirement, 5841.
I think it's the order in which they meet, not 5841, the order in which
they meet PIGR 115.
They meet PIGR 115.
But I was only reason I was adding that last piece is your clarification to whoever asked it is if there were two and an earlier one didn't meet the 5841 interconnect requirements, then they're removed. Is that
right? They would fall out of the list.
All right, 49 is next. So let's see here. I tell you what, you already answered my question on that. And then if we can go to the PUC, or excuse me, the PIGR rule, page 18. On the section that is 9.2.1.4, paragraph 3AI, where it's actually, it's two little 2I, big A. So it's where the December 15th came in.
Yeah.
Your logic for that a moment ago is, hey, that's when we unboxed PIGR 115, and so we don't need to go beyond that. Practically speaking, there's no TSP that can prepare an RPG filing that hasn't worked on, for anything of scope, size, that hasn't worked on that for many, many, many months. And you had no idea as the TSP or load that was part of that process when the unboxing might eventually occur. So to make it to where they could have conceptually been working on something for 7, 8, 9 months, and you were, as a load, were a part of that, that after the day that you finally unbox it, say King's X, but you don't tell them King's X then, you wait till 6, 8 weeks later and say, oh no, I'm looking back to that prior date. That doesn't seem logical. I understand you would like to close that door. That's fully reasonable. Going backwards that far in time, I don't think is reasonable. For TSPs that are continuing, that have between then and now submitted RPG filings in good faith that they may have been working on for 9, 10 months. And the reason they were working on them that long is you had no idea when PIGR 115 would either pass or finally get unboxed. So I would ask you to make that something more like, maybe make it the 4th of March, the day you publish this, or something, or I could make the case it ought to go through July 15th, but I understand you're wanting to close the door. I would ask you to take that into account and don't disrespect all the hard work by the TSP and the interconnecting entities that went through that with this arbitrary look back that's in there now.
Okay, thanks for the comments.
All right, next, help me, Andrew Shopper.
Hey guys, Andrew Shopper. One quick question, I guess maybe for ERCOT on this same provision, 3.2 A and B. What is your plan to get commitments from the load that they're under construction while you've got this look back period that you're contemplating that would, I think, take us through the third quarter of this year? How's that going to work?
Yeah, Andrew, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, to get into the base load to be firm, you're requiring that the customers provide a construction and procurement attestation, which they would need a firm load qualification to make that attestation to you, would they not? How is somebody going to start construction if they're not sure if their load is firm?
Yeah, I think that's the same. That's the same issue as today, right? It is you're at risk today. So I think our assumption here is that, and again, this is based on feedback, and we're open to additional feedback. But the feedback is that if you are energizing in I think 2026 in your example, then you will have already started your construction.
What
so
about
you
what
should
about
already
folks,
be able to make that, be able to
folks,
meet that attestation.
Pre-2027, end of 2027, you're requiring the same construction attestation as drafted. Is that right?
Correct.
And so you've got folks who have satisfied 9.4 and 9.5, legacy, or 9.9 and 9.10, who could be under construction and have already released the utility or are about to release the utility from now through the end of, through July 15th. What does that mean for them? How are they supposed to operate in limbo, continuing construction, if they're not sure if their studies are valid? How's that going to work?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand that, your question there.
I guess load customers are operating as if meeting 9.4 and 9.5, legacy 9.4 and 9.5 means their load is firm. And they've made binding commitments to the utility based on that. And so there are customers in this rule who have met that condition, or you're saying you are going to look back at their studies to see if they're valid or not. Am I reading that wrong?
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Is it just that ERCOT doesn't believe there's any invalid studies in that bucket? I guess I'm having a hard time understanding why that's not considered an issue.
Yeah. Hey, Andrew. This is AG. Yeah. Maybe I can step in
please.
And add to what Jeff has said. I think it is. You notice in this paragraph, there's two paths into and this also, I guess, gets back to Shannon's comment prior to yours. There's two paths into this kind of review. One is through the RPG, and the reason that there is the December 15th cutoff date, that's not an arbitrary date. The current planning guide disallows large load interconnection without going through the large load interconnection study process. So, after December 15th, there's only one path for large loads to proceed forward, and that's through the Section 9 process. But because there was an interim process for 3 years and some of the RPG submissions have been in flight for a while, we need to review all of the loads that had a valid path into the potentially a valid path into the study, and that means that loads that have met 9.4 and 9.5 under the current planning guide, which, as you point out, are reclassified 9.9 and 9.10, we have to review that in context with the other studies that that were valid pathways prior to December 15th, and I think that I guess I would characterize that as a consequence of having a forward-looking cutoff date here of July 15th.
Well, that's sorry to interrupt. One final question or point
Sure.
on this, AG, but isn't that what ERCOT's LLI team is currently doing when they're reviewing these studies and issuing completeness notifications? That's what's confusing, I guess. So yeah, I'll yield there. Go ahead. Everybody's in the queue. Continue.
Yeah, I think, and maybe I'm thinking to the comments that have been submitted, and I may be reading more into that. But I think the important thing to understand here is I think what you're alluding to is the issue with the current process, which is approved studies is not does not mean what I think people have interpreted it to mean, and that's the problem. That's why we have to get out of the current process, because you really don't have firmness until you get approval to energize under the current process. And so I think what you're talking about is a consequence of the issue with the current process, where we get constantly stuck in these restudy loops because you're not as firm as you think you are from the current process.
All right. Okay, and I put in the notes here that we're stopping the queue for now. We're at 20 people in line, so we're going to see how brief and amazing we can be on some of these questions. So, Michael Jewell, you're up.
Thank you. First off, thank you, AG, for clarifying that typo in the draft rule. That took care of one question. The next question actually follows into section 9.2.1.1 E2, where there's several parts where whether you're going to be, how you're going to be studied, how much load is going to be looked at, depends on whether or not you are in the 2026 RTP. When it's a lesser of, like if you look at slide 45 on the presentation.
Hey, Michael, I'm sorry to interrupt, but could you repeat which section reference you were talking about there?
Sure. It's page 17 of the Figure 145. It is section 9.2.1.1. E is in elephant 2. And then especially looking at like B, 1 little I, 2 little I. The amount of, when they're looking at the large loads level of peak demand, it's the lesser of what was in the request for information in the development of the 2026 RTP or peak demand indicated in the most recent load commissioning plan. What happens if the load is not in the RTP, 2026 RTP, given all the different moving parts that have been happening? Because then it would be 0.
So, Michael, if I could repeat back what I think I'm hearing, it's that you're concerned that that language, as it's currently written, might preclude a load from being included if it meets the applicability criteria but did not get included in the 2026 RTP?
Correct.
Yeah, I'd just say I don't think that was the intent, so we'd certainly be open to comments correcting that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next in queue, VJ. VJ, you there? All right, we'll come back. Andres Marinus.
Hi, this is Andres with Cypress Creek. Quick question. I just want to echo Andrew's point on loads for 2026 and 2027 with approved studies, signed IAs, and commitments with the utilities. Like, just to like triple check, like, is ERCOT's plan to like, not plan, but like, can ERCOT invalidate those studies based on the definition of those like valid studies and the priority list, even though there's a signed IA and commitments with the utility?
Yeah, and again, Andres, yeah, I think the point there is that those you are already at risk today with those studies in the current process of being invalidated. This is not a new concept. We're just trying to put a deadline on when that could happen.
Got it. Okay. I guess next question. Back to that list that you mentioned earlier, Jeff. Just to confirm, like that list will be finalized by July 15th. Is that right?
ERCOT will receive that information by July 15th, and then we have to then make that determination subsequently.
Okay. And then follow up on that. If a load is like already like met the 2025 RTP or it's been included in a previous RPG, does that mean they get automatically valid studies? Because like in the figure, it only says like the loads at the top of the list will get valid studies. And I guess another follow-up question, do we know or have an idea of like how long that list will be? Because I remember like when you guys presented on 0A and 0B, there was like a really nice slide that showed ERCOT's expectations of projects meeting specific criteria.
Yeah, so we talked about that for this presentation. I think the challenge is that because it's a forward-looking date, we don't have any idea of which loads are going to qualify. There's also the financial commitment and the site control, those sorts of things, that information that we don't have today. And so there really wasn't a way for us to be able to put together a list. I think it's a large number that could qualify. What will actually qualify, I would expect would be much smaller.
Got it. Okay, but if a load meets the RTP, like the 2025 or 2026 RTP, does that mean that they'll be at the top of the list and they'll get valid studies, or not necessarily?
Yeah, not necessarily. I think we did not include the concept of if you're in 2025 RTP or 2026 RTP. Those weren't one of the valid studies in 9214.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah,
One
it's
last
really
question.
A and B here. Yep, go ahead.
If a load is included as base load on that slide 46, do they still need to meet the intermediate and IA agreements from the 58484 from the PUCT?
So, say that again.
If a load is included as base load on slide 46 and 45, like, do they still need to meet the PUCT criteria for intermediate agreements and interconnection agreements?
I think it depends on how they come through as base load. If they're already energized, I don't have the language up in front of me, but there's language in there. If they're already energized, they do not have to meet that requirement. If they have not yet energized, they will have to meet the 58481 interconnection agreement. They would not have to meet the intermediate agreement.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. VJ, you back online yet?
Yeah, can you all hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just trying to understand the updated flowchart here in terms of categorizing whether this is a batch zero base load versus batch zero studied. So maybe I have two questions there. First question, if I have a project targeting energization end of 2027, and based on this flowchart and everything else that you all have shared, we believe that it qualifies to be base load, but when will we know for certain that it is in fact the case? And how will we get that communication?
Yeah, Vijay, that's a good question. I don't know that we've talked about that. I think the question was, sorry, Vijay, there was a plane flying over the building right when you were talking, but let me repeat what I think I heard the question was, is if a load is included as base load, how would the load know, when would they know that? I don't think that we have talked about direct communication with the loads, but that I think we would expect that we would communicate that information to the TSPs, and the TSP could communicate that directly to the customer. But if somebody has another idea, I know there was some discussion earlier about having a portal or something. I don't think that we're going to have that set up by this summer. I'm hoping that we'll have that kind of a situation set up by the time we get to the ongoing batch process, but I think it's unlikely we have that by this summer. And so I think our interim plan would be to communicate that to the TSP and make sure that the TSPs have that information, but haven't really contemplated anything more than that, but open to suggestions.
No, appreciate that. That's part of my question, but the other part is, what is the timeline? Is it in June that we would know for sure that this load has been included in the base load?
It's probably roughly early August.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we won't know until ERCOT won't have the information until July 15th, and then it will take us some number of weeks to process all of that information. So I think our timing is we're thinking we'll have that sorted out by early August.
Yeah, and Jeff, if I could just add to that, this is A.G. Springer. I think some of the comments today have revealed that there's maybe some sharpening that could be had about the flows of information prior to the initiation of this study. So effectively, what is communicated to ERCOT on July 15th, and then what information needs to be disseminated back out as a result of that. And so I think we're certainly open to clarifying that.
Okay. And maybe one more follow-up question on that. So once we know that this load is included in the base load, are there other milestones that we have to wait for in terms of maybe completion of the Batch Zero studies, etc., before we know that? I don't think there's capacity impact, but from an energization timing perspective, when can we get back to development process if we have to be in a holding pattern because there is this uncertainty right now?
I'm sorry, BJ. I'm not sure I fully understood that question.
Yeah, beyond knowing that we are included in the base load, are there other milestones that we have to wait for before we know that the December 2027 energization is confirmed?
So if the project is included as base load, then it is not subject to further assessment. And so if it was seeking a 2027 or earlier date, the only path to be base load would be to meet that demonstration of development activity that I think is in 9211, I think it's like subparagraph B. And so those demonstrations would have been made in order for that load to be included as base load, and the intent at that point would be it would not be subject to further assessment.
Okay, that is helpful. So the big decision point is that August timeframe where we know either directly from ERCOT or through the TDSP that we are included in the base load.
Yes, I will add though that the project will still need to meet all the existing requirements to proceed to operation. So that would include, the quarterly stability assessment, the approval to energize process. But for the purposes of the Batch Zero study, it would not be subject to further assessment if it met the eligibility criteria for being baseload.
Understood.
Okay, so Vijay, we're going to need to move on. And I'm going to say, as we go through, let's limit it to 2 questions. If you have 5, pick the 2, but there's still 18 people in line, 20 minutes. We're just not going to make it. So choose wisely. Thanks, Vijay. Haynes Strader, you're up.
Thanks. When you're prioritizing loads for base load and you're saying, you have a valid study based on this valid criteria provided, what happens if there have been subsequent restudies to your original valid study, and maybe you're in a restudy or there's been more than one, but if you were to go reorder the studies and you went back to the original one prior to the subsequent requests that have come in and were the causation of the restudies, is that how that's going to work, or is it going to be based on whatever the latest restudy is based on? Like, how do you come to peace with that one way or another?
Yeah, AG, I know we talked about it. I don't remember the answer to that off the top of my head. Can you help with that one?
Sorry, I was having some audio difficulties. I apologize, but could you repeat the question?
Yes. So if you submitted a valid study according to the criteria in here, and in PGR 145, and then you've had subsequent restudies since that first study was approved valid and good, and the subsequent restudies may have added transmission requirements or other things to accommodate subsequent loads. But then you're going back and prioritizing when those loads were actually put in, and when you're giving some priority to the date that those studies were valid. How are you prioritizing which study is valid and which isn't, and what should we be assuming? And I'll give you an example. Like if we have a project that required 0 transmission upgrades and we had a good valid study, and then subsequently there have been 3 restudies, and now there's a bunch of transmission upgrades because of subsequent loads. How do you reconcile that through this process?
I think the intent is for it to be the date of the last restudy, and again, under the current process, the study is not finalized until the project has also met the requirements of Section 9.5. So the initial studies may not have been considered final as a result. But I would add to that because those later restudies included more load, it would also raise the likelihood that they're still valid, if that makes sense.
I think that makes sense. I'll keep moving, but I think maybe digging into that a little more would be helpful. I've got a couple others, but I'll do one. So 9.7.4, which is the non-utilization clause at the end, is a huge problem, particularly for projects that are under construction, because a 6-month window. Did I get it wrong? Did I get the section wrong? Yeah, non-utilization. Yeah, so no later than, so you've got a 6-month window to be delayed. And just in the construction world, that is not a viable time period to miss, initial interconnection. And furthermore, often it's not the load's fault that a date may have been missed, particularly not with this process. But often it could have something to do with the transmission delay or a problem with your TSP. There needs to be a much more reasonable process here, and there has to be an ability to cure. I get the intent if it's like a 30-year-old or it's a 5-year-old building that's supposed to be operational, it's not drawing any load. I get that. But I think when you're talking about these large loads that are coming online now, it's very nuanced.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Haynes, let me take that back, because I think I misspoke earlier. I thought that we had taken this out. I think we need to circle back up internally on this, because I think there are some challenges with this, but let's think about that. We'll come back to the next workshop.
Thank you.
All right. Doug Golden.
I'm only asking one question, so I'll sell my other spot to the highest bidder. Doug Golden, Core Scientific. Jeff, on slide 50. Should that second point under number 1 be December 31st, 2027?
I think it was, I might need help with the team, but I think it was intended to be this year. I think there was a distinction between loads that are energizing in 26 versus loads that are energizing in 27. So if you are in the May 1st QSA, which is essentially this bullet, or before, then you have a December, you're energized by end of 26 versus if you're coming in later. So I think there was a distinction between 26 energization and 27 energization.
Yeah, this is AG. Yeah, that's correct, Jeff. There's the QSA. The May 1st QSA was a stand-in for basically saying this is the sort of last path to energizing in 2026. And then the second one is for loads that would want to energize in 27 would have to meet the milestones and what was supposed to be labeled 2 on this slide.
Okay, thanks.
All right, on to Chris Mattis.
Chris Mattis, Google. I think this is probably going to be best captured in 44. So we are setting up a broader market problem with VRT in here, and the insistence of pushing it doesn't necessarily remove some of that risk that loads have. So loads that cannot meet the interim VRT requirement, and right now Google at least filed comments to the effect the extreme cases, which account for less than 10% of issues, we believe most loads cannot meet, will then put us into a category that gets us studied for Batch Zero, sure, but subjects them to the system-wide caps at that point as well for energization, which don't have any sort of refinement in terms of regionalization or time of day or any of that, because also equally complicated problem.
So can I sorry to cut you off, Chris, but I want to clarify. So the requirement here is not that you meet the VRT requirements as laid out in 282. It's only that you are assessed. Your VRT is assessed. So in other words, we have to, today, we have to make an assessment of whether the load can ride through or not. So the gate here is not intended to say, if you can't ride through, then you go through this other process. The gate is just whether you've gone through that assessment or not.
Okay. We are then going to risk energizing that load, and it becomes subject to the cap as proposed. So.
Yes. Yeah. That is still a risk for loads that cannot ride through, but that's not a batch classification issue.
Okay.
All right. Next is John Russ Hubbard.
John Russ Hubbard with TIC. Could you go to slide 46, please? I just wanted to confirm whether the large loads that either have requested initial energization before or after those dates, if the interconnection agreement that is being referred to is one that meets the 58481 requirements, or do loads with an existing interconnection agreement qualify?
If you are, I think, not one of these, then the interconnection agreement contemplated here is the copy paste from 58481.
Okay, because on the previous slide it specifically says that meets the requirements, and here it doesn't. So I just wanted to point out that discrepancy on the slides. Thanks.
And maybe I should have made this disclaimer up front. To the extent that the slides and the Pigger language do not agree, the Pigger language is what is submitted and what will ultimately be voted on.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
All right. We're getting down closer to 2:30. At 2:30, I'm going to pause to let the commenters do their little piece, and then we'll pick up the queue again. So if we cut off at 2:30, just keep your question on a piece of paper. On to Blake King.
Hi, Blake King, Galaxy Power. I have to say I'm pretty appalled at sort of what I'm hearing so far, which is that approvals, as understood before, are not firm, which I feel like ERCOT has sort of guided time and time again that reaching a must-study milestone puts you as firm. So I don't really know what to say to that. I think that's fairly surprising to everyone at the workshop, or at least I hope it is. I have a question, which is whenever you're making this list and you're comparing to RPG-based projects, is the date going to be the RPG submission date for comparison, or is it going to be the RPG acceptance date? And I'm looking at 3A, Roman numeral 2, capital A.
Jeff, can you go to, this is in 9214. Yeah, so
the capital A there.
Yeah, the placement in the review is based on the date of RPG acceptance or ERCOT endorsement, depending on the tier level of the project. However, the submission date would have relevance in the events, and this is
the tie break, right?
Yeah,
when you're breaking a tie.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay. So okay. My next question then is, if you're potentially making this list, then I feel like if folks are getting indications that they're not firm, every day that goes by that this list isn't shared with folks could be a day that folks are spending money on projects that they thought were firm but are not firm. And so I think if the intention is to do this, then people need to see this list immediately so that we can make determinations and then feel about how we stand on these proposals. Right. And so I think I could probably talk on and on about this. I'm kind of at a loss for words, but I'll stop here.
All right. Evan Neal.
Evan Neal, Lancium. I have a couple comments here, so I'll try to get through them quickly and maybe find a question somewhere to ask. So I think first what Shannon was talking about, and I guess he left the room, but that was, I think, pretty important and something to consider. And then about the RPGs and that December 15th cutoff, because I think we've seen some stuff that's been submitted afterwards. And to Shannon's point, some of that stuff could have been under works for the last 6, 7, 8 months. And to the point, I understand why you guys picked December 15th to align with Figure 115. And I've heard a couple times it said that that is the only valid way to connect a load now. I mean, I think I just want to point out that we're all congregated here to figure out a process that doesn't align with that, quote unquote valid way to interconnect a load right now. And so I don't think we should consider that out of the scope or that date having any significance when the reality is that an RPG submitted on the 14th and an RPG submitted on the 16th are going to be the same study and are going to achieve the same thing. So if our goal is actually approving loads based off of actionable transmission plans, and I think we should consider that. And then I also kind of want to echo or maybe just talk through the list approach for figuring out what studies are valid, and then maybe just express some concern that, I think anybody who has been through the LLI process as it exists today has experienced some form of needing to restudy to include a new load, the problem we're trying to address. And so it's a little concerning to me to hear that my load could be assessed, even though I've met 9.4 or 9.5, invalid because there's another load that wasn't considered. And in my view, that was scope controlled by ERCOT. And so it seems a little bit out of my control as a load developer whether or not that was achieved or not, and it seems more like it's on ERCOT's hands. And then also just thinking through the list and how it's kind of tiered right now with large loads that went through LILIS and RPG submittals. If I'm thinking about it right, there shouldn't be any RPG according to this process that has valid studies, because how a LILIS is studied, I mean, that load's not going to be modeled until it meets that 9.4 or 9.5 criteria. So it wouldn't be in those base case models that RPGs were assumed on. And so I think if, that's going to be the outcome, we should really consider this here. And I guess I'm just curious if you guys have kind of gamed out this list process and kind of have an idea of how it shakes out already, or if this is kind of the first go at it.
So if you're asking, have we made the list based on what we think today? We have not. We have walked through the scenarios and tried to lay out, how that would work. But have we put actual projects on a list? We have not.
Okay. I think, actually gaming that out could be some valuable insight into what we're actually achieving with Batch Zero. And just lastly, would want to point out that to me it seems like a bit of a contradiction in taking this approach of loads that have already been approved in the past and undoing them because we think maybe their study's not valid or we can't serve them, when we're taking the opposite approach in Batch Zero and saying, well, we'll give you your full amount on some date and we'll figure the transmission solution out later. Those seem to be opposite approaches to me.
Well, I think it's not, because in that we're talking about year 6, right? And so you have time to get that transmission in place. We're talking about loads that may be energizing in 2028. We can't hope that the transmission is going to be there. We need to be able to look at studies and know that those loads that are coming in 2028, that we can reliably serve those. And so I think that's the that's the basis of what we're trying to do here. And I'll say, I hear the feedback. I think conceptually what we're trying to get to is if you have a load that has met 9.4 and 9.5, then and you've met that previously, like that load is likely going to be considered base load, assuming you meet the other criteria, right? I think what we're trying to do with this language is the stuff that comes in on July 14th, July 15th. We have to kind of sort that. So conceptually, that's what we're trying to achieve here. If y'all have a better way of doing that, again, our focus by having this kind of language here is trying to make sure that we can reliably serve the loads that are meeting the base load criteria.
Okay, I think that context was very helpful and was different from my read of this language. I think we could get to something that's much closer to what you described with some edits that clarify that to be a more next few months type problem we're addressing rather than retroactively saying we're unimproving a 9.5 load because it didn't consider this other load farther away. So, okay, thanks, Jeff.
All right, so it's 2:30, so we're going to park 10 people in the lot here on questions that they can come back to. Jeff and I are going to switch positions, part to get them off the hot seat, and then I'm going to open up. We're going to go through comments that were filed. One was just an email, and one was filed this morning, but I wasn't very good at getting my materials together, so we'll have some grace for this one. But we'll go Chapter Energy Consulting first, and I'll open at the podium there, followed by Bill Barnes, followed by Mike DeBreezy, followed by Roth, followed by Tyler. Looking to see 10 minutes uninterrupted to get the questions out there and 5 minutes of questions afterwards if needed. And let me get to the podium. All right, so these are in the zip file with the posting. Mm-hmm. All right, Andrew, you have the floor for 10 minutes.
All right. Thanks, Matt. Andrew Shopper, Shopper Energy Consulting. I appreciate everybody giving me the opportunity to comment here. We did put comments out for Figure 145, and most of our comments are directed at the section 9.2.1.4. So just quickly, the PUC on the record has said that the current planning guide remains in full force and effect, and we've heard the same from ERCOT on this matter. And so out of this, we would ask ERCOT to reaffirm this position today and confirm that approvals under Section 9.4 and 9.5 legacy would constitute baseload qualifications and other studies and be respected in any successor framework. We want to make a couple points here, and this is going to deviate a little bit from these Pigger comments. Retroactive modification of the approvals already granted will inflict material financial harm on customers who relied on the current planning procedures. These customers have issued notices to proceed and executed binding non-terminable interconnection agreements. They've procured long lead equipment and they've commenced construction in many cases. So this is hundreds of millions of dollars deployed under the rules currently in effect. If those approvals are now subject to revisitation, the consequences will be pretty severe. ERCOT should not adopt and the PUC should not sanction rules that retroactively undermine approvals that the market relied upon to make major capital investments. Second, and kind of a key piece of this Pigger comment has to do with the circularity with this part of the rules. So in 9.2.1.4, it's envisioned that ERCOT would have this look back period at the prior studies to see if they are valid. However, ERCOT is asking for binding commitments from customers in the form of procurement and construction attestations, which would mean that they would be building facilities before they understood that they were firm or not. And this is something that has to be absolute for customers. It has to be either you are firm or you are not. 98% firm is not firm. So this is something that requires finality from ERCOT, and I think the market participants, have brought this point up a couple times. But, I'll also just say that from our perspective, just the mere inclusion of Section 9.2.1.4 is deeply damaging to market confidence. It signals that ERCOT views these completed approvals as provisional rather than final, and that freezes investment. So, again, if ERCOT's not going to honor the rules currently in effect, then stakeholders don't have a basis to trust the new rules under the batch framework. And that damage is happening now, and it extends to every other rule set under consideration. I think we've kind of touched on the circularity around the construction attestation, but maybe just to be more pointed on this, for those projects that have to energize pre-December 31st, 2027, and that's their schedule, they effectively have to be under construction right now. And so for them to wait until August, as was suggested, to understand whether they're firm or not is simply not acceptable. It is its own contradiction within this PIGR. So that's our main point here. And we would just urge ERCOT to consider the market implications for this, as well as the implications for folks who are already under construction relying on those current approvals. So I'll yield the rest of my time to anybody that's next here.
Excellent. Thank you, Andrew. All right. Let me pull up Bill Barnes' comments. Yeah, what we'll do is just kind of motor through these comments, and then that may make room for more time on these questions. All right, Bill.
Thanks, Matt. These are, I think, a clarifying edit, but want to make sure. Throughout the criteria listing for Batch Zero, it talks about having completed interconnection studies, Section 9214, as part of the former 9.4, 9.5, PIGR 113 interconnection studies. Part of those rules also allow a large load that's co-located with the new generation resource that goes through the full interconnection study for a GINR to have that FIS fulfill the LLIS requirements or act in lieu of an LLIS. So we're just confirming that that is indeed the fact. And so when you talk about having completed interconnection studies, that includes that component as well, and making sure that's clear that projects that have a GINR completed FIS study by July 15th would also be included in Batch Zero as base load, just like all the other load projects that go through the LIS.
And I meant to ask Andrew, but I'll ask you, do you have proposed language here for this part? Was there a
I do.
Paragraph? Can you tell me what page that was on, if handy? Or?
What it is in Section 9.2.1.1 E.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
This is also the paragraph where wasn't sure if it was an or an and, because it says in E all of the following requirements, but there is an or separating the paragraph, so it sounds like the or should be an and. This edit could be inserted in multiple different places in the PIGR. I put it here just to make it clear, but under EI, where it says the ERCOT has determined the large load has a complete and valid set of interconnection studies, it could also be included in 9.2.1.4 as well, just to make sure that's clear. So that's what we're looking for.
All right. Thank you, Bill.
Yep.
And Andrew, I had read your commentary this morning, but I forgot. Did you have any red line language in your revisions?
I did. It was mostly a safe harbor language that was to be inserted in Section 9214. It's Provision 3. The main change was to remove the majority of this section and simply put a safe harbor for those folks who have met 9.4 and 9.5 as the current rule. But we would consider some sort of alternative there, so long as it communicated that clearly.
Very good. Any questions on the language change proposed? Again, for clarity. All right. Thank you. All right. And then Mike Treasy. So.
All right.
Yep. Go ahead.
I mean, first, my apologies that I didn't follow the due processes. That's a perk of having.
Sorry. Are you able to speak get closer to the microphone? That helps.
All right. Can you hear me now?
That is a little better. Yes. Go ahead.
All right. Well, the first comment was, well, first I'm going to say that again. Sorry for, I mean, my apologies for not being following the due process and accepting the emails as my comments. The first comment is about basically what Andrew talked about. It's kind of very similar. We do believe that there has to be some sort of a safe harbor that gives some sort of a exception to the projects that have met Section 9.4 or kind of legacy Section 9.4 and 9.5. And to address some of the concerns that I guess Jeff brought up, we can probably have a date in there that any project that met the Section 9.4 or 9.5 as it currently stands before to be determined date, basically they should be included as a base load. But that's kind of consistent with what I think Andrew was talking about. Now we can debate what the language should be, but we haven't proposed any language. So that was my first comment. The second comment was Section 9.2.1.43AI. Where it talks about dynamic load models and the fact that TSPs, they have to provide a written statement that the dynamic load model, the most recent version of it, is basically consistent with what has been used for the studies. The background is, I mean, many loads have been through this LLIS process for last year or so, and they have submitted the load models many months before, and those load models have been used to perform the analysis. And as you may recall, a couple of years ago, there was no specific large load models in the industry. For a very long time, people were using what NERC had put together for a data center loads, some sort of a typical load mix percentages. And then after that, industry started thinking about what those dynamic loads should be. Some people, they kind of developed their own user-defined models. Some they just continued using the complex model. And then finally, I guess a few weeks or a few months ago, ERCOT kind of recommended another load model developed in collaboration with EPRI. So that process has been an evolving process. And now suddenly putting that requirement that the most recent load model has to be consistent with those loads that have been studied before, I think that's not the right approach. We basically request that instead of using a verbiage of consistency, we kind of introduce a criteria that says TSP or any third party or the interconnection or the interconnecting large load entity, they have to perform certain analysis to show that the performance of the most recent load models has not materially changed or is not adversely impacting the stability of the grid. Some kind of sentence in that direction. But just saying that it has to be consistent, besides the fact that being consistent is kind of vague in my opinion. What consistency means, that doesn't have to be exact model, doesn't have to be exact parameters. But I think we have to focus on the performance just rather than the model itself. So that was my second comment. And then I have two more questions, which one of them is here and one of them I just came to my mind during today's workshop. The question is about a large load energization. This might have been defined somewhere, and if it has, my apologies for kind of ignoring that. But I feel like there has to be a specific definition of what large load energization means. Is it energization of the substation, or is it actually energization of let's say in the case of data center, is going to be data center warehouses? I think that has a weight on how some of these languages will be interpreted. So that's a question, and we don't have to have an answer now, but that's something just to consider. And the last point was, and I kind of brought that as a comment today, was what is the rationale behind the fact that ERCOT is kind of considering posting the base case data for the batch zero and following batches into a MIS secured website? Whereas the entire objective was, I guess, to increase the transparency. And I feel like now that large load customers, they have to wait at least 6 months to find out what is the result of their project, they should have the ability to perform some sort of analysis, at their own, to kind of de-risk some of this project before they enter the market and they enter the queue and wait at least for 6 months to kind of hear back. And posting those models in a basically secured area, I don't think that's going to allow that, because the secured area is accessible by ERCOT and, to my understanding, TSP. So maybe ERCOT can come up with a workaround to, if there is any confidential information that cannot be disclosed, remove those from the cases, and basically those cases be posted on a MIS. The other category kind of escaped my mind, but there was another area in the MIS that we can basically use that basically provides broader access. So that was it from my side.
All right, thank you, Mike. On the large load energization, I don't know if we may need to take that back, if there's a sharp definition of that or not, but any other ERCOT thoughts at least?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, it was MIS certified versus secure. I just totally messed that up, but I'm sure you all got the concept. Yeah.
Yeah, on the postings, right? It's MIS secure or MIS certified, correct? Okay. So on the large load.
Yeah, on this is A.G. Springer. On the large load energization, I guess is that term used in the PIGR? That we might have missed. The intent was to use initial energization, which is a defined term in the protocols.
No, and probably I should not use the capital letters here, but it was many places that it says like energization or large load energization, and to me that was kind of confusing. That is it energization of the substation, the way we all know it, for example, for the generation assets, or is it actually energization of the data warehouses?
Yeah, I think the intent was to use initial energization, the defined term, in as many places as possible for that clarity. So if there is a spot where we fail to do that and it is ambiguous, certainly we're open to correct that.
Okay, and then can you please remind me what is initial energization?
Well, I don't have section 2 pulled up in front of me, so I'll just state that up front. But it's the date at which the load begins consuming power for the first time.
Okay, so the load begins consuming power. Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
All right, thank you, AG. Thank you, Mike. All right, and then we'll go to, that was Mike. So, Deborah Roth, let me get your comments open.
Thanks, Matt.
You're welcome.
So, I filed 4 comments. For the first 2, I want to walk through a scenario. So I have a load that has 9.4, 9.5 approved. I signed interconnection agreements, everything is set, and I have a Q3 27 energization date, right? So now I'm working on, securing a tenant, starting construction, site control. Now I've been told to wait until August or September of 2026 to know if the load, the megawatt amount is firm or not. So that doesn't line up with the energizations, right? I mean, so to get to Q3 or Q2 or Q4 27 energization, I think Andrew alluded to this. I need to start energization now or start the construction now. So if I know my megawatt amount in August of 26, that means I'm looking at somewhere in Q4 28 or 29. So the load that got approved firm in the current Figure 115 process now stands in limbo until August 1st. That means we are pushing out energization by more than a year. Or, so that's kind of addressing my first and second comments that this shouldn't be the case, that whatever loads that have Figure 115 approved should be grandfathered into Batch Zero as base load.
Amen.
Yeah. And then for the RPG cutoff, again, I understand that that's the date for Figure 115 process to be unboxed, but another scenario, I have a load that's going through LLI process for, let's say, a year and a half, a year before the Figure 115 unboxing. Now, as per this criteria, Section 9.2.1.4, it says that if there is an RPG project filed on December 15th, then my load that has been restudied by ERCOT for more than a year, for example, that RPG project takes a priority over this load that has been restudied, and it may be subject to restudy. So again, I think my overarching goal is that Figure 115 process should be, that's the current law and should be respected, and those loads with 9.4 and 9.5 satisfied should be grandfathered in. So that's kind of what I'm trying to make a point here as well. And then I think I heard Jeff say that if we sign interconnection agreements, if we are going into base load as in Batch Zero, then we shouldn't be subjected to this criteria, right? So that's something that I heard. I just wanted to make sure that that is the correct path. But that kind of reflects here that, I mean, again, 58481, my understanding, and it's what I read, is for the new loads. So applying these criteria to loads that have already signed interconnection agreements or paid kayak is kind of paying doing a duplicative charges on those loads. Yeah. Any questions on that?
Hey, Bharat, this is AG. I'm not sure. Janice or Matt, is there a queue forming? I'm not sure.
No, we're kind of holding, but if you have a clarifying question, just to kind of ERCOT response to what's going on, go for it.
I just wanted to clarify one thing in, I think it was your comment 3, that the intent is not to prioritize RPG over Lillis. And I think in the example you gave that if an RPG was submitted on the 15th, that it would be prioritized over Lillis. In fact, I would kind of argue that was probably the opposite, in that it would have to have completed RPG acceptance or ERCOT independent review by July 15th to even be on the list. And even then, it would be the acceptance date that would determine its placement. So it would be reviewed in context of all the previously approved Lillises ahead of it. So I just want to make that clarification that the intent is not to prioritize RPG over Lillis, except for in the event that they both reached completion on the same date. That is in the tiebreaker rules.
Can you go to that section, Pat?
Which part, sorry?
The tiebreaker section. I think that's helpful, AG, but I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Is that 9.2?
I think
It's 9214.
Four,
I think it's
yeah.
paragraph 3 sorry, 1.
Yeah, keep going down.
Oh,
Sorry.
you passed it.
9213, or should I go?
9214.
9214, so going down.
I think
Gotcha.
it's paragraph 4. Okay.
Oops.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, this is my language, but
92143C.
Here.
Yeah. So if we could look at A first.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if you look here, so it's a large load that meets paragraph A2, capital A. It's a large load that was included in an RPG study that was submitted by December 15th. And if you read all the way in that paragraph, it also achieved acceptance or ERCOT endorsement. Matt, if you could scroll down just a little bit.
Oh, sorry. There it is.
On or before July 15th. So that's how it's.
It says R here.
That's
That's
the
the
path
confusion,
in.
I think.
Yeah, and then if we go down to
No. In
how
A.
ERCOT.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
In A, line number 4, it says received RPG acceptance or ERCOT endorsement, right? Okay.
Yeah, and that's intended to be dependent on the tier, the tier classification of the project. So that's the reason for the reference to the protocols there.
Yeah. So some projects get a RPG acceptance, and some get ERCOT endorsement.
Yeah,
is the idea. Fine.
I think that's not where I was looking at. Go ahead, AJ. You were explaining something else.
Yeah, sorry. And then if we look at paragraph B, I think this. Sorry, the main paragraph B. I'll take full responsibility for the confusing structure of the references here. I think it is. I think we could probably clarify here that it's the date of RPG acceptance or ERCOT endorsement that determines the placement there. It was intended to be clear from the paragraph above we were just talking about, but in looking at it on the screen, I can see why that is unclear.
I think it's this section C that I had confusion about, but we can discuss more. But that's where I was trying to figure out, right? C4 or C3?
Yeah, so the reason that these tiebreaker rules are there, and this I think speaks to one of the issues in the current process, is that there may have been a Lillis load that received completed 9.5, and on the same day, potentially there was a RPG study that did not include the Lillis load because the Lillis load hadn't completed those sections of the Lillis process, and there are RPG loads from the RPG submission that may not have been included in the Lillis because they were submitted as officer letter, for example. If those were to meet the requirements that we laid out in the entrance criteria a couple paragraphs up on the same day, neither study is potentially valid, right? They each completed separate processes without including each other, and that's one of the issues with the current structure. That's also, I think, one of the concerns, at least I have, to the suggestion that we allow for RPG submissions that occurred after Section 9 of the Planning Guide became effective to also enter into this list. I think that just exacerbates that problem. But that's why there's this need for tiebreakers, because the alternative would be basically to restudy both of them. So that's why that structure is there.
So both of them are approved on the same day, correct? That's where you have the tiebreaker.
Correct. In the event that two loads meet one of the above criteria on the same date, determining kind of which has priority.
Yeah, I have objections to that for RPG, but okay, thanks.
Hey, Matt, this is Barksdale. I apologize, my attention was turned elsewhere by a commissioner request. I understand there was a question earlier about the newer expanding load. Is that it? Right, Roth? Okay. So that language comes directly from PURA 370561, subsection C, talks about the standards applying to customers requesting a new or expanded interconnection where the total load exceeds the threshold. And so that's why it's not just applying to new loads. Does that answer your question?
No, I mean, so if there is a load, I understand if you're applying for expansion at that load, then these rules will apply, right? But if these loads are already in the process of interconnection agreements and paid kayak, why do they also need to pay additional amounts as per 58481?
Yeah, I think that's a legitimate question, and I think it's something that staff would love to hear stakeholders' opinions on. And as we continue to refine the criteria for what I'm, in my own head calling kind of the grandfathered load or whatever you want to call it, if there are reasonable proposals to define a set of projects that have gone through some previous process that have demonstrated project development as Jeff and the team have laid out, the fact that the current revision requests directly cite back to the draft PFP in 58481 should be viewed only as ERCOT's attempt to follow the PUC's lead here and not necessarily as ERCOT's attempt at drawing a particular line, which may be code for file comments and talk to your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Okay, thanks.
All right, and so with that, thank you for the red lines, and then we'll open the last set of comments that were filed this morning during the meeting. Let's see if I can go grab those.
This is Tyler Riley from Rose City Partners.
Yeah, Tyler, if you can speak up a little bit, we can barely hear you, but you're there.
Yes, this is Tyler Riley from Rose City Partners. Is that better?
Yes.
Great. So this is my comments were really just a follow on to Andrew, Bharat, and Mike's comments. I think it's a very similar comment on section 9.2.1.4. It's a really impossible standard to be able to navigate site control, construction, and equipment procurement all while you're in this limbo of are we firm or not firm. Jeff, it was great to hear that. It sounds like the part you're trying to protect against is kind of like those last 15, 30 days where you might have some last minute 9.4, 9.5 and approvals and wanting to sort through those. And so if the look back can be limited to say 30 days, I think that would go a long way. I think one of the things just to emphasize is 9.5 and 9.5 is a really difficult standard. There's not a lot of people who've made it through in the current paradigm, and I imagine those are probably a lot of the same groups who will be in batch zero, right? It takes a level of experience, sophistication to make it through that. And I think if those groups spent millions of dollars on a project only to have the rug pulled out from them when they thought they had 9.4 done, they had 9.5 done, they posted with the utility, they got site control, they did all these things, and then to find out that they weren't firm after spending money for an extra 6 months, I think that would destroy a lot of confidence, and it would specifically, I think, harm a lot of trust that some of your most equipped customers have in this process, and the batch process going forward. So before we implement this 9-month process, I think it's important to keep the trust of the market participants, and I think a limited look back to solve for your issue. I think, I can understand why you'd want that. So if that's 30 days, I think that's something that everyone could probably stomach. But going back months on the look back, I think while you're still requiring site control, utility posting, construction, commencing, equipment procurement, all those things is just it's just an impossible problem to solve. So appreciate you sharing your side of it earlier. And I think that it was helpful to hear that you're mostly concerned with kind of those last, the very end of this. And so it might be a lot coming at the end, but limiting that look back to say 30 days, I think would go a long way to building everyone's trust that these rules really do matter. And if you follow them precisely, that you'll be rewarded, not punished for that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tyler. So with that, what I may do is go back to the queue that we left off with, and I'll see if Jeff's going to make it back in the room. Hey, good timing, Jeff. Hey, buddy. You want to come back up in the hot seat here, or I can drive from up here? Actually, I'm terrible at knowing where things are in this picker right now. It'll be a training day. So what we're going to do is, while you're out, we wrapped up the 5 sets of comments, so we're going to go back to the questions and answers, pick up the last 10 in the queue, and then at 3:30 is when we want to pivot over to the 3:30 to 40, the 1-hour discussion of the bring your own gin stuff.
Okay. Bharat, is that where we left off, Nikki?
Yeah, I think I made my point about timelines, that they don't work. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
So next in the queue is Bianca.
Hi there. Here's Bianca with Serena Energy. Just a few questions on the criteria for getting into the Batch Zero studies, just to make sure that for the loads that are getting into 2028, they do not need to have the steady state and the stability approved, just presented, just one of each. But for the loads that are getting into the 2027, if they do not have both studies, they are already ruled out of any to get included in the Batch Zero. This seems to be like they're not comprising all of it.
Yeah, so I need AG to help with.
Yeah, I can take that, Jeff. So I guess let me ask a quick clarifying question. Are you asking about loads that are included as base load or loads that are included per study?
No, for study.
Matt, can we go up to section 9212? Yeah.
Thankfully, Jeff is driving now. So.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he is.
Excuse me. So there's basically kind of two paths into studied load. The first is a load that is requesting energization before the end of 2027. That's paragraph A, but that did not meet all the requirements to demonstrate the feasibility of that. If they have interconnection agreements, then they're included as assessed load. The other path is loads that are requesting service in 2028 or later. They need to meet the intermediate agreement and if we could scroll down just a little bit, Jeff. Either they were kicked out of the evaluation of the valid studies, so their studies were not valid, or they have an approved steady state or stability study under the legacy process.
Yeah, so there will be different criteria for these studies if you have a 2027 or if you have a 2028. The point is just that it seems that you're going to rule out if you have a closer date, but you do not have like both studies approved, but you're giving preference if you have a 2028 date.
Yeah,
to not have it approved.
Sorry, I misunderstood your question. So yeah, let me add, I guess, a little bit to that. The underlying assumption, and this is based on the stakeholder feedback that we received from the last few workshops, is that the treatment of 2027 and earlier needs to be based on what is realistic. And the feedback we received is that loads that don't even have approved studies today for 2027 likely do not have a realistic path. And so 2027 falls outside the scope of Batch Zero. And so loads that wish to be included will be either 2027 that did not have a viable path, or 2028 and later. But even the 2027 loads will be studied for a 2028 energization or later.
Yeah, but there is a scenario that you have the steady state approved, but not the stability, and you have like a late date in 2027. So there would be enough time for you to complete the full studies before your energization date. But in this scenario, considering this requirement, you would not be able, even if you have like a December 2027 date, you'll not be able to get in just because of 1 month. If my date was January 1st, 2028, I could get in with just one of the studies.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, that there is a potential gap there. I would also just add that there is time, in this timeline through July 15th for the project to update its request to request a 2028 energization. But the fundamental principle is that 2026 and 2027 energizations will need to be accompanied by completed studies and evidence that the project has met the development milestones.
Okay, and just one last question / statement. On the 2028 date about having the studies approved, I understand it has to be prior to the July 15th date, but what would be the sense of having them approved if you're going to have to restudy them during the batch process? Is just to have a more firm, or does it make much sense to have them already approved?
So paragraph 2, capital B there on the screen, only requires one study to be approved. It does not need to be a full approval of studies in order to be included for study under the batches. So it's really, as we've shown at some of the large load working group workshops and TAC meetings, we have many hundreds of megawatts of loads for which we have not even received initial studies. And so this is trying to capture some progress through the current process, with the understanding that the goal of Batch Zero is to assess everybody at once and give some answers.
Mm-hmm. But we have cases where the TSP has already submitted the studies to ERCOT, but they have not been approved yet. So ERCOT would make the goal of going through all of them prior to the July 15 date, or there is a scenario that I have the study submitted, not still pending on ERCOT approval, that might not meet this deadline because ERCOT has not analyzed it.
So the current Planning Guide 9 process remains in effect, and that process is governed by timelines for the review of studies as they come in. So those timelines will continue to remain in effect.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next is Eric Goff.
On slide 45, Why the lesser of instead of the greater of in both cases on the right? Just out of like it.
Yeah, so I think it is if if you went through a load commissioning plan and it said for the next 3 years it's 200, 400, 600, but then what you come back and tell us with the most recent information in the say in the 2026 RTP is 100, 300, 500, then I think that we would think that that is more up to date because you've given us something. So I think it's the lesser of because that 2026 we would assume that would be more up to date than what was in your LCP.
That's later, not lesser of.
It is well okay. In that case, it's lesser of. If it's opposite, if it's I have a load commissioning plan that is 200, 400, 600, but in 26 RTP you tell me no, it's 400, 600, 800. I don't know that I can just because you told me in the 2026 RTP, I don't know that I can reliably do that. So I have to go to the lesser, which is the load commissioning plan.
But isn't the goal to serve the load that was requested?
Yes, but if I don't know that I can, this is base load, right? If I don't have a study that shows that I can do that, then I can't assume.
Okay. And then
I can't assume that.
Philosophically, maybe is the way I would approach the next question.
Okay.
But the goal of studying base load is to recommend transmission projects to serve the already approved load in the event. Okay.
No. The batch study is looking at loads that are coming in addition to that base load. So it is what transmission. So again, philosophically, theoretically, we already have previous studies to show us how we need to serve that base load.
Right.
Now we're studying, but we don't have studies for the additional load. And so now we're studying that additional batch zero load that is under study in batch zero. And that load is, so we're trying to identify transmission projects for that additional load.
So if the already studied load is approved contingent on waiting for transmission, but there's not a transmission plan, what happens?
Under today's process, RTP is looking at what is the transmission that's needed to serve that load.
Okay. I feel like there's kind of maybe a do loop problem here where there's not a process for that load to get approved, and I don't know if that's what it says in the PIGR either, where there's a problem, I think, if the load was approved and therefore it's base load, but there was never a transmission plan that's developed, and the approval was contingent on a transmission plan being developed, and then if you're reducing the load here based on the RTP, potentially, it just seems like there's potentially a reduction in approved load that could occur from this set of circumstances.
Yeah. Okay. Let me repeat back what I think I'm hearing.
Okay.
Is the issue is under the existing process, have a load commissioning plan that says that this load can increase its consumption once this certain transmission plan is in place, but there's no plan to actually construct that certain transmission project.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I understand that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think we need to. Yeah. It's a good point. That's a valid point.
Okay.
I need to think about that. And
that's all I wanted.
And open to ideas on how to address that. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Thanks.
Bob King.
Bob King here for track today. Real quick, it wasn't clear because a lot of language has been removed, but in 9.2.1.1.1e, if you are energizing after 28, you have a signed interconnection agreement. Is there any other agreement required to energize at that point? I guess it's not.
So
would energization be normal like it is today, basically, once you get to that point?
Yeah, so you have a large load with your energization date is 2028 or later.
Yeah.
And so you have complete invalid studies as defined in 9214, or
we have a signed IA.
You meet the interconnection agreement requirements in 972. Yeah, so I think what you're saying is I have a later date. I meet the interconnection agreement requirements. Then you'll be considered base load. Then I think when you get to your energization date, I mean, we're going to look and we're going to check do you have your interconnection agreement? But yeah, I think that's.
But it's
I think you're base load at that point.
All right, just no additional agreements. That's good. And I'm sorry, I should have done this before, but back on slide 46, just a comment. I think you have a typo. The second paragraph on the left column.
Yeah, I think we noted that earlier. Yeah.
Is it either or? Is that what you meant?
I don't remember what we said. I think it's not either. I think it's an and.
It is and.
It's an and.
And then finally, when you're talking, I'm a little confused too about this ordering business, because sometimes you're not like knocking out people whose studies are no longer invalid necessarily, but they go into the batch and then are given priority in the batch process. Is that what that means, that they'd be considered before the other one in capacity? Or are you really knocking out?
It's a
like
gating.
Two projects come in the same day with valid studies. They're both just into batch one?
It's a gating criteria to determine which studies are valid and which studies supersede other studies. When there's a conflict, then we need to know which studies supersede other studies.
But
that's
the batch
trying to get at.
study is studying stuff, so wouldn't it?
Yeah, and this is, I think, my team, keep me honest on this, but I think it is only a gating criteria for whether you're considered base load.
Oh, okay. Because if they're in batch, they would.
Then you're understudy.
Fine.
Yeah, if you're understudy, then you're understudy. But it's a
Okay.
gating criteria for whether you're base load or not.
Thank you. And the final point, real quick, you were also giving kind of a Sophie's choice having to do with 58481 and how to marry up with that appropriately.
Right.
Could we take the final published one for August, but for the commitment, which isn't going to take place until 27, use the final? Because now you're asking me for hundreds of millions of dollars, and if we go from $100,000 a megawatt to 50 even, that's a big difference. So is that the plan, that we would take the final for the commitment part, which is later?
Yeah, I think if I understood your question, it is, so maybe I'll make this a statement. What our intention is to start batch zero this summer, before 5841 is final. So the gating criteria on which loads are considered understudy and which loads are considered base load, we are taking a copy of what is draft for 5841, and so we will apply that criteria. But when we get to first quarter of next year, then we expect that 5841 will be finalized. So the commitment criteria to be considered, a load has committed for subsequent studies, that would be based on the final 5841, not necessarily based on what we know today, what goes in Figure 145. That final commitment will be based on 5841.
Great.
The final 5841.
Hey, you have a minute?
Okay, thank you.
So we commonly get the question how to print all branches for contingency analysis. So under base case and contingency, monitor branches. How about all monitor buses? Is there a similar way of doing that? Because I've tried kind of similar thing with respect to setting 0 to the.
Sorry, for the speaker on the phone, you're coming through here. I'm trying to mute you. But we hear you about your branches. And there we go. Okay.
James Thomas at Power Gem.
All right. Okay, did we finish that question? Sorry, that was in the pause, wasn't it? So we are coming up on 3:30 here in 5 more minutes, so we'll keep running the queue as quickly as we can. Bill Barnes is next.
A quick one, Jeff, just to confirm section 9212 of the planning guide. This is the eligibility criteria for inclusion of large loads to be studied and allocated in batch 0. Under subparagraph B, if you have an energization date after January 1st, 2028, you have to have a notarized attestation that you've signed your intermediate agreement, and ERCOT has received approval of steady state or stability studies by July 15th. There's no real deadline there. The paragraph 2 says the ERCOT has to receive the load commissioning plan by July 15th. But what are the dates for when ERCOT needs to see the attestation from the DSP on the intermediate agreement, and whether the submitted steady state or stability studies, or that ERCOT has received them and then given approval back to the interconnecting entity, what date applies to those two things?
Hey, Bill. This is AG. I think you're correct. It's not quite clear from what's on the paper, but the intent is for both of those deadlines to be met by July 15th.
Great. Thanks, AG.
All right. Jenny.
Thank you. This is Jenny Xu from Saluna. I just have 2 questions regarding the eligibility to be included in the batch 0 for 2 different scenarios. The first scenario is if we have a 74 megawatt load project that's undergoing interconnection studies by the interconnecting utility currently, and would like to upsize the project by 26 megawatt and making it a 100 megawatt project. And the project has an energization date before December 2027. Would this upsizing qualify to be included as either the base load or studied load in batch 0?
So if I'm understanding correctly, first of all, I guess maybe to clarify, I think the point that we kind of danced around, but there is no path for a load with a 2027 energization date to be studied in batch 0. Even loads that had a 2027 energization date that end up in that study criteria will be studied for 2028 or later.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. So if this project has the energization date before December 2028, then would this qualify?
I think without seeing the specifics of the project, it's hard to say for sure, but
if it meets the milestones, if it meets the eligibility criteria in either 9211 or 9212, it would be included as listed.
And will that be a base load or a studied load?
It would depend upon which criteria the project met.
Got it. And the next question is, if we have a project that's up running and we want to expand it by another 200 megawatt and energize by 2028, would this expansion qualify to be studied in batch zero?
It would be under the current planning guide, as well as this figure would be treated as a new interconnection request under Section 9, and so it would need to meet the applicable milestones for inclusion as either base load or studied load by July 15th.
Great, thank you.
All right, so we're going to park. So Janice, if you can snap the people in the queue and set them aside for a minute, what we're going to do is explore the world of CLRs and bring your own gen. Jeff and I are talking. Some of us would be willing to say 4:30 to 5 just to run through the queue. So I don't know that we're accepting more questions in the queue, but we're willing to try and answer everyone's question as best we can. So just a little PSA. So this is back to the survey. Early, it seems like days ago, we talked about a survey before we started this meeting, and it was, what were some of the key findings? So we cut that survey in half and brought it down to this section, which is, what about this controllable load resources and bring your own gen? What kind of questions did we ask? What kind of responses did we get? In terms of bring your own gen, let me just jump into it. Which co-location configurations, example load plus battery, load plus solar, should ERCOT prioritize when defining bring your own gen rules? So we did see a higher level of load with dispatchable thermals, but we still saw some more load with thermal plus storage hybrid. Others, so it's kind of everything is in play if possible, but the stronger signals that we've seen are at least the two on these pieces. In terms of for bring your own gen, is the self-limiting facility concept adequate? And we'll talk more about that in a minute. But in other words, that's bring your own gen site agrees to fixed injection withdrawal limitation until transmission is built. Again, back to that example, what if you're given almost nothing? Can I have a load that consumes a lot of power that's fed by a local generator, and we'll just self-limit to where we never never pull any more from the grid than some low level? And so it was a lot of people said, yes, this BYOG is a viable construct for us. Number 3, if Batch Zero provides less firm capacity than you requested, would you consider using the controllable load resource status to consume power above your firm allocation while upgrades are being built? So again, this is the idea: you requested a bigger ramp, you get a haircut, and then while you're going forward in time, would you want to use that extra capacity and non-binding hours to consume more? And so again, 80% said yes, that would be a great idea. I'm not going to read the additional comments, but y'all can. And then the CLR concept expansion, when defining bring your own gen rules, should controllable load resources be expanded to explicitly include as a co-location configuration option? And the answer was yes, let's do that also. And then should large load customers included in Batch Zero have the option to pre-register non-firm allocated loads as a CLR after the study results are released to operate those megawatts as controllable load until firm capacity is available? I may not have read that right. Should large load customers included in Batch Zero have the option, that's the word I missed, to pre-register non-firm allocated megawatts? So again, yes. So let me just slow down. I'm going to purposely talk slower because it's only 4 slides, and then maybe there'll be less questions. So the first one is a load-only controllable load resource. We have a slide for each of these. We would describe this as kind of a pure load-only. It would have no gen, no batteries behind the point of interconnection. This would be where a large load registers entirely as a controllable load resource at the point of interconnect. No generation or storage is electrically connected in a way that synchronizes with or is in parallel to or export to the grid. ERCOT's posture on this one is potentially feasible. It's a maybe. We're not sure if we can pull this off. Again, this is for market rules and a design to go to the June 1 board. The cousin, the CLR, kind of a slightly different version of the same thing, is a CLR with non-synchronous backup generation. That's the idea of a large load registers as a CLR, but also utilizes behind-the-meter backup generation that's not synchronized with the ERCOT grid. We'll talk more about that one. Also a potentially feasible. And then a bring-your-own generation self-limiting facility, I kind of described. It's two things behind there that net out as a potentially feasible. And then this concept, netted network, keeps getting thrown around. Morty, that's kind of a next-generation design. Really, that is focused on ancillary services and energy offers into the market. Yes, it's a neat thing, but the concept hasn't been defined. There's no real way to get to that, and so we just have that as not feasible right now. That doesn't mean we can't have this self-limiting facility concept, but in terms of a netted network, we have a picture that'll help, hopefully. Okay, so let's start with the first one. Load-only CLR, we've kind of set this up on the right side as here is a load that wants 1,000 megawatts, and they're going to get it in year 5. Maybe this should have been a year 6 example for our discussions. But the idea is, after the study is run, the ramp is flattened out to only be 100 megawatts. That's all the load can get. And so the idea would be is, with that scenario, if they are a load that is dynamic enough to move their load around, they could participate as a dispatchable demand and follow sked base points. And that would be like a Bitcoin miner today. It's a controllable load that follows up and follows down. There's no assurance that service would be awarded above the megawatts. So there's not a guarantee that because you have this 100 that SCED's going to let you roll all the way to the top, whether it's a local constraint or another constraint. But the idea is, off other hours that weren't in the planning study, could you get up to that point? ERCOT would be observing and verifying their performance to make sure they adhere to SCED instructions, must meet existing CLR telemetry and dispatch performance, must register operationally capability for that amount above the firm load, subject to real-time dispatch. And so, the illustrative example on the left is it's 150 megawatts in year 1. So kind of the planning amount would be 0 to 100. That's where they could operate anytime, anywhere. That's their guaranteed. And then it's this low power consumption would be at 100 and up to 150. That 50 megawatts is the swing. That's the one that they could offer in as controlling up and controlling down. In this way, what's going to make this different from another example is you've been studied at 100, but if there's no transmission congestion, and this would have a SCED enhancement to it, that SCED would allow you to go up and higher, and then SCED would also move you down when there's congestion. So what we're leveraging is NPR 1255 had some energy storage mitigation. It's a project that's 9 to 12 months. It may fit into this construct. We even have language for it. So we think this is a viable option on the ground because a lot of the pieces are already in place, but there's still a lot of details to take care of. So what I'll do is I'm going to go through all 4 of these and then see if there's any questions on these pieces. In terms of the 1B, this is a CLR with non-synchronous backup generation. If your eye is drawn to the red X, it's for a reason. What we can't have is a CLR where it's a load and a capital R resource. If it's over 10 megawatts, it's registered with ERCOT, and we can't just pretend it's not there and put a blob around it and say it's a controllable load. So this immediately becomes a co-location, bring your own gen scenario that can be supported. It just can't be supported as a CLR. So the agentic example was we have all these different types of facilities in one place. Can we put a circle around it and call it a CLR? That may be the way of the future, but that's not what we have for Batch Zero. But if it's backup generation that's not connected to ERCOT, in other words, ERCOT can't even see this diesel generator or this stack of batteries or whatever it is, but when SCED sees the load and it's constrained, it's going to send a signal to drop load. And ERCOT doesn't know how, but if the idea is the load is coming offline and switching to backup gen, that's up to what's going on behind the fence. That's not us. But this load is disappearing with that generation that's not connected to ERCOT. So again, to qualify under this construct, backup generation must not be synchronized or operate in parallel to the grid. We'll model the facility as a load only. Transmission studies still remain binding. Load must follow schedule. So it's like the other one. So that's it for that one. And then here's the bring your own self-limiting facility. This is the idea on the right here of a load with 5 generators, or maybe it's only 2 generators, but somehow this load, in this case, is a 1,000 megawatt load being served by 5 by 250 individual units. What's interesting about this one is if they have overbuilt, this becomes you hear the N-1, G-1 in certain studies or constraints. This would still be a G-1, 1,000 megawatts serving 1,000 megawatts. So that's going to be the one that may be the more optimal construct. There's also the idea of whether or not it's just too big 2 by 500 generators to serve the 1,000 megawatts. For G-1 compliance in some studies, that may be a limitation. But I'm not here to speak to that. We haven't gotten into all the details, but just acknowledging the different studies. So now both the load and the generation would be registered with ERCOT. The interconnection limit would apply to the net megawatt at the point of interconnect. And so that would be a limited facility. NPR 1026 already has this for generators. It's the idea of expanding that to be for loads also. And then the facility, that partnership, that whatever agreement is, and I think Clayton had an NPR about this. What does an operating agreement look like between 2 entities that do this? That injection withdrawal never exceeds the point of interconnect at the expense of the other party in this arrangement. And so the transmission planning does not assume simultaneous full load of the generation, and that the full participation on both sides is not permitted unless structured as something else but is not allowed. And then that largest model contingency depends on other configuration limitations. So again, another way to see this is kind of a self-limiting private use network. We can work on branding around this, but clearly self-limiting facility, we would like to forklift the self-limiting generation rules into the self-limiting load rules and how to fit that together into this composite piece, design construct. And then the last piece, again, is the netted network. The main advantage of this, it is just like the one we showed before, but it's the idea of being able to simultaneously participate in energy and ancillary service markets. Again, this is kind of a bridge too far for us to get to. It's a good way to help monetize the assets you have on the ground, but outside of this reliability, serving large loads, that's a fringe benefit if we could get there, but that's not what we're shooting for. So what we're looking to do is ERCOT is looking to define a CLR construct and a bring your own gen construct kind of down this line of sight. So the load only CLRs would be with NPR 1188 going in, and we can give more details on this in the next round, with some other NPR SCED mitigation, step 2 mitigation, that if there's a nearby constraint, and it will, again, prevent this load from melting lines. That's the name of the game. So a normal CLR today, and if you take nothing else away on CLRs, this is not a normal CLR. A Bitcoin miner can run up and down all day long. It's about the money. This is transmission constrained. So branding-wise, we could call this a transmission-limited CLR. We can, I think, again, Clayton had another word for it, guardrailed or something. So we're open to terminology, but something is different about this CLR, and I want that to be understood. So with that, I'll just pause and see if there are any just kind of quick questions on the loads and what we're bringing forward. I'm going to kind of cut in the queue. I know we had all that other stuff, but if we want to run kind of a few questions through the queue right now about just the CLR and bring your own gen, be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, we had a queue form, so Bharat first.
Hey, Matt. So just for CLR, or can I ask for BYOG as well?
Both of these, yes.
Okay. So are you envisioning this to be in parallel to Batch Zero June 1st board, or what's the timeline?
That's what we're hoping.
Okay.
Now, what you haven't seen yet from us is how are we modeling this in the studies and all that. We haven't figured all that out yet.
Yeah.
We'll go to the large load working group on Friday to kick around problems, risks in this, but yes, this is where we're headed.
Yeah, I think I alluded to this. We require a separate workshop for this to kind of draft the language and to be in the June 1st time frame.
If we need an extra one, we can. So I'm hoping the LLWG helps a little bit. And then we have 3 workshops in a row ahead of the April one. Was kind of our first week of April is our target for trying to file something.
Okay. Second question is for BYOG.
Yes.
So I know other ISOs are pretty much doing this, right? Like SPP's Hilga process and, zero injection in MISO and others. So is there a way where, this is net zero, or if I am net megawatt zero at a POI, right? Similar to other ISOs proposals, can we have an accelerated steady process than the batch zero process? So I bring in my generation, 1 gigawatt, for example, and I apply for a load, 1 gigawatt. ERCOT at the POI will not see anything, but I apply for this load to firm up over 5 years. Can I get the approval to bill now while I wait for the transmission to come and get the load?
Is your scenario co-locating with existing gen?
No.
The other way around? Or the
New
thing about
generation.
both of these is being new?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm sorry. If somebody else is getting this, jump in.
Yeah, no.
The question.
So I bring in my generation, I bring in my load, I apply for firm transmission over a period of next 5 years. Meanwhile, you only see 0 megawatts at the POI.
Correct. It's as if we had awarded you a 0 ramp rate.
Exactly.
But you can still operate.
Yeah. Can I get accelerated steady path so that I could start building today or whenever in the near term, not wait until September 2027?
Oh, so do you need the 0 load ramp approval? Is that what you're...
So
because here's the other part of the study is, do you still want to know that someday ERCOT will interconnect this
but
facility?
that's for that you're studying in batch zero.
Correct.
Yeah. So for example, to lay this timeline out, right? September 27, I'll know that, okay, 29, I'll have 300 and, so and so. But the fact that I could bring the generation and build the load today, that means I can operate until 29 without firm transmission service, and I can start building now, would be super helpful.
Yeah. So I think those are details for later, or go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, just my initial thought is I think you're, and it's kind of a process question, but I think that there's two process challenges of that. So one is that we need to, when are you making that commitment? I think you're making that commitment at the end of batch zero. And so we have to, I think we have to follow that process where you make that commitment at the end of batch zero. And I think the other piece is because the generation is synchronously connected with the grid, then we have to go through the generation interconnection study process as well. And so I think this concept is going to end up being both the load and the generation have to meet at some point in the future, and that's when you make your commitment.
Yeah, so I'm not going to connect the generation to the grid.
But it's still synchronously connected, which has a stability and short circuit impact.
So I think this is why I've requested a workshop so we could iron out a lot of things on how the studies would look like. And as I said, other ISOs have already had these things in place, so we could kind of use those as a benchmark and go from there on how this would look like in terms of timelines and when would the generator connect to the grid and when are we expecting the firm transmission service, those kind of things. But the goal is I bring the necessary capacity to serve my load in the short term and then wait for the transmission service later. But in the short term, if I get in quick studies and approval from ERCOT, I could start building these while the firm service comes. That's the main objective of BYOG in general.
Yep. Okay. Yep. All right, and then Q. Who's this?
Bill Barnes.
I've got a few. Matt, slide 60, please. And I guess to begin, thank you guys. We asked for some thoughts from the ERCOT team on what these could look like and clarity on the configurations. I know you guys are swamped with a bunch of things, so just thank you for putting some thought into this. It helps us tremendously. The netted network 3, that sounds like that is a co-located CLR and generation resource. Can we call it that? I'm not sure what both participate in the market means other than the load is a CLR.
Yeah, what Cy described was maximizing ancillary services behind it, depending on which resources are maybe and/or controllable load. So yes.
Will he be at the LLWG on Friday? I'm kind of curious.
He is, yes. He will be.
All right, I'll
and
save
there's
that
Kenneth
question
beside
for
you too. He may know such
I'll
things.
save that question for then.
Okay.
And then next slide is, I think that's the old school CLRs. It's basically crypto or a load that can respond to SCED dispatch without any type of resource or behind the meter supply. That makes sense. Then the next slide, this was my concern, is that I think we need to unpack this scenario a little bit more. There's a couple things that weren't completely jiving with me, and this elaborates quite a bit on it. One is the registration requirements. So to not be a grid registered resource, you have to be 10 megawatts or smaller. So I see where you're saying you can segment those out, but I think that's only specific to whether you are selling at wholesale. So if you're not exporting, I think you could probably be a SOT-SG, settlement only transmission self-generator, where you are only self-serving the load, you're not exporting at all, and I think you can exceed that 10 megawatts. But that needs to be, put that on the punch list on things to talk about for this scenario. The questions that we have really revolve around what happens when, let's say this is you're using a battery, basically the generation that's non-synchronized is a battery. And that's the second to last bullet. If it's not necessarily backup generation fails, but there's no duration. There's no state of charge left in the battery, and now there's some type of transmission constraint, and you're getting dispatch signals to curtail, and you can't. What happens?
No, you will. I mean, you're dropping load.
So there'll be
the TSPs can drop here. I'm sorry,
open the breaker.
That on you guys, but
then I had the same question in a load shed scenario. I assume these guys are getting disconnected at the POI in either a load shed scenario or if they're not responding to prices. As a result of SCED dispatch for congestion. Okay, that's that. Thank you. And then the next, I've got Shannon Caraway's list of questions here. I'll stop after this one. This is literally exactly what we're looking for in terms of what kind of specifications for how this would look. Completely doable and workable, makes sense. You can oversize the generation resource. So in a G-1, I'm looking at the top right chart, in a G-1 scenario, you can still serve the full load and get full allocation. The question that we have, which is related to the comments we filed on the planning guide, is why does the configuration, the top right, even need to go through a batch process? You have a 1,250 megawatt generation resource that's going to go through the generation interconnection process, have a full interconnection study. The interconnection facilities will be sized to handle that amount of generation. The load is smaller. Why do you need to go through the batch study if you've oversized your generation for a co-located site?
Yeah. And why do you need ERCOT? I mean, it's a good question. It's like, what does it mean to have that interconnect protected? So I think those are some of the details we have to figure out.
Yes.
Because you're right. It's how do we plan for it?
If you're going in these types of situations, if you're going through a full generation interconnection study and FIS, and doesn't that fulfill the same study requirements? So that's another one that is a TBD. And then I'm assuming we'll talk more about these subjects on Friday. It looks like we got an hour and a half at the LLWG. So
sounds good.
Thank you.
Look forward to it. All right. Next question. Sam Brandon.
So, Matt, can I just...
Oh, yeah. Kenneth, sorry.
A couple of things. Back on your first of 15 questions. The netted network, you may have said this, Matt, but I didn't hear it, it's not really going to help you with your speed of interconnection. It's just an ability to show your capability at ERCOT in a different way than what we're doing today. And then I think your question on the bring your own gin of why does it need to go through the process is one that we need to look at. And I think your example was really good. You know, you're bringing excess megawatts to what your load is back then, and we need to figure out how to do that. So, thanks.
All right, thank you. And Sam, go ahead. And sorry if I mischaracterize any kind of examples.
No, I appreciate it. These slides overall are super helpful. So to quickly go through my 3 questions here. So for slide 62, or actually it might be 61. Yeah, 61. So for that graph, or sorry, this one with the graphic in the bottom right. So it's 61. It's 61. It's the one with the CLR.
Right, with the graph on it. Okay, got it. Yep.
Yes. Is this chart meant to imply that, one, CLRs would be treated differently where the firm delivery of capacity might be lumped into kind of the catch-all last year?
Sorry, you cut out there right at the end. Say it once more.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so just by the way that this graphic is shown, I wasn't sure if it's meant to intend that ERCOT is implying that firm service for CLRs might be lumped into all being delivered in that last kind of catch-all year 6, or I guess it's shown as year 5 here, but.
Yes, the idea was they would be eligible to convert from a CLR to normal load contingent on the transmission upgrades being complete, yes.
Okay, but that could be like phased in over those 5 years rather than just all being delivered in one go.
Yes, there could be the possibility of asking for restudies to see if you can increase your base over time. Yep.
Okay, gotcha.
Matt, this is AG. Sam, if I'm understanding your question is, the graph on the slide is not intended to say that if a load is requesting to register as a CLR, that it would just be allocated its firm amount in the last year automatically. The answer is no. Our thinking currently is that we would still assess what could be served across each of the years. So it may be that it can potentially have more firm load in earlier years. It just would depend on what the batch study showed.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was asking. Thank you, AG. And then basically the inverse of that question. Alternatively, at the private developer's decision, in year 1, could they advance with taking all remaining 900 megawatts and operating that as a CLR rather than phasing in the CLR capacity as shown in this chart?
Yeah, we struggle with that one, whether or not there's upper limits, whether there's dynamic limits, whether there's other limits other than your ramp request, other than what your capability is if you showed up early. So those are details we have to work out still.
I figured that would be the case. Yeah. All right, thank you. And then on the next slide, so I just wanted to clarify the language in this slide. So to be sure, this isn't to suggest that a co-located generator or energy storage resource separately metered behind the same POI isn't allowed. It's just saying that utilizing that synchronous resource as the compliance mechanism for being a CLR is not allowed. Is that right?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, this backup generation is not a interconnected resource to ERCOT.
Right.
But yeah. What's that, Evan? Evan, go ahead if you know what he's. Hold on.
I want to confirm that you're talking about the lower diagram.
No. So I'm basically saying, so there could be a situation where a CLR load, which is going to be capable of curtailing under its own capacity, is co-located behind the same POI with a separately metered generation resource. And so I just wanted to confirm that wasn't, ERCOT's not saying that's not feasible. You're saying that you cannot use that co-located synchronous resource as the mechanism by which you qualify the load as a CLR.
Correct.
I think that's right.
Yes, agreed.
Okay, yeah. Okay, great. No, we're all on the same page. And then my very last question here is just on the BYOG scheme. Is it ERCOT's view that for any BYOG scheme, you will have to pursue this self-limiting facility framework? So like even in the upper right-hand corner, that example satisfies this G-1 case that will be studied. And that's basically like the scenario 3 BYOG case that's been referenced in previous decks. But you're suggesting that even though this configuration would theoretically satisfy that G-1 criteria while still serving the full load, there would still need to be a self-limiting framework put on the facility.
Correct. This is a set it and forget it for the year type thing. So if they've only been rated or allowed to withdraw 50 megawatts, that's it. And we would probably even request to have a relay there that will open if you exceed that. So it is a hard wired thing for every hour, not just an off-peak or on-peak type thing.
Gotcha. Yep. That makes sense.
This is AG. I just want to add on to what Matt said. I think the operational piece of how this structure will function, it will, I think our current thinking is it would be a modification to the existing self-limiting facility concept. But, in this case, because we're kind of using that generation to be credited to serving the load, there's also a sort of a higher reliability impact to all this. And so really we're going to need clear definitions of what it means, for the load to the site to never exceed its limit at the POI, and what we mean operationally if that's exceeded, if it's something like a reverse power relay, how fast does that need to be? I think our thinking is that's going to need to be defined as part of this.
Gotcha. No, that's super clear. And I guess lastly, I'll just say to clarify my point from the last workshop, I was just highlighting that if there is a load that under its own capacity is capable of being a CLR, then that really negates the need to even consider this notion of co-location, because as long as the load is a CLR, it's completely a private decision if you happen to have generation co-located or not.
Yes.
So,
yep.
Thank you.
Accurate.
Appreciate it all.
Yep. Thank you. All right, Monica.
Hi. Thanks, ERCOT, for doing work on this. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, very well.
Okay, great. I was wondering if on this slide, the SLF model requires you to net the load permanently, or would it be would you be able to have a dynamic cap with a sort of interim non-firm transmission service situation?
We have not considered that at this point. We're not closing the door on that forever, but for batch 0, it's to go with a similar construct to what we have today. So it's just a set limit.
Okay, gotcha. And then are you contemplating, if you agree to this self-limiting facility construct, that you have some sort of expedited interconnection process as a result of being flexible?
That's what we're exploring.
Okay, great.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, the worst case is you get a ramp of 0, and this is a way to mitigate the ramp that you don't like. So, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. That's helpful. Last question, the netted network concept, is it not feasible right now or ever?
It's not feasible right now. Thanks for clarifying that. When we said this little scorecard here this is feasibility as it relates to batch 0. Potential, and then not. Okay.
Is that still something that you're exploring?
Nope.
For implementation on the longer term?
Cy Morty might talk about that at the large load working group, but for this group, no, we're not exploring it in terms of a fast track to this interconnection issue.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
You bet. Next, I think we have 4 or 5 left. Kevin Hansen?
Yeah, for 1B, I'm curious, what is the operational duration required for that option?
Well, it's not an us thing, it's a them thing. So if it's a diesel, it runs out of diesel. If it's a battery, it's when it runs out of juice. But here's the funny part. I don't
So
know
the
if you said it
magical
at
vault,
ERCOT.
so the vault option with 300 hours.
If it's a what?
The new technology out there, the vault, I think it's the vault, has 300 hours of operation. That would be your limitation.
It's your own limitation.
It's your own
It's
limitation.
your own risk.
Okay.
I think it was AG or someone said to me, it's like we're looking at the load and we don't even know what's behind it. We just know that it goes away.
Okay.
And that's that's what we're serving.
Okay.
And if everything fails behind the fence, that thing still goes dark.
Okay, thanks.
So, you bet. All right. After Kevin was Kellen. Kellen
Hey,
Kennard.
can you hear me? Okay.
Yes. There you are. Yes.
Right. Yep. Sorry, I was having trouble with the mute. I guess my question is back on slide 63 on the BYOG self-limiting facility. So theoretically, if you were able to get injection withdrawal limits, so for in the first example, could you potentially get a net injection limit up to your generator nameplate of that 1250 megawatts, and then also have a net withdrawal limit of 1,000 megawatts, depending on how the study results come out?
Yeah, it may come up with an upper boundary on the load planning side and an upper boundary on the interconnection side. We haven't figured out how to marry those two processes together. So, in other words, if it was just a generator or just a load, but there will be this net that is an agreed to value that you don't exceed, especially on the load side for this piece. Yeah, Kenneth is going to help me out. He thinks like this.
The other thing is there's a link to what that self-limit for the facility is to what's in the interconnection agreement. So, you need the interconnection agreement to say, here's the limit on withdrawal, here's the limit on injection, and that's what you need to follow.
Yep, that makes sense. But theoretically, it could be up to your nameplate.
It could be up to what? You drifted off on the end there.
Is that your nameplate? So in this first example, up to 1,000 megawatts for the load?
Well, the limit will be determined by the studies of, how much injection is okay. And same on the other side. Based on the study, there's a limit to how much you can withdraw.
And that's that's kind of where we left it. If we haven't answered all those, how do we study this thing and how do we approve what those limits are? Yeah.
Okay. And then my next question is, I'm just trying to understand the difference between BYOG and the netted network. It's basically the difference is the netted network, it would just allow for participation in the ancillary services market.
Yeah, simultaneously, I think there's still some participation you can do, and I'm not going to even go there. If you want to log into the LLWG on Friday, we'll have the right people to answer that question. But it was definitely, the network was, I think, ancillary services to the full capability for each resource or CLR behind the fence, whereas there's limitations in other scenarios. But I don't know how that applies to our bring your own self-limiting facility. I'll say this, we want to keep this simple and stupid. I don't mean to be rude about it, but what we're trying to do to fast track this, ancillary services and energy surplus sales are a distraction that could put us in the ditch, and we'd rather focus on, even if it's kind of a set it and forget it limit box, that's probably where we want to go as quickly as we can right now.
Hey, Matt, I just wanted to point out we have 9 people still in this queue, and we have 13 in the queue left over from before, so I just wanted to
Yeah, I guess on the load side, I carved out an hour to explore this. So y'all guys, I'm sorry, I don't know, keep going? Okay, we're going to clear the BYOG, and then 4:30 to 5 can be we go back to the others, but we'll see if we can exhaust this list. Especially since it's all so new. Monica, Kevin, Kellen, Shannon.
I wanted to tell y'all thank you for what you put together here on slide 63. I think this goes a long ways towards what we were all asking for. Had a couple clarifying questions. In this example on the G-1, I'm presuming that ERCOT's intent is to treat it, the G-1 here, the same way you do in the planning studies, where like hypothetically a 3-on-1 combined cycle, you would look at, one of the CTs out plus its ratio share of the steam turbine, but the other 2 out of 3 would remain in that case. Okay, I'm getting a nod of yes from Jeff. That's good.
Yes,
and then
correct.
Similarly, like if the CTs all have bypass dampers, then you would look at the steam turbine only out, but the CTs still being there. Is that correct as well?
Yes, that's the intention. Yes.
Perfect. And then back to, I think it was Matt's comment about the relay, to limit you on, I think you're on the wrong slide, 63, on pulling more than what, under the G-1 scenario, it feels like we should have some amount of time delay on that, and it's not like microseconds, it's not 10 minutes. But the way my logic on this is if it's less than the 125% of the limit type thing, already today you allow SCED to, whether it's quick start CTs or deploying batteries, there's implicit in how we dispatch resources today, there is an implied time to what the ramp can be. So I think on the flip side of this, to give an example, is if we were at the top scenario, the top right, and we had 1,250 of generation, I think only 1,000 of the load should be firm, but maybe 1,250 could run of load, except that last 250 is non-firm, and it needs to be off within X seconds or, tens of seconds before the relay, have some relay to run it back / trip it, if that makes sense.
We've definitely been thinking about the operational risks and what kind of protections we need to put in for upside and downside. If we lose the load, it's the overshoot. If it's the gen, it's the undershoot, and how fast and how quick. If it's 2,000 megawatts in the middle of nowhere, that's going to do damage quick.
The upside on the gen, if the load trips, I guess if this is not in SCED, you would not have a way. Maybe you could just do a BDI or something.
We don't want the control room controlling the sky. So the idea is...
No, I just mean when the load trips in your scenario. Because the generator in that case is probably going to, if grid can't handle it, they'll be getting a very negative price.
We don't want this to be SCED dispatchable necessarily. I mean, that's why we're talking about this being the self-limiting, and Kenneth, you can reel me back. I feel like I just walked out on thin ice there.
Let me say today we have this self-limiting facility concept for sites that are nothing but generation. And they are limited they can't exceed that interconnection agreement quantity. And I think we use the word instant in the current protocols. So that's where we're starting today with a generation site. The idea of having load there too, we need to think through the same parameters you're talking about. How quickly do you need this, how long can this limit be exceeded?
Yeah, maybe same tens of second concept the other way as well. Yeah. It's a good point. Thanks.
All right. Kellen, Shannon, Evan, and then Sarah, and then we'll try to wrap up this part. Evan, go ahead.
Thanks, Matt. So I think I heard this earlier, but there's not a limit on generation types for either the bring your own generation or the CLR that's kind of got the non-synchronous generation there.
Sorry, in terms of technologies?
Yes.
I don't know if we've gotten to that level yet.
Okay, that's okay. Maybe if we can just double click then on the CLR part, just with that in mind. Right, I think I heard you said it doesn't matter as long as it goes away, like we're saying, okay, for batteries or diesel sets or whatever.
That
but
would be this one.
CLRs could still provide ancillary services. And like, for example, if it's a battery doing that, then we're going to take into account duration of the battery for ancillary services. And so I'm not saying we need to figure it out. I'm just kind of flagging this as like, maybe this gets a little bit more complicated and so it needs to be discussed.
I think he wants the other picture. That's with a mix.
Yeah, thanks, Ken.
So that backup generation, whatever it is, battery or diesel, but the process is that, we need to see that the load goes away. You may have taken the load off and then covered it with your backup generator. That's okay. But from us, it needs to be, we don't know what you did, but you took the load away as we needed it.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm saying, Ken, is I could also provide an ancillary service with that CLR. And if I am doing what you just described with asynchronous battery, for example, then I do have a duration associated with that. And if this was an ESR, we would take into account that duration or the state of charge for that ancillary service, whereas here we would not. And so I'm just flagging that. Maybe it's a non-issue, but it just occurred.
So I think we need to take that back and talk through it some more, because really we have consistently resisted the idea of a blob. And I think you were trying to move towards that blob, and we need to be careful.
I'm not trying to move towards the blob. I'm just flagging that the blob exists, and it's a little scary.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, just off the top of my head, and need to think about this more, but off the top of my head, I think the difference between a battery and if you're using a battery in this situation is a battery, once it runs out of juice, then it's out. Here it is, once you run out of juice, that risk is on you, because that means now you have to flip the switch and turn off your load. And you can always turn off your load.
Yeah.
It's got to exceed its loaded connection charging.
I think we need to talk about it at LWG. So, sorry, to pull on some more threads, that kind of went on a tangent. Does the self-limiting bring your own generation concept, does that need new language to be implemented? So I understand like the self-limiting aspect would, but if someone's going through the batch process with a load and they have a co-located, your 5 gen sets there in the top right example, and then you just study at G-1, does it need, do we need anything to say that we can't do that?
Maybe its cousin is the private use network, which doesn't necessarily have limits. So it's the idea of a self-limiting somehow around this for transmission purposes.
Right. But why would I self-limit myself? Like, say those are all just thermals, like dispatchables. Like, why would I self-limit myself if I can get a gigawatt of capacity accredited in the planning study in a G-1 scenario there?
I'm not following what. Sorry, Kenneth?
Can I just back up? So, yeah, our first view is we do need some protocol language changes, because the self-limiting facility now is kind of centered around generation only. Now we want to have a site that's got some load in there. So we know we need to do that. I think the other thing is what I've heard is historically, when we look at a normal private use network, we study it as if all the generation's gone, can we handle all the load there? There would have to be a change on our part to say, okay, they've promised us that they're not going to have any type of withdrawal at this site, and we need a different way to study that.
That's kind of exactly what I'm asking, Ken, and thanks for bringing that up, is that why wouldn't we just study it in a G-1 configuration? Because say I just took that load and interconnected it like at the bus below that X, and so all of a sudden it's not settled netted, it's settled standalone, but it's the same physical configuration minus where a meter is. We would study that a lot differently than what you just explained.
So I think that's what we want to take back and study a little bit more. If you make a promise, you have an attestation, and you've informed us through a self-limiting facility registration, then maybe that's what we can do.
Okay, and then just last point on that, I would flag that if we do what you said, where we turn it all off for any instance where it's co-located in a batch configuration, are we turning off all generation that is co-located in the batch? Because then we're talking about turning off potentially quite a lot of generation.
That's what we haven't figured out how to model all this yet in the batch. Like we haven't, like this is so new, we haven't figured out all the other pieces.
I agree, but sorry, Matt, I think this question pertains to like not implementing some new BYOG rule, because I just heard that the status quo is we will turn off all co-located generation at a requested interconnect. And so I'm just concerned if we have, loads submitted in the batch that are with, 10 total gigawatts of co-located generation, say it's existing generation. Are we turning all of that generation off to study the batch?
I thought we have to, because that's the way you'll get transmission out to the area. So that's why the planning study blows my mind sometimes, but the planning study is we want to serve this load someday without that generation. So it's like, how does study?
Right. So maybe if I'm explicit, say you put a load interconnect at both the nukes and the 3 biggest thermal plants, and you're gonna ask for approval there. Then when you do that study, you're going to say, all right, well, in our case, we need to turn off both the nukes and all the thermal plants, and we need to build transmission to serve all of those loads, considering that all the nukes and the thermal plants are offline. Like, I think that's a disconnect.
Okay.
Let's make sure before he leaves today, we get a better idea what his question is, so we can be ready for Friday or something.
Yeah.
All right. I'm elusive, so you got to catch me.
All right. Sarah Johnson, last question on the BYOG side. Go ahead.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to ask a clarifying question on slide 62. I believe I've heard the language that maybe has the answer, but I just want to make sure straightforward. So the backup generation in this configuration would not have to go through a GINR. Is that correct?
I want to say yes as I look around the room at people. Yes, because it's never connecting to ERCOT.
Okay. So then,
I'm not sure. Oh, sorry. Yes, for this, I apologize. This is AG, and I didn't realize that the slide had changed. I apologize. I agree with what Matt said.
Okay, perfect. And then just again as a clarification, so because it's not going through a GINR process, what, if any, details about the backup generation has to be included as part of the load being studied? Or does it not?
It does not. I mean, we're still looking at that, but again, we're looking at the load to disappear, and it's up to the technology and mechanisms for the load to abide by the controls that ERCOT sends it. So when SCED tells it to go down, it has to go down. Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, so with an asterisk that I think 5841 has some information. There's some requirements that the load tell us about their backup generation in the draft PFP. So however that ends up, we'll be requesting that information.
Okay.
Per 5841.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
All right.
So, Matt, there were a few more people in this queue. Do you want to?
I haven't refreshed my...
scroll down.
Oopsie. Whoa. Oh, wow. Okay. Aciano? I butchered it. Aciona.
Yes, hello. This is Ismael from Acciona side.
Yes.
I do have a question regarding slide 63. For the self-limiting facilities, my understanding is currently there is not a process at ERCOT to transition an already operating facility to a self-limiting facility. So this means that this process will exclude already existing generators and is only applicable for new requests, or is ERCOT planning to develop a rule to transition already existing generators to self-limiting facilities?
AG, I remember you spoke to this in your slide. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is A.G. Springer. So it is currently possible to transition an existing facility to a self-limiting facility through submission of an INR. However, our current thinking about how that would impact batch is that would provide no benefit to the batch study, that this would only be a path to add generation to the system in combination with load. So a load going behind the meter of an existing generation resource would not receive any kind of benefit under what we're discussing here.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Clear.
All right, next, Bob King.
I believe all my questions got answered. One thing, though, was mentioned, a settlement-only generator. To be clear, they do export. That's not a non-exporting, right? You brought that up.
Settlement-only self self-generator. There's an S in there. It's really important. Self-generator.
But that can still export. But
Can't sell wholesale. But you can self-serve.
Okay.
All right. Luke Hansen.
A couple questions. Thank you. The first is, are we saying that, and I think your survey maybe means that you don't know yet, but are we saying that to qualify for this self-limiting concept with BYOG that we need to have already completed an SGIA for that generator, or do we need to be starting that process immediately, or somewhere along the way in order to qualify to utilize this?
This is such, yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
I was going to wait to see if AG wanted to.
Yeah, sorry, I
that
was just waiting for. So yeah, I don't think it's been defined yet. I think we will hopefully have something more concrete to say there. But I think the overall concept that we voiced at the last few workshops is that there would be this link between the large load request and the generation INRs that it's associated with, and so. If the one phase of the project falls behind, then the generation falls behind. The load would not be able to come on the system because it was studied as having no impact or having a limited impact through this self-limiting facility concept.
Okay, I'm going to interpret that as we should move it ahead to at least getting to a filed GINR, pending more information. Second, related is, are we saying that the load that's supported needs to be G-1 and transmission N-1, or just G-1?
And to the ERCOT team, I kind of threw that in the slide of this is contingency constrained of some sort, but that G-1 may help in some studies, so I wasn't trying to. So I'll put a disclaimer on that. I almost put the word draft on this slide because it came out kind of quick. But
yeah, we need to think about that some more.
Yeah.
And then last related is, are we saying that the generator and the load are going to each independently settle? So the generator is going to settle with ERCOT, or that the generator is going to settle with the load?
No, we would still be doing settlement at the point of interconnect, so that whatever the net is at that point of interconnect.
Okay, just the net, not so the generator will effectively settle with the load if it's not exporting.
Yeah, and in fact, when the site is net injection, then it's a nodal price, and when it's a net withdrawal, it'll be a zonal price.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Chris Mattis.
Hi, Chris Mattis with Google. I actually think maybe we missed the mark by emphasizing three subcomponents of what functionally is a netted network and then discounted network. And my logic behind that is really these loads, at least the data center and AI loads, we have one input, and that is electricity. So the resource itself is not categorically serving some thermal obligation for a secondary process within it. We consume electricity to run compute power behind the meter. And so it kind of strikes me that in an area where we're trying to encourage the building of, grid scale capacity, that we want to entirely discount the ability of ERCOT to have potentially 5 generators subject to its dispatch and SCED operations, providing the services that it needs behind the meter or at a POI. In many ways, right, the load just wants to be a load and just wants to be consuming, or at least Google, for its part, wants its load to be behind the meter and to be consuming, and is doing its best to build generation on its own and contract for generation on its own and optimize the location of its data centers with some of that generation. And that generation is grid quality generation. It is, wholesale storage ESRs, it's wind and solar facilities, it will be thermal facilities as well with CCS. And so in many ways, the long-term vision will end up being that once these transmission upgrades are there, right, these resources actually go to the network or part of the network as part of wholesale sale. So why do a bunch of duplicative work when the netted network concept can work with CLR, it can work with a self-limiting structure, but at the same time actually gives ERCOT the control of generating assets and their dispatch behind the meter?
Yeah, let me just say this was for batch zero that we were saying not now. It's as simple as that, Chris. I don't disagree. If we had our market folks in here and Cy Morty and Dave Maggio, they'd say this is the way to go, but we just can't get there in 60 days to the commission.
Well, I didn't ask this question because I thought we were going to talk about it on Friday, though. Are you saying it's not, we can't talk about it?
You can talk about whatever you want, but in terms of batch zero, ERCOT's not going to pick up the pen and try to solve fast-track netted networks right now with everything else going on. Now, the market design folks may, but you're talking to a group who's been asked to solution something for June 1st.
But, and I want to be clear, it's actually really only a planning criteria change, right? Because
no, we're going to plan with operational understanding of what we're implementing. So we have to see the other side of it.
Well, and to Evan's point, right, if that load was connected in front of that or on a different, same substation, but had 5 generators, you would model 5 generators in the load separately. And now they're behind one POI. They are grid scale, grid quality resources because of and there are multiples of them because these are not small loads. They're multi-gigawatt loads, so there are usually multi-gigawatt sets of resources that we are trying to co-locate with them. So it's, to me, it's actually in some ways the simpler version because it gives ERCOT traditional control over generating resources. And all we're asking is a change in the plan, a very simple change in planning here to say, like, you want grid, you want NERC compliance, grid quality, market dispatchable resources that provide ancillary services into the grid. Fine. I just want the energy. I don't need the load, or I don't need it to do anything else but be optimized with wholesale market dispatch. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, I think y'all really should reevaluate that and that structure because it's going to give you the most reliability. The market products we have developed, that the market team has developed, should be reflective of reliability in the grid. And if we are not doing that, we have a problem, right? Why else do we have regulation up or regulation down or voltage and all of these support? So I think we've kind of missed the mark by discounting the netted network concept because I don't think it's that hard. I think you just model the system as if I'm willing to say, ERCOT, generators are yours. I don't actually care about the generators. And the market generally is concerned about a resource adequacy construct. What better way than to achieve it in this moment?
I mean, you make a compelling argument, except for the time limitation. I'm sorry, go ahead, AG. This is your wheelhouse.
Yeah, but I would also add that there's a transmission security aspect that we're giving credit for here as well. I mean, what's being proposed is that we are going to assume that the load is completely served by the generation, and we'll look at the G-1 scenario to determine how much we would have to serve if there's one load that trips. And so, I think it's not just the resource adequacy piece. We're also making, from what we discussed in the planning assumptions, significant assumptions about that this site would, the site as we've kind of drawn it out would not have any substantial impacts on transmission security too. And I think that becomes much more complicated if we go to a netted network.
But you wouldn't do that if, again, those 5 resources were all in or around at the exact same POI, right? You would model maybe one of the generators in that area going out. Honestly, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm a little over my skis here. But
I think, I think the difference is if I have 5 other loads in that area and they're all have a similar shift factor to whatever constraint it is, then they may all get reduced megawatts if I'm treating that as separate. But I think what we're contemplating here is we give credit to the load that is co-located, so that reduction in megawatts from load only occurs with those that are not co-located.
I don't think I'm discounting self-limiting and what that also can entail in this process. I just think it's a lot simpler or maybe more elegant in a netted network configuration that allows for the full capabilities of either of the load and the generation in that environment. For those who want CLR, they can have CLR. For those who do self-limiting, they do self-limiting. And for those who, bring network resources to the table,
Yeah, again, there may be compelling reasons why we want to do the netted network. I think that there are complications that are not, we don't think that we're able to overcome those complications in writing the rules and getting that implemented. We don't think that we can do that in the next 60 days. I don't know, Kenneth can probably speak better than I can to that.
Yeah, I would say we've recognized all the things you've listed. I think from an ERCOT perspective, the netted network lets us see the full capability and capacity and ancillary services that are there that we're not seeing today. And it also would let the resource owner monetize the asset better. Mm-hmm. But I think we have a time issue here. We don't think we can implement that quick enough for this load to get on the system. So I think Matt's got it on the list. It was important that we kept it on the list, but we don't think that's where we need to spend our time here in the next 2 months. So
I'm just going to say I flat disagree with that, but done for today. Recognize the time.
Yep. And I saw somebody say we're talking past each other. If anyone wants to straighten us out at the large load working group, go for it. So thank y'all. Okay, we have 2 left on this topic. We're going to close the queue on this because we're just about out of time. Joel Davis and then Ian.
So I have a question on this slide as well. On the upper right, I'm trying to understand why that configuration needs to be a self-limiting facility at all. Because if that load and those 5 generators were separate, they were not owned by the same entity, and they just connected to the same bus, ERCOT would study that load with that gen, and that would be a stable configuration. You would study the G-1, N-1, it would work, and you would allocate that load its full allocation.
Hey, Joel, this is AG. I think the reason that we are thinking that it needs to be a self-limiting facility is to ensure that we are not then having to serve the full load from the system in operation. And so that, effectively what we'd envision there is that the site would be a self-limiting facility with a withdrawal limit of 0 megawatts.
But why wouldn't you allow SCED to dispatch that generation down during times when the system can serve that load?
Because we, at least in the planning horizon, will not assess, again, maybe it's gotten a little bit lost in the conversation, but the idea and what we believe we've been asked to do is identify a path that might allow for prioritization of, or not necessarily prioritization, but a faster study process for loads that are bringing their own generation. And so part of that is that we would only assess that G-1 scenario in planning. And so, kind of by definition.
Right. But if you assess that G-1 in planning and it says the gen has to be online all the time, then SCED will dispatch the gen all the time.
I think there's more nuance there that we're going to need to work out.
I mean, this goes back to January when we were interviewing companies. They're like, look, if I can just contractually agree to operate with a load and a load with a generator, let me just go out and start building and build me the wires. So we've looked at this through the lens of how do we build a bridge to energization as quickly as possible. And when it comes to optimization and monetizing the whole thing, we get that, but we're just trying to focus on the minimum way to get there. So
is there at least an exit strategy for this, self-limiting, where you could say, okay, yeah, to get us energized, to get us going, we'll accept this self-limiting facility, but we want you guys to develop the market structure that will allow this gen to be backed off at times when the system can support our load, and we'll remove that self-limiting constraint.
Yes. So two things. We can always change market rules as we go through time, and then also as transmission's built out to that area, maybe it is released out of this in time.
I'm saying there are lots of situations where you wouldn't even need transmission built. For 99% of the hours, you don't need transmission built. You could back that gen off. And you just need the gen there, and it needs to be dispatchable, because that's how you're going to get the load off the system during those 1% of hours or 1% of contingencies that will cause a constraint.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for the feedback. I mean, we'll talk more about this. So again, this is reading number 1. We're open to learning and figuring out what works best. All right. I think I lost track of the queue here. There's one more.
Ian,
yes. How could I forget Ian?
Thanks, Matt. Ian Haley, Morgan Stanley. Really appreciate you writing all these out. We are very supportive of CLR and BYOG. The question I had is at this point, is ERCOT planning to write these rules as Batch Zero CLR or just Batch CLR?
I don't know. That's a good question.
And it's fine either way. I'm trying to think through it. And then my suggestion on this, two suggestions. One is we need a new term for CLR for these. I've been thinking of it as batch approved CLR. So a BA CLR would then have to follow all the rules of a CLR. And then my other thought is I am much more hopeful to get in something that covers 75% into Batch Zero than I am to not get anything and strive for 100%. So I just appreciate everyone's thoughts, but that's just where my head is right now.
All right, very good. All right, and so we do have 20 minutes left, so if you want to keep working the queue, 19 minutes if you're watching. As we do wrap up, if we start to lose people, the idea is at the end of the workshop, we're not necessarily going to rip I don't think we have a question list for a survey, but we are going to encourage people to file comments, and I'll send a notice about this after the meeting or tomorrow, is we would like the market comments to be something. So if you submit comments to the picker by Friday before the Tuesday meeting, then we can bring those and vet them here. So I wanted to ERCOT will do its due diligence to get stuff out ahead of time, but then also for the market to file comments will help ERCOT reconcile the comments, as well as everybody else can see everybody else's comments, at least a business day ahead of the meeting. So thank you. We'll talk more. All right, so Jeff, you have a queue. Janice, can you call the next?
Sure. Is it?
Going back to the previous queue.
Nitin Gupta?
Did you lose him?
Prashant? Martha?
Hey, thanks. Martha Hinson with Oncor. I had a question about some of the attestation provisions that are in the sections in the PIGR, and it talks about the interconnecting load providing evidence to the TSP or DSP that it has purchased equipment or has begun the site prep activities, certain site prep activities. We're accustomed to doing attestations with customers but not collecting evidence right now. So I just kind of wanted to flag that and see if there's anything specific you have in mind that you're looking for here, because I don't know that we're in a position either to try to validate what they give us, hoping that it meets what ERCOT's looking for. You don't have to answer that right now. I'm just kind of putting it out there, something we need to think some more about.
Yeah, okay.
And actually, Matt, a question for you. You're saying that to get comments sort of discussed at the next workshop, we need to send them to stakeholder services?
File them formally, yeah,
by
through stakeholder
Friday,
services.
the
By
20th?
next Friday, not this Friday, next Friday.
The 20th?
Yes, Friday
so,
the 20th.
Not that they have to be posted by Friday, but they just have to be emailed in by Friday?
It'd be nice if they're posted by Friday. So maybe I should say by noon by Friday so I don't make certain people crazy over there.
Corey's shaking his head. Okay.
I like keeping Corey happy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I was going to say this at the end, but I'll say it now. I think we've heard some good feedback today. There are a few things that we will likely change based on the feedback, as well as I think there are some corrections that we noted earlier. And so we are going to try to, by early next week, get some additional comments filed. Hopefully that'd be helpful.
All right, next in the queue, Chris Hendricks.
Sorry, thanks. So for large loads that are part of the distribution service level, and they're included in the 2026 RTP, would those type of loads be incorporated into the Batch Zero study, kind of the study processes?
If it's a large load, then it would need to meet, to be included as base load, it would need to meet the 9211 requirements.
Okay.
All right, Shannon, you're up.
This is going back to the grandfathered, Andy, Bharat, Eric, a bunch of people made comments about the 9495 grandfathering that should be there. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. One thing that I wanted to take us over to the PFP itself, and I've got it here, I'll just read it, but there's on page 2 of that, there's a section that's growth impact statement, and it says, the agency provides the following governmental growth impact statement for the proposed rule. It's determined that for each year of the first 5 years of the proposed rules in effect, the following statements will apply. And there's a bunch of them, but I take you to number 6, 7, and 8. Number 6 is the proposed rule will not expand, limit, or repeal existing regulation. So today we have Figure 115 in process. We've said it's live and real, and it was ERCOT's proposal in the first place, all the way through July 15th. If we comply with that by 9.4, get an LLI, we've met 9.4, met 9.5, we should not be thinking that 58 for 481 somehow is going to undo it if this statement is true that the agency has determined this. So grandfathering must be presupposed there. The next statement is the proposed rule will not change the number of individuals subject to the rule's applicability. So if I've got a 2024 interconnect agreement, and I've already been through the LLI process in 25, there should be nothing about applying this that goes and undoes that to the degree it's completely compliant with current rules. Or otherwise, this statement in 58.481, it's not really valid. And then the last one is number 8 on there. So it's line 22, bottom of page 2. The proposed rule will not affect the state's economy. So that also needs to be true. If I've been through all this process, I've honored the existing rules, made it through, it would definitely impact the state's economy if you come back and say, well, I don't know if those are valid anymore. I need to go restudy it. That's what your Batch Zero base part's for, is for you to clean that up through the procurement of the exact transmission that you now do need, not go back and invalidate previous studies that are compliant with the current rules.
Thanks, Shannon. Do you need a response? You're just making a legal statement, I assume.
Well, I'm just trying to make common sense here. You've got ERCOT protocols that are in place. Honestly, I think ERCOT's saying they intend to follow their existing ERCOT protocols. which covers Planning Guide Section 9 as it's written today. And we keep talking in some vague generalities about 5841 will be the law of the land when it happens. It'll be the law of the land when it happens in the context of these statements that are in the proposed rulemaking or PFP, or otherwise they're not true statements. We're just saying them for no good reason. So we should not be ungrandfathering. We should honor grandfathering because that's what the very rule itself says on page 2.
All right. Thanks, Shannon. Okay. All right. Next, Kevin Hansen.
Yeah. Question I just wanted clarity on. Are all loads and RPG projects prior to December 15th, 2025 considered to be approved loads? Am I reading that in the language correct?
Hey, Kevin, this is A.G. Springer. It would depend on if the RPG submission has received either RPG acceptance or ERCOT endorsement before July 15th. And also, I think the language also references that the load in question was used as part of the demonstration of need for the transmission project.
So I guess for clarity, that doesn't tie back to any of the 765 approval, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, because I'm not sure if it was 150 gigawatts or whatever that number was we used for supporting those decisions, but I would think by default that language would sort of assume all that load incorporated in there would be approved. So, with that language.
Yeah, and I guess I would also add that there are then provisions in section 9.2.1 that determine if that load is going to be included in batch zero. So it's not just a matter of having the valid studies. You also have to demonstrate you've met full interconnection agreements and in some cases evidence of development activity.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Clayton Greer.
My question's in 9.2.1.4 in that part 3 where you're going through the RPG process. We had one of those late coming projects that was that we submitted in 2023, and it's dependent on, in part, on the 2024 RTP projects that Oncor put together in that massive filing that they did. I know that the RPG was supposed to originally approve that in May. That's been moved to Q3, which starts in July, but July 21st is the first Q3 meeting for our RPG. So what happens with those projects? And then I've got another one to follow up with.
Yeah, I mean, under the current language, that would be after July 15th.
And so even though there's part of it that was approved with this current set of projects that's supposed to be approved in March, and then the second part of that was in the second set of projects. You're saying that because it was not approved in time, that'll go into batch zero as a non-base load. Is that what I'm understanding? Even though it was submitted in 2023 with a 2026 in service.
Yeah, as currently drafted, that's correct.
Okay, and then my other one is, I think somebody brought it up before, but we have a project that's got conditional approval, but the load ramp is dependent on certain projects. Some of those projects are already in the RPG process and should be approved soon. The other one has not been initiated because it's waiting on this load to be approved, the studies to be approved so that they can start the RPG process. So how does that go in?
Yeah, I don't have a good answer for that one right now. We'll have to take that one back.
Okay, and then on that RPG project, or the project that's not yet been submitted, we are looking to buy breakers. Is that a bad idea to move that project to make sure that it can meet its timeline? So, I mean, is this a giant blender, or how does that work?
Hey, Clayton, it might be helpful if you send us these hypotheticals so we can work through them with the bigger.
Okay, I can do that.
Thank you.
All right, we're down to 5 people in 5 minutes. See how this goes. Lee Bratcher. All right, Joel Davis. Oh, did we get someone there? Is Lee or Joel?
Sorry. Joel.
Yeah, go ahead, Joel.
Unless Lee's still here, then he can go first. So my question for the earlier is loads that are going to go into batch zero as firm, as base load, but which are not currently able to consume at their full megawatts because they're on an LCP. How are you guys going to handle the timing of those LCPs? Because a lot of those LCPs are element constraints, not date constraints. So when X transmission project is complete, not in 2028.
Yeah,
Joe.
Yeah,
go ahead, Jeff.
Well, yeah, and AJ, Christina, feel free to jump in as well. But yeah, I heard that comment earlier. I think that my initial thought is based on the words that are written. If the LCP says that the load is able to go to this higher load level based on this transmission project, we would look at when we think that transmission project will be put in place. But understand we might need to write some clarifying words here.
Well, and the reason I ask is because some of those transmission projects, the TSPs have told us dates that are longer than 6 years from now. So it would actually be beneficial to go into batch 1 or to batch 0 allocated because we get a guaranteed 6th-year allocation.
Yeah, okay. Noted that.
All right, Evan Neal.
Just a question on, in the section about the list, and you're evaluating if there's conflicting study assumptions. I believe the language was something like within the study scope of the other load. And I'm just curious if we know what that definition is. Is it like a shift factor based thing, a location based thing? And are we considering discussing that criteria in the language?
So current thinking is we on purpose left that open to interpretation because we want to have some engineering judgment in that. I think that's how the process works today is, there's not a specific shift factor kind of analysis. It's really, there's engineering judgment that goes into that today, and so we wanted to preserve that judgment going into this.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I asked because I knew that's how it was today, and I think that engineering judgment, in the sense when that engineering judgment changes from month to month, has caused some issues. So it's just maybe the more transparent we can be here would be an improvement.
Yeah, and yeah, again, open to ideas for if there's a way to objectively do that could be accomplished in short order, then I think we're open to that. We did not come up with anything.
Okay, thanks.
All right, down to the last two here. Sandeep Borkar and then Vishrut.
Yep, thanks. Sandeep Borkar with LCRA. So between March of 2022 and December 15, 25, right, we were under that interim market notice period. At that time, we had several projects that went through different processes. Some of them were studied as officer letter loads. And I think It was 2025, mid-year 2025, when the Figure 115 rules got kind of settled, and you could actually even think of submitting a LLIS. So with the way it's laid out today, if there were projects that were evaluated during those 3-4 years via RTP, but didn't necessarily get a standalone LLIS for whatever reason, do they get evaluated as allocated load in batch zero? Or would you look at it and say, hey, there is no study, not even partially complete study, and so it should be batch one?
Yeah, might need help on that because I'm not sure I followed all of that, but
Yeah.
I think you could still, a project could go through LLIS, but before Figure 115, it was just under the interim, but maybe AG was about to chime in, so maybe I should be quiet and let him.
No,
provide
I
a
was
better
also
answer.
going to ask for clarification of the question. But, so Sandeep, let me give you an opportunity if you could clarify, please.
Yeah, short question. The market notice allowed RTP to be a valid way to evaluate a large load during that interim period. And now we are saying RTP is no longer that valid study. And the only other way to do it now is either file RPG, which will, well, no, because it won't be after December 15. So the only other thing left is the LLIS that I'll have to file for them to be considered for batch zero. Almost seems unfair for some of those loads that have been waiting patiently, saying, hey, we did what the market notice said we should do. But come 2025, you'll be out of the batch zero.
Well, I guess I'm not sure I agree with the statement that RPG now doesn't matter. I think in the kind of criteria to get into the list that's in paragraph A, which is just whoever's got the computer, if you scroll up just slightly. So there is a path for RPG loads that were included in RPG that was submitted before December 15th, which is when that ceased being a viable path, as long as it receives approval or endorsement before July 15th, 2026. So there is still a path provided those loads also meet the other criteria in 9211 that are applicable.
Yeah, no, I meant loads that are not included in any RPGs that were submitted before December 15. You're strictly speaking of loads that were only evaluated via the regional transmission plan till date.
Sorry, Sandeep, I didn't realize. I thought you had said RPG.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. There's not a pathway in this figure it's filed for those loads to be base load.
Got it. Yeah, I'll encourage us to think about those loads that came in early and are able to meet the intermediate or interim or interconnection agreement criteria, that is site control and security. If they are willing to meet that, they should at least be evaluated as batch, as allocated loads. And then if there is no capacity available for them, that's fine. That can be pushed to batch one.
Yeah, I think we'd certainly be open to red lines in that area if stakeholders have suggestions.
Got it. Thanks for that. I did have one more question, but I'll pass it on to the next.
Good. Thank you. Man, way to read the room. Okay, Bishrut, last one. Bishrut, sorry.
I'll keep it quick. Yes, that's correct. For figure in section 9.2.1.2, subsection 1B2B, the one that describes the approval of the steady state or the stability study, yes. So assuming we can get everything across to ERCOT, and ERCOT asks us to restudy things that's not really under our control, is there a possibility for this to be modified such that ERCOT has received the steady state and stability study rather than securing ERCOT approval? Because that's really up to ERCOT, and of course ERCOT is up to its guilds in trying to approve things right now.
Yeah, I think our concern with that would be that we would see a avalanche of studies submitted to us on July 14th, and I think the reason that there is the language as approved is that it demonstrates that the study has kind of passed sort of a basic level of muster. So yeah, I guess.
Of course, AG, just to give some clarification, this load study was submitted to AEP 12 months ago. They haven't had the resources to perform the load study and are just getting to it. So, I mean, this is through no fault of our own. I'm just trying to come up with some sort of a solution whereby the load study that should have already been completed, have received ERCOT approvals, is in a position such as this.
Yeah, I'm afraid I can't speak to the workload on the TSP side, but our preference as is represented here is that it be an approved study.
Got it. Would it be possible to get some commitment from ERCOT on accelerated timelines given the BAT study? And I'm sorry I'm pushing on this.
I'll just add that Figure 115 is in effect now, and that has timelines built into it for ERCOT to review and provide feedback. So that provides some limitation there on how long that will take.
Not to re-studies. I think that's the unfortunate part. But I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Thanks to everybody for hanging in there. Everyone gets a gold star or a cold beverage somewhere else. Thank you all. So our next one, I did clip it in, so I'll just restate what I said is not this Friday, but next Friday. Would love to have Pigger comments filed. That'll help everything show up in an orderly meeting on the 24th, Tuesday, 2 weeks away. So enjoy a little break. When we get back, it's week after week after week fun until June 1st. So thank you all for the support. We stand adjourned.